And welcome. So today we're going to be having some fun with a Rupture Barb idea that I had, and we're going to play around with this today. I know it's not the Spiritborn. Oh, Spiritborn's so OP. This one's pretty cool though. Okay, so let's get started. Was it
Oh no.
time to do my Rupture Barbarian? I actually put him together last night before I logged out, Leon. He's pretty cool. It's it's interesting to say the least. Interesting.
Stuff and things.
It's the well, so I decided to go the gushing wounds route just to see if I could like take advantage of the fact that because like you said, rupture is a guaranteed overpower now. So every time you use rupture, you get the gushing wounds overpower bleed, right? Along with it, I'm also using the crimson fields of crimson because that gives me the puddle, and I did test it to see you do get multiple puddles. So yeah, they last for 6 seconds, and basically you can get as many puddles as you can, like fire off in 6 seconds, essentially. There doesn't seem to be any limit to them. Um, and then, obviously, Rupture itself has its own explosion. So there's basically three things happening every single time I Rupture. There's the bleed puddle from the Rupture ability that explodes every single time. There's the bleed puddle from the actual Fields of Crimson, which sits on the ground and multiplies bleed damage. And then there's also the overpower bleed that happens from gushing wounds. And let me tell you what, it's is really silly looking, but it works really well. I mean, I'm gonna go to the training dummy real quick and show you. Alright, you ready for this? It's downright stupid. It actually does Torment 4 easily. Like, I haven't really having too much trouble with Torment 4. I have had a little bit of trouble with survivability, which I'll have to work on. But, absolutely no trouble with, like, dishing out damage to monsters. It's pretty cool.
Looking like Khan's floor. You just combine you two on Beast and Ice and you got the perfect
Boy.
floor.
Carpet. I will carpet the area with crimson. Carpet day. Did I even get mercenaries for this guy? No. No, I did not.
Oh,
Why am I
no.
stupid? I'm stupid.
Do you even have a pet?
I don't even know. It was a brand new character. I just put him together like in the last like 30 minutes of yesterday's live stream. His name is Blowout.
I'll try to make this quick.
Ooh, a 64% basic skills attack speed. Is that higher than the normal?
Sounds like it. It's on a ancestral.
70 is cap, so half of 70 is 35. So half of 64 is
32.
32. I mean, it would be, it's what, like 5% lower is the cap? Or is it 10? You know, let me just take a look in my panel. How about that? It looks like that might be worth purchasing. Yeah, I have 30 right now. It goes up to 35, so 30 times 2 is 60. So that is a 2% increase. Nice, 2% increase. I take a 2% increase. I like 2%. 2%. I'll take a little 2% and give it to me. 2%. Don't tell me what you're doing, 'cause I need to see. 2%.
Got the Hellhammer burn up to 241 mil on a 75 hit boss.
What?
Yeah. A what rune?
A what? What?
Those are nice.
Tasty choice, eh?
Why does the reformed cannibal always make inappropriate comments? She's like, tasty choice. Like she's like fully aware that she used to be a cannibal and she just keeps making like cannibal memes.
It's tasty.
Tasty choice. Like, whoa, 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 whoa. I probably need to pull in Iron Skin. That's probably what I need to do. Iron Skin.
Yeah.
Would be nice to have a little bit of Iron Skin.
What's this item account bound? What the heck?
Cody, will you stop being the nosiest dog that ever lived in North or South America? God, between dogs and grannies, staring out the window all day, looking at what everybody else is doing. He's like, there's a squirrel out there. Oh, by the way, I finally just hit 15 million views on my channel, by the way. 15 million views.
I feel sorry for all 15 million.
Yep, they had to listen to my singing. Okay, I need glyphs. I have no glyphs. Like that was what you saw earlier. That was like no glyphs. I've got Headhunter, I think, or Challenger, which is the one they give you. And then I like just put in the Twister glyph. I have no other glyphs. I need glyphs. I don't know what pit I can do safely. Let's go do some, or do I do some Realm Walker? I don't know. I feel like pits, if I do like a low enough a pit, I feel like it's a faster way.
Oh, yeah.
And then just blazing through. Did you see Rax said playing Barb is torture?
Yeah, he's memeing.
Truth be told, I've never been
He said Donald Trump would lock people in rooms and make them play Barb for 20 hours a day.
That's the torture.
It's not even really that bad.
The one that got like I'm feeling the most when I'm playing other classes like Druid and Barb so far, I'm feeling the damage reduction the most. Like I think the nerfs to damage reduction on those classes are just unwarranted. Like you, the Barb is like getting hit so hard.
Yeah, it does feel like the Barb is weaker than he should be. Like, especially when I play like other classes, like the Rogue even, and the Rogue was tankier than the Barb is.
Yep. Like, you added the 10% inherent damage reduction for a reason, and then you took it away because why? Because people complained Barb was strong. So let's just take away his survivability.
Look, I know this is only a tier 50, all right, but look at how crazy I go through these packs with this Rupture build. Dude, the bleeds just like the bleed puddle combined with like all the bleed explosions and everything just melts because the bleed puddles are huge. And anything that touches the bleed puddle, like it's like dipping your toe in acid. Speaking of acid and really weird facts, I'm gonna lay a really weird fact on you guys. So there's a vulture. It's a special vulture. It's called the bearded vulture. I don't know if you've ever seen a bearded vulture before. So the bearded vulture is a special breed of vulture. that it looks like this. He kind of doesn't look like a vulture a little bit. So here he is. That's a bearded vulture. All right, and the bearded vulture has a special talent that I learned about the other day, which I feel like I need to share. Bearded vultures have stomach acid that is so horrific. It's actually a pH of 0. To put that in perspective, human stomach acid is about a pH of 2. So they're about 2 lower on the pH scale in their stomach acid than we are. And they primarily eat bones. The acid in their stomach is so powerful they can digest a bone in as little as like 12 to 24 hours. Like, I'm not talking about like a little bone. I'm talking about like a giant, like femur bone from an animal or something like that. And they just eat the whole thing. And if they can't eat the bones, they basically take the bones, they fly up high in the air and they drop them. And then they make them shatter so that they're in smaller pieces, and then they can eat them. These guys got stomach acid so strong they literally melt bones. Really cool fact. Go look it up. It's true. Bone eaters. I always thought, speaking of melting monsters, I always thought that like the bones would always be left. Like bleached bones in the Sahara Desert and stuff like that. Maybe that's why there's not as many bones in nature as you normally would think, with all the animals that are constantly getting eaten on a regular basis. I mean, I kind of always thought that they were getting buried or whatever, but if there's animals out there that can actually digest bones, then, yeah, hide the evidence. Yeah, I'm easily getting like 20 to 30 million hits with this build already. And it's crazy too, because it's working just like I thought it would. So it's compounding on top of it itself. So like when you fight a really tough monster, like one that has lots of HP, you start making multiple puddles. And then every single time you rupture, you're rupturing like the next higher damage output that you're attacking the target with. And so every single second that they sit in the puddle, and you've got like 6 or 7 or 8 puddles all underneath their feet, they start stacking dots on themselves. And so your rupture damage just keeps going up and up and up, because the dot puddles just keep getting ridiculous. Like, I'm going to show it on this boss real quick, see if he actually lives a long time. So you start using your rupture on him. You start stacking the puddles, and as the puddles stack, you notice, like, oh, he moved out of the... I had to get the one that moves out of the puddles. That's rude. So as the puddles stack, the damage just increases, like, with every puddle. And I don't even know if there's an upper limit. I guess whatever the attack speed is on Rupture. Ooh, there's a snazzy little amulet. I'll hang on to that. Well, that's pretty nice. You think that's worth anything, Leon?
It's
Max life crit?
Yeah, it's worth a little something.
Speaking of,
Definitely.
I need to go post some items. I totally forgot to do that.
That could be worth like 5 mil, 8 mil, something like that. Without looking it up. I have no clue how much the perfect one's worth. Because I built mine before the build was popular. And I got mine 300 mil.
Maybe I'll use it to like, because I have that character. Maybe I'll just use it to make that character. Because I need to like respec him. I did the meme version first, obviously. So like the meme version, but I was really interested in the Storm Feathers. I thought the Storm Feathers were more interesting than the Sword Vortex part of it.
They are. They're more powerful. The sword vortex will take you to like 80 and then like cap out around 90. I don't know how strong mine is now that I built my feathers up, but The Sora's problem, the major problem with Sora is the recovery, like the frame animation. It's so long. So you can get like 3 more feather casts just regular evading compared to sword evade. Sword evade is just like boom, boom, boom. It's like, if sword did like a ton more damage, maybe it'd be worth it. But I don't think sword does enough damage. I think that's the main.
Vortex does good damage, but Sword doesn't. And I did notice
Yeah.
that the Vortex casted from Sword doesn't get the benefit of the
It
300
doesn't seem to
times.
get the 300. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's the problem too. If they could give it that benefit, then that would be like a viable option, I think, for like super scale. I mean, it's already a viable option. I just mean like super scaling.
Oh,
It's not up to
you wanna see my Fields of Crimson? I picked this up off the trade site and then I rolled it. Look at those freaking rolls.
it's-
So Rupture cooldown wasn't important because I don't think Rupture cooldown
Yep.
does anything for me at all with this build. And then Rupture explosion size, as you can see, did not need a 25% bump because it's already at 101.5, so it went over the threshold. So I needed it on strength and damage to bleeding enemies, and I got both.
Doesn't cooldown? I forget. Does the third place say that cooldown gives you reduced resource cost or something?
We'll see. It's a 54 right now. I'm gonna take it off. It's still 54.
Okay, but there's something about that.
I don't. I think it's charges. So the charges
Yeah.
do it.
Oh, the
There
charge.
is
Okay.
there is an aspect which I could put in, but I don't think it's worth it. It's the one that gives all weapon mastery skills charges.
Yeah.
So that would reduce the cooldown or the cost, but I don't really need it. But man, look at my freaking sword; it's amazing. Perfect roll on the unique effects. Got greater affix on the strength and the bleeding damage, which is what you want. The greater affix on the rupture enhanced size is useless, and the greater affix on the rupture cooldown is useless. So I got the greater affix on the 2 things that I needed, and I also got the perfect on the actual unique effect, which was the most important thing anyway. It was a steal. I think I paid $1 billion for it. All right, I need to post the Quill Volley gloves at the very least. Where's my Quill Volley gloves? Oh, Speedy showed up last night, and I hooked him up with a bunch of stuff. You know, our resident kangaroo fighting Australian. How much should I ask for these gloves? What do you think, like 4 billion?
You probably can get more.
Oh wait, no, they're account bound. Oh.
No.
Oh. No. Oh well. Wah, 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 wah. He's gonna be popular. It's okay. It's not like I need money. I was really just posted it on there. Posted on there. I need a good ugly bastard helm, but I doubt there's like any on there. Like I feel like the ugly bastard helm is like such a good item, and getting like a really good one is I don't know why we how many runs did we do the other night and we
I
got
don't
like
know.
none that were really all that great. Well,
I got the best one.
you
on
got the
first
best
run.
one, yeah.
I got lucky.
We
Yeah,
should have just stopped right then.
Yeah, I mean my Hellhammer is powerful, man. 240 million burning ticks.
It's pretty cool. Well, there's an 80. There's an 80 with aggressive resistance, and then there's an 80 with Wrath of the Berserker. The 80 with aggressive resistance, he only wants 1.5 billion for. He's not online though. I don't even know why I'm looking at the ones where the people aren't online. I'm gonna stop doing that. It's just not worth my time. If they're not online. Wow, this guy's got a 79%er with 4 greater affixes. That's really beautiful. He's got it up for 999 billion or 100 billion.
Wow.
I mean, that's what he has it up for. I don't know if that's what he's actually going to sell it for, but I think he's just memeing. He is online. I should offer him 10 billion. I mean, it's a really good helmet. I'll offer him 10 billion and see if he takes it. I'm pretty sure it's worth more than 10 billion. He's going to turn me down.
Yeah. It's a popular item. I think the cat's out of the bag.
Yeah, I need to make a video on it. Bum 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 bum. I guess. Oh no, it's a 73. There's so many like bad ones. I mean, the 80 times multiplier is one of the most important things. So whenever I see one on here that's like a 74 or like a 68 and they want like billions for it, I can't help but be like, no. Bye bye. Bye 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 bye.
No multipass.
Bye bye bye. Bye 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 bye. Probably got an instant rejection. He said not less than 70. Not less than 70. Alright, well, we absolutely, like, flew through 50, so let's do a 55. I'm not really sure, but I don't know for like 100%, but it feels like the puddles are stacking, like the multiplier is stacking, because it's like so you get a 30 times multiplier for any bleeding effect when anybody's standing in the puddle. And then you get like 6 puddles, and like the damage just starts multiplying. I think the 30 times multipliers from each puddle is actually applying back onto the target. And so by the time you're done, like it's like the puddle lasts for 6 seconds. So if you get at least 6 of them in 6 seconds, it's 6 times 30. I don't know if they're feeding into each other, like they're multiplying through each other. Like the first one's 30, and then the second one's 30 times on top of that one, and then the third one is 30 times on top of that one. But it seems to be multiplying in some way. Because it's really obvious that the first one is not very powerful. The second one is more powerful. The third one is even more powerful. And like by the time you get to like the fourth one, you've got many factors stronger than the first hit. Like we're up in like the millions. And it really doesn't take very long before you get just a massive amount of damage coming from the bleeds. And Chunks of Meow got the game, and we haven't seen Chunks of Meow like hardly at all. I was so excited for the Chunks of Meow Brigade. Oh yeah. I haven't unlocked my technique slot. I need to go unlock my technique slot. I'm telling you, I threw this character together, and it was like the fastest character I ever threw together. Heathen threw me and gave me some power level on it. He was like up and doing more Torment 3 in like 30 minutes. I'm really surprised at the AoE damage on this thing. I guess I just didn't expect it to be that amazing, but it is. It is. The AoE damage is really nice. Most of the trash mobs can't even survive more than like a second or two in the poison or the bleed field. $257. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, I was telling Heathen. I don't know why I never realized that they actually give you a glyph. Like, I don't know why. I guess I always ended up finding at least one glyph before I went to the thing. Like, I didn't realize they actually give you that so that headhunter challenger, like whatever one, the one that's for it's for the normal stats, that they're giving that to you for free. I did not know. I guess so that way you don't go to the podium and don't have anything to level up.
Finally, I just sold a pair of gloves for $4 billion.
Sold a pair of what? Gloves?
Gloves for $4 billion.
Nice.
Market sold.
I hit him with the bleed puddles, eh? I poke him right in the bleed puddles, hey. All the bleed puddles gonna do it all day long. Got the bleed puddles everywhere while we sing a song. You know, I don't think my Flay Barbarian and this Rupture Barbarian would get along. The Rupture Barbarian would just be stealing all his bleeds all day long. Leon, we were doing frickin' Lord Zir the other night, Heathen, and Leon was just stealing my bleeds with his Rupture. Like, he'd be like, oh, 1 billion Rupture! And I'm like, 2 billion Rupture!
Stolen.
Stolen. Just stealing my bleed damage.
Yep. I got Ginger kicked out of the clan because he was doing no damage. Like I was doing
On
all
the DPS, yeah, on the DPS meter, it showed I was doing 0 damage output. What's up, Doomay? That it's this is fun. I like this a lot. I'm so glad I made all those videos talking crap about Rupture and Fields of Crimson.
That dude Jank has become the ultimate dude.
It is the ultimate DJ. I've helped them refine the ability. What's up, Kaio Blood Pulse? Ah, why you guys just gotta fear me away like that? I'm trying to have a serious conversation. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Bum 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 rupture. Bum 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 rupture rupture. Rupture 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 rupture. Oh, come here, come here, come here, come here. Don't you run away from me. Boy, good luck ever seeing the floor when you're playing with this character. You're right, me and Khan need to get together and do some Beasts in the Ice.
The combo that no one asked for.
The Wombo combo. It's a Wombo combo. Come on down and get your combos. Pizza flavored combos. So freaking delicious combos. Pizza flavored combos. Pretzel goodness with the cheese inside. Pretzel goodness with the cheese inside. Why are you being rude to me? Man, I can't wait till I get the glyphs online for this character. I think he's gonna be insane. He's gonna be insane. Insane in the membrane. Insane in the brain. Increased health. Ha! Just more for me to bleed. There's more for me to bleed, my friends. More for me to bleed. I'm gonna rupture you. Come on down and take a nasty poo. It rhymed. And it fits lyrics. We're gonna hit you with the rupture now. Right in your face and brow. And you going to die, yeah. Don't tell me what to say. 'Cause I'm a rupturer. I don't know, these weapon mastery builds are fun. Third blade is a fun. It's just a fun little thing. Did you ever think about a steel grasp build? It's like spamming steel grasp.
I mean,
I built one.
that's gonna be the
Well, I
Iron
theory
Maelstrom
crafted
build.
one.
Oh yeah? How did it turn out?
That's literally the Iron Maelstrom build for Alan.
But I crafted a different one.
These two go together.
But I need to level up the barb.
I
If anybody wants the power level.
mean, I'm running some like 50s and stuff right now. Say 50 to 60s. I can just like, you probably come along. I mean, I don't see any reason why not. If I have trouble, I can just drop it down a little bit, and I'm pretty sure you'll still get tons of EXP.
All right, give me a minute. I'm selling another item.
I mean, that 60 was easy, but I'm trying to get like fast runs, so I'm gonna drop it back down to 55.
About to get another cool 4 billion.
Cool 4 billions. Poor Speedy, man. When he logged in, he was like, I didn't have any living steel, and he needed a midnight sun, so we were gonna run some Gregores real quick. I didn't have any because we just ran a bunch of Gregores, and I was gonna go buy some, and somebody was selling 200 of them for 200 million, which is not bad. And he's like, "Oh my God, 200 million!" He goes, "Man, you don't have to if you don't need to. Like that's a lot of money." I'm like, Speedy. I was like, I got 10 billion and it's sitting in the bank. I just handed him 500 million. And then freaking Gabrielle came on and just handed me 10 billion, and I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Inflation's real when you trade.
I mean, but one good trade and you're pretty much set in the game for life.
Okay, Con refuses to do it. The reason Con has money is because I get trades for him.
You're the broker? Did you take a commission fee?
No.
Oh, man, you didn't take a commission fee? You're killing me here. Killing me, Smalls.
Yeah, but now he owes me for life, you know? That's how it works. Now he's committed.
When
Favor,
I need
you
a
can't
favor.
refuse.
On this, the day of my daughter's marriage, I will do you this favor. A favor I can't refuse.
I don't know why the Godfather was Australian. Shush.
Ladder boss wins.
Did you ever hear the Italian dog?
Hi, doggy.
Yeah, there's a dog that grew up in Italy. Was an Italian. You know how huskies are like super duper like vocal? There's an Italian husky.
Husky has an Italian accent.
Oh my God, that was loud. Dear Lord Jesus, let me turn that down a little bit.
Rispondi a questi cattivi. Bravo, ma che vuoi? Diglielo. Ah, che sono cattivi. Dici, tu sei troppo educato. Siediti. Siediti, fai vedere quanto sei educato. E vai, siediti.
Perfect tactic, let's go.
Oh, the audio was off. Sounds like it's not synced up properly. Let's try that again. Oh my God, don't play random videos, please.
Husky has an Italian accent.
Rispondi a questi cattivi. Bravo, ma che vuoi? Diglielo. Ah, che sono cattivi. Dici, tu sei troppo educato. Siediti. Siediti, fai vedere quanto sei educato.
Because huskies are so vocal. He literally picked up their accent. It's hilarious. I was dying. I was like, he sounds like he's from like a Italian pizza place. You wanted a pepperoni. Uh-oh, here we go. I wonder if 2 of these Rupture builds would stack even more. like the bleed puddles. Like if we just did like all the bleed puddles in the world underneath their feet, would we get like massive, ridiculous multipliers?
The eyes.
Hmm.
The bleeding eyes build.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need to see the floor, Blizzard.
Who needs to see that? Look, shush. You and floors, okay? You and floors. Why are you so addicted to floors? What have floors ever done for you other than keep you standing upright? We don't need floors. We can use a rope system. Tie them to trees. Wait a minute, the trees are anchored in the floor. Dang it! I can't remember what I was watching, but there was this like old like Italian house or something, and the guy was like ripping up the floor because underneath of the floor was like a Roman fresco or something. A fresco. I don't know if you've ever seen like a Roman fresco. They're usually like little tiny tiles that are like cemented in, and then they do like a glaze over the top. Somebody just like threw like a crappy floor like over top of the Roman fresco. I've done like 4 runs so far, and I still don't have even a single glyph to show for my troubles. This is stupid. This is very dumb.
That's why you don't do the pit for glyphs. It's the worst place to go.
It's like literally it's the place that you're supposed to get them, though.
You know, it's not like I gave that feedback during the PTR.
What's up, Chico? How's it going? That's Chico. I still got Reese's cups from last night. I might be on like a Reese cup hangover, but you know, a little hair of the dog, right? A little hair of the dog that bit you. And by hair of the dog, I mean like 10 or 12 shish. I'm probably gonna get banned from the forums.
What'd you do now?
So this guy, I don't even know. He like showed up in my stream one day and wanted to talk to me about mods for the game. I probably pissed him off when I told him mods were pretty much just cheating with extra steps. And so he went on the forums to badmouth me. Which I've got like a little search thing to like find like occurrences of my name when people are talking about it, so I can show up and like be like, "You talking about me?" I think it's hilarious. Anyway, so I go in there and I'm talking to him. Boy, this guy insults me like 17 times. Talks bad about me, calls me a liar, like says my channel sucks, like says my channel's dying, like all sorts of stuff, right? And I was like, I'm pretty sure this is against the forum like etiquette. Because I think I remember being called out for this one time before. So I went into the guy's, like post history, and I said, "How much you want to bet if I go through your post history, it's literally just you insulting people, like 50 to 60% of your posts, it's just you insulting everyone." And I just took like a small glance at his post history and like quoted a bunch of his posts. I think that was like 5 or 6 of them, where he's literally just insulting everyone that he talked to. And this is not even the ones that I was doing. Like, he was just insulting everyone, like calling people stupid. I put them all up there. I'm pretty sure it classifies as some sort of like forum law rule that I broke, so I'll probably get banned. But I thought it was hilarious. I'm like, oh look, here's you insulting this guy, and here's you insulting this guy, and here's you insulting that guy. And here's you insulting this guy. I guess I'll try and do a nightmare dungeon. I guess. Let me drop this down to 3. That way I can just speed through them. Craft up a couple sigils. Delete all the ones that are stupid that I don't want. I need to go get some more water. I'm out of water bottles. What's up, Jasmine? Oh, was that an EXP shrine? Nice. Did I just get the EXP shrine? Or is it... Wait. What? It's there, but I can't click on it?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. Why can't I click on it?
Bugs.
I could use some glyphs. If you'd be kind enough to give me some glyphs. I need a freaking rumble glyph and a raft glyph and every glyph you've got with critical strike damage. I need all the glyphs and a two-handed glyph and some with swords and stuff and maybe ones that are up. I need some glyphs. A viscous beacon. What does this do? What does this do, precious? This barb is so silly. I think you would absolutely love this barb, Leon.
Yeah. So many builds.
All I heard was make some more barbarians. That's what I heard.
Still gotta make a rogue this season.
What? You don't gotta make a rogue. Bomp, 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 bomp. I love the frickin' just the zones in the new area. They're so graphically pleasing to the eye. They just look cool. And they're not garbage like the old ones. They need to like hit all the old zones with a hammer and just fix them, because like, you know, this is so much better. I mean, I don't want all the zones to be the same, but at the same time, I do have to be honest. I don't like going back to the old zones. Like, I feel like the old zones could cease to exist and I would not be sad. So, you know, like, you know, play around with them or whatever. Like, try and make them better. You know, adjust them and like try and figure out a new, like, I mean, they don't have to be identical to the new zones, which, you know, you don't want everything to be identical, but they obviously aren't good, and they don't work right. So, like, just use them for experimentation. Start playing around with them, change them. Like, try and come up with some more ideas. I mean, obviously they seem to be onto something with these new areas, because the new areas are amazing and the old areas suck. Ooh, there's a Goblino over there. Maybe he's got one of my glyphs. Hey, a glyph. Mortal Draw. I don't even think that's one that I'm going to use, but... Oh yeah, speaking of, what is the two-handed glyph for, the two-handed sword glyph for Barbarian? Because I'm gonna...
Sword one?
Yeah, because I'm actually using the sword, so...
I think it has something to do with, like, Fury or something stupid.
Hmm.
I think it's, like, one of the worst ones.
It's terrible. It's unfortunate.
All armor's like the king.
Yeah, I noticed. I don't have polearm though, unfortunately. Yeah, I saw the polearm one had like 15 times multiplier on it. That looks absolutely insane. And that goblin is all the way back there. Like, well, is there like a pass through over here? No, of course not. I gotta go all the way back around to get this goblin. I think he spawned from the... Yeah, it looks like he spawned from the shrine I hit. I forgot the event's still going on for today, isn't it? Or it actually goes on for a while. The Halloween event.
Yep.
Oh yeah, before I forget, let me go to the shop and claim my item.
Salutations, one.
I had 3 in there waiting for me.
And don the mantle of history's champions.
Yeah, I got 2.
Powerful calling.
Some random monster came up to me while I was there. That's hilarious. Oh, the rock. I forgot about the rock. Come on, where's my pay to win so that I can like be in the shop and not die while I'm in the shop? Come on.
Your roach skin's in the shop for me again today.
Oh my god, I don't want to hear it. It's never on there for me. Ever. Every time I look, it's not there.
Never gonna get this.
No, I'm not. I'm never gonna get it.
What skin is it?
It's the one that makes it look like the D2 Rogue, or the D1 Rogue, or one or the other. They're both the same anyway. The D1 Rogue and the D2 Rogue are the same. I've been wanting to get that one for a while. Ever since Leon told me about it. I look in the shop every single time I get an opportunity, and it's never there. Apparently Leon just has, like, special skin privileges or something, because he's got skins that I just don't have.
Oh yeah, I have special skin privilege.
Nope, the Goblino did not give me a glyph. Boo-hoo. He said, never gonna glyph you up. Never gonna give you glyphs. Don't know why you thought I was gonna give it. I got several glyphs in my bag, and you're not getting any, you hag. Because that's what the game designers told me. Never gonna glyph, never gonna glyph, never gonna glyph you up. Never gonna glyph, never gonna glyph, never gonna glyph you up. Hey, Cleaver Glyph. Wonder what season 7 is gonna look like. Honestly, I can tell you already what season 7 is gonna look like. If you just go play a barbarian, a sorceress, a rogue, or a necromancer, you will know, because that's literally where the Spiritborn is going to get brought down to. There's no other option. They're not going to leave the Spiritborn bugged like it is forever. It's going to get fixed, and it's going to get brought down in line with the other classes. I just don't think they have another choice. So if you want to see what season 7 is going to be like, just go play any of the characters that are not Spiritborn, and you'll have a firm understanding of what season 7 is going to be like. Honestly, it's fun. I know people like the being overpowered with the Spiritborn, but personally, I rather enjoy the characters being appropriately balanced, where the monsters are actually difficult, and, you know, like, things actually matter, and bosses actually live for more than, like, a fraction of a second. It's fun down here in the slums. Honestly, and I know I might get like a kickback on this, but the Spiritborn's boring. It's way too easy. It's like cheat codes. It just feels like I'm cheating. Like, the monsters die in like fractions of a second. Like, she's so tanky that if you get her to the point where you stack her HP and her barrier high enough, like, you don't even have to worry about resistances anymore or armor. Like, you can literally just tank the damage by just having massive amounts of HP and armor. Oh, Priestess of Hatred is disgusting. I should make a video and just call it Spiritborn is cheating. That'll get some views. I'm like, no, you're cheating. But as powerful as Spiritborn is, and as overpowered as Spiritborn is, and, like, you know, with all the bugs that Spiritborn has, I think the important thing that we have to do from this point forward, though, is nerf Barb. Alright, so that's obviously, because as you can see, my Rupture Barbarian is approaching the level of a, you know, a full-powered Spiritborn. So we can't have that. Right? So we got to make sure we nerf Barb.
You mean a level 40 Spiritborn?
I mean, he's got 4 weapons. So
He's got 4 weapons.
He's got 4 weapons. I mean, 4 weapons is, that is the way. Like, that is the, you can't compete with 4 weapons.
Dude, I wish
cannot.
I could go back to those old threads and get those people talking in them again, because that was like every other forum post for months was Barb has 4 weapons. You'll never be able to balance them. Nerf Barb, take away their weapons, like months. And it was like every other post. And I would go in there and be like, come on, guys. It's just math. It can be solved. Come on. Like, let it go. No, the developers said themselves that the 4 weapons makes it impossible. I'm like, dude, do this for me for a second. Take a breath. And tell me the answer to this equation. 0 times 0 times 0 times 0. What is the answer?
Never gonna math, never gonna math. Never gonna math you up. Never gonna math you down.
And now, no one's made a post about it in months.
Never
Nobody
gonna-
mentions it. No one cares that Barb has 4 weapons.
Never
Lawns
gonna
are in the bottom.
Perry.
Put them in the ground.
Matthew Perry.
Hey, Matthew Perry in the tub, man. Leave him alone.
Never gonna math, never gonna math. Never gonna math. I just got a damage bump, boys. I just got a damage bump, boys. Damage going through the roof, toys. I just got a damage bump, boys. This poor hammer. Like I literally have been hanging onto this hammer. It's like the abused hammer of the game. The tempers are out of it. Like it's got all the wrong stuff on it. Like it's got horrible like rolls. It's been in play for like multiple characters because I can't find any maces. Like every single time I go to pull out like a legendary or ancestral mace and I'm looking for one, I can't find one. Like I literally legitimately cannot find an ancestral. Not just like a good one. No, I can't find any one. None of them. And so like I've literally been using like crappy 750 maces specifically because I can't find a mace to put in the slot. Okay, I did get some glyphs. What glyphs did I get? I got Cleaver, which is while wielding an axe, useless. I've got Exploit, which I don't really want to use on this build. I've got Mortal Draw. That seems useless. And I got Undaunted, which... Okay. I mean, Undaunted is nice, but it's not, like, super duper amazing. I guess we're going back for round 2.
Welcome, wanderer. I've been expecting you.
I mean, I suggested just adding weapons to other classes. That was one of the things that we've discussed in the past, is that I think that the easiest way for them to balance the barbarian is for them to just simply add the kunai's cube. That way all the classes can have the same number of aspects and they will be less whining and complaining. So in other words, you know, you just add the kunai's cube, like that way everybody has a different amount in the kunai's cube. And like the sorceress, for instance, would have a lot more than the barbarian. The barbarian basically just wouldn't even get access to the kunai's cube. He's like, because you've already got the cube, like on your person, you're wearing the cube.
Hashtag Nerf.
Of course, hashtag Nerf. But then, like, you know, the rogue would only get like one spot, which would be what, a two-handed slot, because they already have one two-handed and two one-handeds. So the rogue would get one two-handed aspect slot. The rest of the classes, depending on how they set up their configurations of their weapons, like for instance, if they use two one-handers, you know, like a one-hander and a shield, or a one-hander and a focus, they would get two two-handed slots. Or if they use a two-hander, they would get one two-handed slot and two one-handed slots. And basically the whole idea would be to just equal out the number of aspects across all the classes so that they all have access to the same number of aspects. I think it's a good idea. I like the kunai's cube from Diablo 3. And I know people would be like, oh no, not Diablo 3 stuff. But like the kunai's cube was one of the coolest features from Diablo 3. That was actually a really cool thing. I mean, it was completely overshadowed and got ruined by sets in the game, but
I want more aspect slots to make more builds possible, because you need like 3 aspects per skill or something to make them even usable.
yeah.
But I would then want all aspects to be like nerfed and half powered. So like elements give 70%, then on a two-hander it needs to give 35. Like everything just needs to be cut way down if we get more aspects.
I mean, I'd like to see them combine some as well. Like, I feel like some of them are... I could go through the aspects and be like, these two just need to be the same aspect. Like, you just need to take them, combine them together. I mean, that's another like whole way you could go, which I don't feel like is a bad way at all. Because reducing the clutter, like the aspect clutter, is also a way that you can handle it.
Oh, hey, Ginger. So I just found out something from a guy that just bought a weapon from me.
Mm-hmm.
You know how you were looking at your stuff the other night, and maybe last night actually. And some of it said it was Spiritborn.
Yeah, you can remove the Spiritborn tag. Yeah.
Yeah.
We've been playing around with that. From what I noticed, it's a combination of things. Like, it never seems to be one thing, but it's really easy to do. All you do is you take it over to the window and enchant it, and then you also like put an aspect on it. Like, it doesn't matter what you enchant, and it doesn't matter what aspect you put on.
You don't even have to enchant it.
Well, sometimes I do. So that's
Yeah, it depends.
It depends. Like, it's weird. Like, so
Well, it has
if
a
like
spirit-
say if it has a Spiritborn affix on it, like vigor per second, then you have to roll off the vigor per second. But if it doesn't have a Spiritborn affix on it, then you can just enchant it, or you can just put the aspect on it. I've been playing around with it a lot because I got a lot of Spiritborn equipment, and then as soon as I started doing Rogue and well, especially Rogue, because Rogue also uses dexterity. I had to like use a whole bunch of Spiritborn equipment on my Rogue, and it was weird. Sometimes it was just the enchantment, sometimes it was just the rolling off the affix or the aspect, and then sometimes it was both. Sometimes I had to do the aspect and roll off one of the affixes. But it usually worked. Like, you can usually remove the Spiritborn affix pretty easily. I think the only one that might be difficult is if you get like a triple greater, because you're not going to want to enchant it, and if you because if you have to enchant it to remove the affix, like for instance if it has like vigor per second or something on it, then you're just screwed, and then it's just locked at Spiritborn unless you're willing to get rid of one of the GAs.
I mean, who wants a GA and vigor per second anyway?
Well, I'm just saying, like, there's specific ones that do seem to be locked to Spiritborn. I'm not really sure why the game would care. I mean, it's not like my Barbarian has Vigor or my Rogue has Vigor, so it shouldn't actually matter. Like, from a standpoint, I don't know. Hey, what's up, Butchie? How's it going? How's it hanging, Butchie? Butchie. Why you running? Don't be running away. You just a punk. You got me some glyphs? No. Ow. Did you notice that the Burning Butcher's effect stays long after he's gone, and it hurts a lot? Like, he puts like a fire on the ground, and I don't know what's going on with his fire, but it stays like long after he's dead. And if you stand in it or even touch it, like, it just melts your HP away. This is only Torment 3, and I got 9,058 HP, and I'm capped on fire res. And that jank just melted my HP like it wasn't even there.
Nerf up.
Hashtag nerf. Well, no. He already got nerfed. Never mind. Butcher's already been nerfed. I made myself sad. Oh, Mara Winter High. Thanks for the raid again. I appreciate it. Hype. Finn the Human. Welcome back, Finn the Human. That's totally a human, guys. Not a robot. Okay? I don't know why you guys would think that. Not a robot. What's up, Dreg the Brawler?
When we getting a campfire chat? When we getting a mid-season patch? When we getting some bugs fixed? What the heck, Blizzard?
I think they are deathly afraid to touch the Season 6.
I just want like the Druid bugs fixed.
Who's
I want the bad
playing
bugs
Druid? Who's playing Druid?
Hey, you know like my droid.
I think there was a like on the Diablo 4 .life website. There's a on the side. There's like a panel that shows you like all the most popular like aspects and classes and stuff like for the builds. And yeah, this is the build guide like thing. And I don't know if this is indicative of like what the player base is actually playing, but that's the spread on the classes.
Yeah.
77.4% of them of all the builds are Spiritborn builds. Which of course, you know, like it's the new class, so it's the new hotness, but nobody's playing the other classes. I'm probably like the only one streaming a non-Spiritborn right now on any like streaming platform.
No, I've seen a couple playing other things.
Brawl. Which one is Brawl? That's the brawling skills, of course. I'm stupid. Disembowel, Imbiber, Marshall. Still don't have any of the ones I need. I am a barbarian. You like watching me? You learn lots from me? Well, I appreciate it. I'm glad that I teach you stuff. Really, it's just me learning. Like, that's really, like, what's going on half the time. I'm just learning. We can learn together. It's a beautiful day in the Diablo hood. A beautiful day in the Diablo. Oh, won't you be mine? Oh, won't you be my learning partner? What was his name? Daniel Tiger? The little puppet. Freaking love Daniel Tiger.
So if I take an aspect of elements and put it on my barbarian, is that good?
Well, Daniel Tiger. It really depends on whether the aspect of elements it works for your character. What kind of build are you, Daniel Tiger? For those uncultured swine who don't know who Daniel Tiger is, I will show you a picture of Daniel Tiger. This is Daniel Tiger right here. Okay. This is Daniel Tiger. This also is Daniel Tiger playing with his truck. All right. He's playing with his truck. You shush. And this is Daniel Tiger taking a nap. All right. Let's see. He's taking a nap. All right, let's put this in here. We need a rumble. We got the rumble glyph. We actually have one of our glyphs. I don't know where it goes. I'm just gonna slap it in there. I'll have to look it up later. Slap a dap a ding dong, slap a ping pong, slap a dap a ding dong, gonna slap a ding dong.
Wait, were you slapping with your ding one?
A ramalama ding dong.
No.
Look, Ramalani's magnum opus, Ramalama ding dong. Okay, that is a professional name. All right, that is professionale. Dang it. Filled up my potions. I was trying to not fill up my potions because I wanted to click on a shrine. I have to start carrying around some temerities with me so I can click on the health shrines for the event. Yeah, some of the aspects really do need to be combined. Like, it's... I don't know why they're separate. Like, Wanton Rupture could easily be added into Berserk Ripping. Like, just squash those together. Let's put them together. I don't see any reason why not. They're both bleed effects. Like, they're just yeah. Let's put them in and put them together. The Wanton Rupture is nice, but I just never want to take it because it's... Yeah. Like, it's not tied into anything good, and it's like on a 10-second cooldown, so... Like, it doesn't really have a lot of, like, punch on its own unless you're doing, like, a traditional, like, bleed 'em up, and then, like, you rupture once. Like, if you're only using Rupture, like, once every, you know, like, 30 or 40 seconds or something, or, you know, like if you're doing a build like that, then Wanton Rupture makes kind of sense, but, like, there's not a lot of builds like that. Especially with all the cool bonuses that Rupture has. You want to use it, like, as much as you can. Like, gives you attack speed, you know, it gives you freaking, like, a free overpower, which feeds into your Gushing Wounds explosion. You know, it gives you freaking, what's the other thing that Rupture does? It has another, like, cool effect. Oh yeah, you can heal yourself with it, too. Like, hitting at least one enemy with Rupture, you can heal yourself for 22% of your life if you want to. Be careful. Hey, Executioner. Well, every glyph that I find is one less glyph that I need to find. And I love me some Reese's Cups. I don't know what it is about peanut butter and chocolate together, but it makes an excellent combination. And you know what the tragedy of dogs is? The tragedy of dogs is that they love peanut butter. They can't have chocolate. So the combination of their lives is refused to them. Refused. Womp womp womp, hatred spire. Come on down and feel my ire. Boom, 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 boom. Ow, so many explosions I can't see because I'm covering up the ground with blood puddles. So you said there's a sound when the event thing happens? I didn't hear anything, but a goblin spawned. Maybe it's just my character's too loud. He is very loud.
killers are likely still above.
Hey, iron. Oh man, this event is hilarious. I put puddles all over the place, and the monsters just keep spawning from all over the place, so they just walk into the puddles and they just die. All I gotta do is keep the puddles up.
Glad I helped. I need to make amends. Much.
I am held captive by a species I am unfamiliar with. They lack sensibility and intelligence, as if
It seems like the Rupture Overpower is separate from the bleed damage, like, pull. So I think, like, the free Rupture Overpower is just happening, like, willy-nilly of, like, everything else. Like, it doesn't seem to be tied into anything. I mean, it's a free overpower that happens all the time, so, like, I ain't gonna complain. It gives me the gushing wounds every single time, but it doesn't seem to, like, add the bleed damage into it and then rupture and then overpower the bleed damage. It just seems to be just overpowering in general. Double jump? Why are we double jumping? I don't got the thruster boots yet. I don't need the thruster boot upgrade on Metroid Prime. What are the jump boots? The gravity boots? I can't remember.
That'll cover black.
I don't have those yet. Can't do a double jump. Nightmare Dungeons. Which character are you working on, Leon? You still working on your, what are you working on? Your fire barb? Everybody's in their sugar comas from last night. Sugar comas. Alright, got the treasure room. I love the treasure rooms, by the way. The treasure rooms are just so good. They are such a good idea. Whoever came up with the treasure room in Diablo 4, the dev team, like, for the new maps. Thumbs up, my friend. Well, I'm gonna do the really weird thumb. There you go. Scare you guys with it. Thumbs up. I bet you guys can't do this. I didn't know that there were people in the world that can't bend their thumb like that until one day I did, like, I bent my thumb like that on a video, and, like, the people were like, ugh, how are you doing that? How are you able to bend your thumb like that? And I'm like, what are you talking about? That's just, like, normal articulation. Like, what do you got? Like, Hobbit, like, dwarf fingers or something? You got, like, a dwarf thumb that doesn't bend?
Hey guys.
What's up? How's it going, Dave?
Oh, it's the weekend. Thank God.
Hmm?
It's the weekend, and I'm stealing my kid's candy from last night, so it's
Yeah,
good.
yeah. Thieve it all.
Blessings, stranger.
Just gonna cause a bunch of dental bills anyway, so you know. So
Right.
you're really saving yourself money. That's how you should look at it. I'm having so much fun on this this Rupture Barb. This is great.
You see what I posted from Rax talking about barbs?
Oh yeah. While he plays a quill feathers Spiritborn,
Basically, yeah.
like the most generic Spiritborn ever. There's a deathbow helmet. It sucks. Honestly, I think the non-Spiritborn characters are more fun. I was talking about that earlier before you showed up.
Yeah.
I think that playing the regular characters that are actually balanced properly is actually way more fun. The Spiritborn just feels like you're cheating. Like it feels like you turned on God mode and like unlimited damage.
Unlimited power.
Especially when you go back and forth between the two and you realize just how much more powerful the Spiritborn is.
Yeah.
It's kind of insane actually. I'm not even really taking advantage of most of the bugs on my payback build. Like my payback build's probably the closest to a real build that's not taking advantage of like all the bugs, like the interdiction bug and the unyielding hits and like all the other things. Although I do think the armor one is decent. I don't know if that one's actually going to get hit with a hammer. That one actually might survive. But my payback build's not really using any of those. It's not really using any of the bugs. It's not using Fellsooth Slayer or the interdiction or the I'm trying to remember. It's not really stacking into the viscous shield bug either. Like I'm not really trying to stack that. And I'm already hitting for like billions. Billions.
Stick to the trees and keep safe.
Hundreds of billions. She's back from outer space. And you got that sad look on your face, and you look like a rock that came from outer space and it went through the atmosphere. All pitted in gray. Dude, the ugly bastard helm really is ugly, isn't it? I want to make my barbarian look cool. I need a cool barbarian. Rupture. I actually really like the look of the Helm of Perdition. It's got a neat look to it. It looks like some sort of like Viking doujink. I like it. I don't like these pants. Those are not bad. Pants, 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 panty pants, 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 pants. Pants, 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 pants. What are these, like cargo pants? They kind of look cool. Let's see if we can pair them up with some cargo boots. I remember my kneecaps look really big, like I'm a horse or something. What the hell? Like, why do I got like big giant horse kneecaps? You know what? We're not doing the horse kneecaps. No horse kneecaps. I was actually thinking about the swashbucklers pants. They're kind of nice. I like these. Oh my god, there's a peg leg. How did I not know there was a peg leg?
Oh yeah, there's a peg leg.
I don't want a peg leg though.
You need a peg leg.
Oh. I don't want to have a peg leg.
Let the intrusive thoughts win. You need a peg leg.
Peg leg Pete. Peg leg Pete.
And my druid's full pirate, man.
You
Peg
went
leg,
full
yeah.
pirate with the peg leg
Yeah.
and everything?
Yeah, that's amazing.
He's going peg leg, huh?
Well, you gotta nerf the barb somehow. Can't have him doing all this damage.
Hashtag nerdbug.
Yeah, he's got 4 weapons, so he can't have 2 legs.
Oh wow. Roll Mariner looks freaking hot. Ugh. I like that. Wow, 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 wow. I need my puppy. Puppy, puppy, puppy. Mm. Name your pets? What do you mean, name my pets? They have names. Ralti, Alcor, Ashira, Natalia. They have names. No, I got a peg leg now. Peg leg Pete. Peg leg Pete. Come on down and let's eat peg leg Pete. You thought I named my puppy? I was talking about my beta puppy. My beta puppy is from the beta. You never seen my beta puppy? He's a, he was given out for the beta. I think you can get like a different version of him on the shop, but the beta puppy specifically is a beta reward that was given out for playing the beta. That's the beta puppy.
Salutations, Wanderer. Come and don the mantle of history's champions.
One. It's up there. Rogue's Legacy. It's in the reduced section. 40% off.
Wow.
Oh. Mm.
It was meant to be.
Mm. 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 It really does look good. It looks just like the Rogue. I like it. I like it a lot. Apparently I don't have enough platinum. I'm 28 platinum short. Great. Cody, what are you borking at? You always doing the heckin' bork. Always doing the heckin' bork. He says Wyndham's outside.
It calls to you.
Yay, we did it. What else do they got on sale? They got some other ones on sale too. Blood Raven, she's on sale. The Scarlet Bard. I didn't particularly like the Blood Raven one. I mean, it's okay, I guess. I mean, the Blood Raven's a hoochie, so. Hoochie pants. And like, it comes with like the Blood Raven tattoo. Blood Raven was a rogue that went crazy in Diablo 2. Supposedly she's the rogue from Diablo 1. That's the story, anyway. Okay, well, I've got Ire. I guess I could just throw Ire in for the time being until I find something else, and then I can activate it. Shouldn't take much to activate that. So I've got the Twister Glyph activated, I've got the Rumble Glyph activated now. Damage should be shooting through the roof. I don't have him at 46 or nothing, but... I need, what's the one that has critical strike damage on the barb? It's, Wrath? Or something like that? I think it's Wrath. Yeah, Wrath. That's the one that stacks critical strike damage. Yeah. We need that one. I think we need to get Wrath. Holy heck, I don't even want to know what's on the screen right now. What? What's on the screen, Silverago? On the silver screen? The screen of silver? Let's see if I can do a 65. The mess of little glyphs. Oh, that's the Paragon board. It's good. I like the Paragon board. It's not really all that complicated. Especially since they reduced the number of active glyphs that you can, or boards that you can have to 5. It's made it a lot more simple. Just basically pick your 5 boards and max them out. Like, there's a lot less of a puzzle there. I mean, there's still a little bit of a puzzle, but... Yay, Paragon 258. Haven't played this new one, stopped at D3 for me. Well, D3 and D4 are not really alike. I think you'll find that Diablo 4 is way better than Diablo 3. Especially if you're a Diablo 2 fan. The only people who think Diablo 4 is worse than Diablo 3 are the people who, like... Or, I don't even know, they're crazy people who think Diablo 3 is the best game ever. And that pretty much tells you all you need to know about those guys.
They're like, oh, Diablo 3 is the best game that ever existed.
Like, no. Just no. 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 Cody, what are you doing? Are you being a goodist? Is you being a goodist or no? Is you be or ain't you be a goodist? Did you eat my cheesies? Did you eat my cheesies? You ate my cheesies, didn't you? You're a cheesy thief. Give me a pow. Give me that pow. It's a good pow. Would you like a green apple candies? Hmm? What do you think? Some green apples? Green apples candies. I hate crashing in the pit. You get like all the way to the boss. Freaking crash while you're at the boss. Like, okay, goodbye Glyphy XP. Miles said he has the dwarven thumbs. He's got the dwarven ones. Wom, wom, wom. What's up, Edward? I've been putting Shroud of False Death on like every character. I don't even care anymore. Like it's such a good item. It just I need like several Shrouds of False Death now. I need to go get like I need several more.
Yeah.
I'm tired of swapping them between all my characters.
Specific
That's
chest
what I'm
versus
doing right now.
Architect, it's like best in slot for everything.
I mean, it's not best in slot for everybody, but it is best in slot for pretty much everybody.
Problem for me is like I can't seem to get Bach runes to save my life.
Oh, you still need some?
Oh, I have one chest. I don't. It's fine.
I mean,
I'm
because
just saying,
I've
like,
got some Bach runes.
probably
It's
are
bosses.
some
It's bosses, by the way. If you just
Yeah,
go do a bunch of bosses, I mean, we can get a whole bunch of runes. Heck, we might even get a shroud.
I'm running the boss summoning opal right now. At some point I'll do another bossing session, but
I mean, at the moment, I've got about 10 trillion Duriels and Andariels that like need to be run. Like, I haven't really been doing them at all, so.
I have a bunch of Duriels. I did like 50 Andes the other night, and she got me nothing. Not even a good unique. Just like literally garbage from her.
I'm having to remember to stick around the shrines for this event, because like, oh wait, no, I'm gonna pit, so then nothing's gonna spawn here. But like when I'm in the dungeon, sometimes I click on the shrine and then run away, and then like a goblin spawns, and I look on the map and I'm like, is there a goblin like way back there? And he's sitting right next to the shrine, so he spawned from the shrine. I just didn't wait long enough to see if he would spawn.
You'll hear the chuckle either of the butcher or of the.
I don't hear it. I must have my sound turned down.
You must have yours, because there's like a creepy, like, crackle.
Yeah, it must be turned down because I don't hear anything. Alright guys, we need 4 Rupture builds. I want to see how ridiculous this crap is. Everybody make a Rupture build. I want to stack puddles, okay? I want to stack blood puddles.
I have a bar waiting to be leveled.
We need to stack blood puddles, okay? I want maximum blood puddle stacking. We're all just spamming Rupture, fighting over the bleed damage.
The best way to level right now, if you don't want to do all the strongholds, is you just still do HellTide?
I mean, if you're talking about just leveling normally, I mean, it doesn't really matter. You can do HellTide, you can do whatever.
Yeah.
Honestly, it doesn't even really take that long to level normally.
No, I get my characters to 35 with the Whisper caches, and then yeah.
Wish I could find the glyphs before level 60. That would be nice. That would give me a really good reason to level up my characters the normal way.
Yeah.
Alright, finally got Raft. I can squeeze that in somewhere. Raft needs to be put in a good place so I can max out the critical strike damage. Wrath is Dex. What is the best Dex board for Barbarian? Alright, let's see here. That's like one of the main ones for this character, so... Wow, I think I got like no dex boards. Force of Nature is very bad, 49. Blood Rage is 51. Meh. Hemorrhage is 59. So maybe Hemorrhage is the way to go with this one. And then we've got Decimator. Decimator's 54. So yeah, it looks like Hemorrhage. I think that's all the decks. There is no more decks to grab in that board. Alright, so we need to rumble somewhere else. Wow, Rumble can't even get access to the 10s without a size increase. That's awful. So can't activate Rumble over there. Unfortunate. What is the two-handed one? Yeah, it's not bad. 25% bonus to magic nodes, 8% increased damage while wielding two-handed weapons. Healthy damage bonus, 10.8%. It's a pretty hefty healthy damage bonus. Cody, what's the matter? Do you gotta go Peppa Doodle?
No other people I'd rather break bread with.
Do you gotta go Doodles?
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer? My hammer sings on your return.
Oh, nice. You got Try to False Death as your first mythic unique, Edward? That's amazing. Cody, it's only been like an hour since we came up here. Like, why are you whining? You got mud butt? You got mud butt? You gotta go diarrhea? You gotta go peppers? Gotta go do this? Gotta go do this, okay. Alright, Cody's got a mud butt. I'll be right back.
Sweet. Another
Mr. Goody Two Shoes, Mr. Goody Two Shoes. Ginger Evil Mentor here. Why bother farming when you can go to MMOEXP.com and simply purchase your items in gold? GGM would have you farm the items. What a pathetic being. Use code GEM Ginger Evil Mentor for 6% off your entire purchase. And don't tell Ginger Gaming Mentor that I was here.
All right. Let's get these glyphs leveled. I mean, if anybody wants me to power level a character, you can run along with me. I'm just blowing through some 60s.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'll probably come on too.
I need to get these glyphs leveled up, so.
Get the rogue leveled up.
Rogue's fun this season. I like Rogue.
Yeah.
Alchemical admixture is a really interesting one. I feel like I could make quite a few builds around it.
I still need to make my favorite.
I like the new key passives. Like, I don't know if I've said that, but like, they added a lot of new key passives, and I like the new key passives. It opens up a lot of builds. Like the Barb Thorns key passive, the Alchemical Admixture for the Rogue, the new key passive for the Necromancer that curses, the The new key passive for the sorceress, was it enlightenment or whatever? It opens up a lot to have more key passives, like more acknowledgement of certain builds.
I think if you want to level us, you have to come down to Penitent.
Yeah, I'm in one right now, so
That's fine.
So when I hop out of this one, you guys can just invite me, and then that'll pull me down to your tier. And then as long as you guys take the portal at the end, I think we'll be okay.
Yeah.
That way the glyph thing will be at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Ow, 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 ow. Why are there so many of you guys? They just all like dog piled on me all of a sudden. My little baby's he's not tanky yet. I gotta give him some tankiness. What's up, Audie Rhymeclaw? You know, I really like the stealth on the armor too, because it allows you to like set up. Like instead of getting immediately land blasted by the boss as soon as you go into the arena, like you get to like stealth over to the boss and like smack him in the back of the head. Dude, what is with these lightning? I know my reses are capped. Ridiculous lightning damage. There's definitely some kind of bug with the lightning damage. I don't know what it is. Like the lightning damage still seems to do like way too much compared to everything else. You'll have all the damage reduction in the world, like 85% lightning res caps. You know, 85% all reses. You get hit by like any of the other elements and you're fine, but the lightning for some reason just cuts right through you. And it's only like a couple of the lightning abilities, it's not all of them. The tether specifically, that one's rough. Running away from me. Trying to stack my bleed pool puddles underneath your butt. Stacking, 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 stacking. Stacking, 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 stacking. I lost a bunch of damage because my rumble glyph isn't activated anymore. Oh, a triple GA's chest armor. Beautiful. Let's see what it is. It's so ugly. It's so ugly. What even is that? What even is that? GA armor, GA thorns, GA fury per second? Like, what is that? Why? Why? Why did I have to roll all the bad ones? Like, you couldn't roll any of the good ones? Hmm?
That is
Hey, I
certainly
need
a chess
100
piece.
billion gold.
What? 100 billion? That's what it's worth? Really?
No, I need 100 billion.
Why do you need 100 billion gold?
To get this 4GA ugly bastard helm.
I seen that one on there too. I offered him 10 billion. He counter offered me 70. He said I'm not letting it go for anything less than 70.
Smart man.
It's nice. That's a 79 too.
All right, are we going? Let's go. Come on. You guys gotta invite me. Come on, I'm a lazy streamer here. This is work. You don't gotta make me do work. Working hard for my money.
See some steel you need.
It doesn't help that this ugly bastard helm that I'm using doesn't have the aggressive resistance. It's like a 1 on the aggressive resistance. It's really bad. Alright, Zerka here. Who's Zerka? Is that
That would be me.
Okay, so we're missing Dev. Need you coming too, Dev?
Yep.
I can't believe they gave me a triple greater affix armor, and it's like the worst triple greater affix armor I've ever seen in my life. You know what's sad is I don't even think, even if I rolled off one of the stats, I don't even think I would be okay with using that as like a armor piece for any character. Because it's got thorns and it's got armor value. And I don't know. Maybe if I used it on a non-barbarian that needed armor value, maybe that would be interesting.
Oh, look at the cute little Tyraels.
Cute little Tyraels? Who's got a cute little Tyraels?
Yeah.
Yeah, on my rogue. I also have Air of Perdition. I also have Melted Heart Leg and Ring of Starless Skies on this character right now.
Dude, it's fun leveling up with those items. Especially when you do Tyraels and Melted Heart together, you get all that movement speed and your character's just running around at like 200% movement speed.
You need a lot of movement speed to make the spin to win rogue build work.
Dude, it's so fun though.
Yeah, you've built it?
No, I mean the movement speed.
Oh,
Like
yeah,
I've done the Tyraels, you know, Melted Heart, like Air of Perdition, like full. I've done like the full mythics, and it's so much fun. Shroud is really fun. Shroud of False Death is really fun on the new characters too, because of the stealth, and then it gives you the movement speed from the stealth. Every time I make a new character, they always feel like they're slow as dirt. But as soon as you put on all the mythics, that's why I like having at least one of all the mythics all the time. Just like go level up a new character and you just throw on everything. It's like, what are you wearing? Well, everything. I got Shroud of False Death on. I've got Air of Perdition on my head. I've got Melted Heart of Salek on my neck. I got a Ring of the Starless Sky on my finger. I've got Grandfather in my right hand, Doombringer in my left hand.
I need a mythic pair of boots.
Yeah, I don't know if they're afraid of making a mythic for every slot. I don't understand why there's no mythic bow. I feel like Windforce should have been the mythic bow, but it wasn't. I don't even know why Windforce isn't the mythic bow.
We need what? We need boots, pants, and gloves. That's what we need.
Mythic pants.
Mythic boots, pants,
On the
and
bottom
gloves.
it says totally doesn't have crotch rot. Alright, about to do the boss.
What was that? 5 seconds? So slow.
Oh gosh, I'm sorry. Jeez.
He's giving you the bootleg boost.
Yeah,
he gets the Spiritborn boost, and then he gives the bootleg boost.
Yeah, just shut up. It's good. I'm good.
Come on down the street here. Let me show you my boosting services. Oh, what do you got down there? Well, it'll be 1 hour to 60. 1 hour to 60.
5 seconds on a pit 50.
Look.
What kind of peasant are you?
I ain't even got my glyphs. I'm working on my glyphs. You guys are getting the free ride to town from the farmer who's trying to get his crop to the doojank. Okay.
The Lamborghini boost versus the.
I'm not.
I got a peg leg. All right. What do you want from me? I'm missing a whole foot.
It's the Timu boost.
That's just terrible. It's terrible. I want to rupture your brain cells.
He's using Yamcha to level you up.
That's right. There was actually some meme news article I read about the new Dragon Ball. Apparently the new Dragon Ball is so easy and the characters are so overpowered that people are actually playing as Yamcha so that they can actually have a challenge. They're literally just picking Yamcha and they're beating like SSJ4, like GT Goku with like frickin' Yamcha. And then they post it on the internet and they're like, see, Yamcha's good. Because apparently in that new Dragon Ball game, you can pretty much just kill anybody with anybody. Like, it doesn't matter. So, Yamcha, even though he's not exactly the most powerful, he can kill SSJ4 Goku, apparently. No. It's interesting. I don't know how big the rupture or the gushing wounds explosion really is because it's hard to see. But like, it seems to hit targets that are like really far away from me. Like, I guess because I have the rupture 100% explosion size, but like, I'll see monsters bleeding and they're nowhere near me. Like that guy over there was bleeding. He wasn't even in range. Last one. You guys are already level 48.
That's before you kill the boss too. You get most of the XP from the boss.
Yeah. Alright, boss is up. Hey, dominate cliff. Nice. I was like, where the hell did the thing spawn? Is it outside the world?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
You
think
have unspent glyph experience. Yeah, no shit. Thank you. I don't have any glyphs.
Okay, I'll be back later.
He'll be back.
Yep, gotta go do things.
No, you're not allowed to do things. Things? What are things? Don't do things. It's not a bad ancestral helmet. Next. I don't have a single 46 glyph on this character. I feel like he's doing really good for, like, what he is. Now that I have an actual idea of reality. Next. Where the hell did those monsters go? They just disappeared. I didn't even see them die. I was fighting them and then they were just gone. Like they unloaded from the world. The hell was that? Like the freaking administrator just hit delete. Does it look absolutely silly on you guys' screens too? Like when I put like all the puddles down? I got like freaking 10 puddles on the ground at the same time, covering up everything. Or are they kind of transparent?
What kind of barb you running? What is this?
Rupture. All rupture all the time, baby. It's the silliest build ever, dude. It's a build I kind of wanted to make back when the third blade first came out, the one that turns your weapon mastery skills into core skills. So I'm basically just running Rupture as my main ability. And I'm using the Fields of Crimson to get the puddles, and then it also overpowers every single time, so I'm using Gushing Wounds to get the free overpowers. And it's just like, it's a ridiculously large number of puddles. Hey, Dev with the frickin' Prime sub. Hell yeah.
Realized I still had that
Prime sub.
this month.
Okay, we need to level up Raft first, I think, is the play.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
She forges more than horseshoes and nails, guys. Actually got some of my glyphs online now, so I should be able to go through 55 easily. I'm just trying to get these glyphs leveled up to the point where they're actually useful. I couldn't even activate Rumble earlier because it wasn't large enough to reach the strength nodes to activate it. Now Rumble's activated, Twister's activated, Raft is activated. These overpower power blades are ridiculous. I didn't think this build was going to be as AoE as it is. I think that's my biggest surprise. I thought it was going to be more single target-y. But it's not. It's very AoE. Like, extremely so. I had never played around with Rupture explosion size. I think that's where, like, I hadn't actually, that was a new temper that was added specifically for this season. So it wasn't something that I had really played around with. I'd also like to try out Steel Grasp. It'd be interesting to see how Steel Grasp works as a main ability as well. Just infinite pull-ins. And there's that new aspect where Steel Grasp shoots like metal shards or something like that. Sounds like a really fun build. I think it's tied into what the new amulet for Iron Maelstrom. So it's like a whole build, Iron Maelstrom, Steel Grasp. Oh, hello, Yiza Evershift. Maybe I should swap the lunging strike for this build just so I can get more movement speed. I don't even really need the flay. I was kind of using the flay as a multiplier, which I guess it probably still is useful for bosses. If I swap to Lunging Strike, I could probably get some more movement ability out of it. Get around the map easier. You know, just speed, basically. Gotta go fast. Sanic to Hoojag. Alright. Pulse up.
Wow. Couldn't get it.
Wow, just shy.
Yeah, like 3 bar.
Hmm. Damn, well, you get it next time.
Yeah.
Yeah, get it next time.
I could have swore I was going to get it this time, but no, not enough.
All right. I see you got the air of partition. Oh, do you have the cosmetic, or you just wear the helmet?
No, I have the helm. I'm wearing the helm. I'm wearing materials. I'm wearing Melted Heart and Starless on this character right now. So.
Well, you're probably strong enough to live in here. Put all that mythics on.
The helm does look cool though.
It dies really well. Have you seen how well it dies?
Yeah, God.
Like, it has some really nice die
I was good until the
options.
poison came in on me. Oh, I was living for a bit there. Definitely living for a moment.
You see how the monsters can't even like pass through my puddles without dying?
Mhm.
It's hilarious. Like they don't even get a chance. They just immediately like get mutilated as soon as they try and walk through the puddle. You could probably just like run around in circles in the puddle and the monsters would chase you and they would die just running around in the circles of the puddle. Nightmare Toxic Lurker. I love these ones, you know, like the spiders, where you kill the spider and then the baby spiders pop out. And there's like 1,000 million spiders, like, always popping out. Because the puddles, like, the puddles don't care. Like, they just, as soon as they spawn, they're just immediately in the puddle and then they just melt. I think it's freaking great. There's definitely been some fun builds this season. Just lots of silliness going on.
Still a lot more Spiritborn builds I want to try before, you know, they nerf them into the ground, just so I can try them.
There's a lot of builds I want to play around with.
I think Rake and Crushing Hands are next up on my list at some point.
I hear Crushing Hands is like really good if you get the size up.
Yeah.
Like, you gotta get the size of it like to the point where it's like hitting the whole screen basically.
Mm-hmm.
You definitely want to get the 100% bonus on the Crushing Hand size.
It looks like a Hulk smash build.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you're 60 now.
Yeah.
Punks. Oh, this is so much fun. Like running in here, it's you just rupture, bleed, puddle the whole ground. I don't know how to explain it. This is a really fun build. I don't know how high it's gonna scale. We'll see. I'm sure it's like all the non-Spiritborn builds. It probably won't go as high as the Spiritborn can, but it's so fun. It's so fun. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. What's up, Blood Bishop? Let's see who's really the Blood Bishop's son. Because I'm the Blood Bishop's son. I am the one, and I'm gonna take you down on the run. Okay, that was beautiful. You were stealing my life while you were bleeding to death. How'd that work out for you? It did not work out for him. Spoiler! Well, you're 60 now. Congratulations.
Yeah, go mess around with some gear choices here.
Got doojanks. He's got doojanks, y'all. He got doojanks. He got some doojanks. Some doojanks. Yeah, thankfully a lot of the stuff from the Spiritborn is compatible with the Rogue because it's all dex based.
It's all dex based. Yeah. Dex max life.
So you can just swap it out. You just swap it over. It's not a big deal.
Yeah. Yeah.
The only thing you might have some trouble finding is a bow. Or like a crossbow.
Gambling.
Yeah. I've been having trouble on the Barbarian finding two-handed maces. They just won't drop.
Quest for aspects will start over for me.
I mean, I could hop on my Rogue and drop you a bunch of the regular normal crap. Try and speed up your aspect farming.
I'm not worried about it. Worst case scenarios, I'll keep playing the Spiritborn and come back over to the Rogue and gamble and rinse repeat for a little bit.
You get every aspect you need on any new class by just going to the mercenaries and just spending all your bell marks.
Yeah.
Like 2,000 bell marks.
I've gotten 2 perfects from them so far. The mercs. It's such a good shop.
Yeah, you're right.
Did I forget to choose a second mercenary on this person, or like what's going on? Where's my second merc at?
Yeah, you don't have a second merc.
No, I don't have a reinforcement. I don't even think Ranya's set up. No, she's not. I must have been doing something. Like, I don't know what I was doing. I must have been doing something specific. really do anything about it right now. I want to go to the den real quick and swap around. Or maybe I keep her. I don't know. She's got some bleeds. Maybe her bleeds will stack into my bleeds. I could pull her bleeds. Not a bad option. Pop, 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 pop. Oh, that was a nice 102 million. Absolutely love how the bleed just stacks. Stacks and stacks and stacks with this build. I look over at a monster I'm not even fighting. Like, I didn't even attack, and he's got like 90% of his bar in bleed, like, already. I haven't even touched him. I think this build is better than the Flay build. I mean, I'm not hitting billions yet. But I feel like it's only a matter of time. Funny, I think I'm retiring my Tyraels. I don't think I'm going to use Tyraels anymore on any of my characters. I was just thinking about that. I have a Tyrael sitting in the stash, and I think the Shroud is just so much better. It's crazy too, because like you would think it's just offensive, but there's a lot of defensive passives as well. Like there's all the characters have defensive passives. And getting +1 to all your defensive passives also helps tremendously to make your character tankier. So it's not like you really lose like too much of the defensive capability that you were getting from Tyraels, but you gain a whole bunch of offensive capability as well, which is really nice. It's always nice when you can get your offense and your defense at the same time. Alright, almost there. We got obly bobblies that need to be spent. Obly bobblies.
See some steel you need?
Let me go spin to some obly bobblies. I need to get myself a really nice ancestral maze.
Well, not a basilisk below shining beauty.
We got one ancestral overkill. Well, that's pathetic.
Better than starting from nothing.
Well, there's some. All finished, are you?
All them obly bobblies, and we didn't get nothing good. Nothing good. Oh yeah, let's go to the den. Get a reinforcement set up.
You take me in because you think I'm a pathetic child.
Might as well just get raw here.
Like us need some help.
I like Bastion. It's nice to have that set up.
I'll try to make this quick.
How many marks do I get? 100. Dang. Nothing but garbage. Garbaggio. He's a garbaggio. Alright, you're capped. Good. It's my blood rage. Dominate. Crusher. Ooh, I do have the might. I want to try that one out. I think might be a good one for this character. I'll level it. Nice, that'll work out pretty well too, because that'll give me bonus to the berserking nodes, which will help me cap out that. Especially since I swapped it out for ire. It should work just fine. Wrath needs to be capped for critical strike damage. So we need every dex node within range. Which I do believe I've already gotten every dex node within range. Yep. 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 Yeah, okay, so everyone's already been purchased here, which means that we can, like, stack up strength on this node. I can grab that max damage down there. That'll work nicely. Wow, 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 wow. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Alright. I'm still in hard difficulty from when you guys invited me. I was wondering why my frickin' armor was 2,000. I was like, why is my armor 2,000? Alright, let's do another 60. Let's get this two-handed glyph online. I almost got my Wrath glyph online. Start scaling our damage a little bit. Almost 60 million. Not bad. I gotta say, the game feels so much more complete now. Like, I mean, now that we've got mercenaries and like the rune word system, and it just feels so much more complete. And I kind of like before, it always kind of felt like there was just a bunch missing. You're like, well, can I do anything else to make my character stronger? And they're just like, no. Like, isn't there some runes I could put? No. Aren't there some mercenaries I could have? No. Isn't there like you know, like some sort of like upgrade system I could do for my weapon? No. It's like, okay, I'll just stand over here and be a weakling. The weakest of weaklings. I don't know, now you can make your character, you get your runes online, your equipment, you throw your tempers in, you get some master working done. You grab your mercenaries, you start leveling up your glyphs, you get everything situated, throw your skill tree. Like, it actually feels like you're actually making a character now. Like, building a build. Fiery skeleton cap.
Sounds like my kids are watching the original Ghostbusters downstairs.
Nice.
This is solid choice.
You should go into the circuit breaker box and like flip the breaker in the middle of like one of the spooky scenes.
Yeah.
Why not?
You good?
You don't want to scare the crap out of your kids?
Oh, I do that all the time.
Scare the bejesus out of them.
So fun. I'm enamored with these characters when I build them and I get everything working and like it functions right, you know, feels good. I'd be addicted. Everything feels so good about this character. Like the way that it functions, the speed, the AoE damage, the single target. Speaking of which, Leon, why are the frickin' third blades so expensive?
Weapon throw?
Yeah,
Most popular build?
But why is it like even like 750s? Like people are posting 750s on there. Like terrible 750s at that. Like they're like, I don't understand
Supply and demand. Not many barbs, but the barbs that do play barb want weapon throw.
I don't want weapon throw. I want rupture.
Already the most popular build.
But I want rupture. There may be a mountain of Reese cup wrappers over here in my trash can right now. I'm not showing you guys. It's embarrassing.
How often does the the person reset in the den without having to click the restock supply?
Oh, it's once a day.
Is it once a day? Okay. Per character or per account?
I don't know.
Got to be per.
It just says free restock.
Yeah, for the first time, then you can hit it again for 100.
Yeah, every day it'll give you one free restock.
Yeah. Okay.
The mercenaries are shared between all characters. Like the pale marks are shared, everything's shared.
Yeah.
I know that I'm gonna go to the den right now with another character and see if the
restock.
The free restock is available on other characters.
Yeah.
I mean, if that's the case, I'm going on all my characters. Let's go.
14 characters.
We'll need sharp knives in here.
Restock is free.
14 characters, 14 restocks.
Yep. I wonder if I can buy them on my Spiritborn and open them up on my Rogue and get Rogue aspects.
Try.
No, what I've been doing is I've been ignoring the boxes, and I go for the ancestrals. I'm looking for the ancestral items in there.
Yeah. On the new class, though, he needs everything.
Yeah.
Everything at this point. Or, yeah. There's like a perfect roll on something.
Oh yeah, the ancestrals are amazing for that. I've seen more perfect rolls in.
Get max rolls.
Yeah, I've seen more ancestrals in there in the barter shop
Yeah.
with perfect rolls on them than I have like in the entire time I've been playing the game.
Yeah.
Everywhere else.
And log out all of my Spiritborn in the mercenary den every day. The ones I'm not playing, just leave them there.
Yeah, that sounds insane.
I'm checking it with another character, but yeah, be good.
Yeah, once per day per character sounds kind of insane. Especially when a lot of the really good aspects are, you know, cross character, like Moonrise, or adaptability, or, you know, like elements or edge masters, like.
Yeah, free restock is there, so can confirm.
Goodbye.
nearly max roll rebounding. Well, it's on a 48 out of 49.
I mean, they're really cheap. It's only like, what, 30 or 40 fail marks to pick up an Ancestral in there?
Yeah, 30 maybe, yeah, something like that. This one's a 750 and it's almost max rolled rebounding. Go figure. It's just like one away from the max roll.
Telling you, I've seen more max rolls in there than I have anywhere else. I don't know if they're predisposed to being max rolls or what's going on, but I find an Ancestral in the open, and it's like the worst roll possible that you can get for that aspect. I find a aspect inside that Pale Mark window, and it's like almost the best one most of the time, if not even sometimes like the perfect. Like, I found several in there that weren't perfect, but they were like 1 or 2% off. There's something specific about the Pale Mark window that makes the aspects better. I don't know what it is. I don't care either. I want my perfect aspects, so if that's a way I can farm them, then that's a way that I can farm them. Now you make me want to go like check all my characters and do free restocks on all of them real quick.
Each day?
Like right now. Alright, so let's go. Let me claim my pale marks. You get a lot of pale marks, by the way, by doing bossing.
Oh,
so
yeah.
if we want to get like some pale marks, it seems like you get a pretty large amount for bossing. Okay. So let's hop off, big boy. Let's go to my rogue. Shift M. Got any pale marks on these two? Yep, I had one. Travel the den. There's a travel the den button. It's right here, like behind me. You can't see it, but it's like right there. If you open up the Shift M panel, you can just hit travel the den.
Face shield you forged.
I could teach you how to forge your own shield, little man.
I'd rather you just gave me that one.
Not a very good rapid fire aspect. Yeah, free restock. Okay. Next. Come on, Exsanguinate.
Park all the characters you're not using in the den. Log them out there.
This character is so fast walking around with perdition, materials, melted heart. Oh,
Dude, it's amazing. I love it.
So fast.
Yeah, I love it. I run around like a little crackhead.
One town is as good as another for me.
A bunch of treasure bags too from Goblin. Let's open those bad boys up.
I had a GA movement speed, Melted Heart one season, and a GA movement speed Tyraels. I put them on. I was just like capped out instantly. Just 200% movement speed running around like a crazy person. I actually remember that season, a couple of people actually commented. They were like, holy crap, you're fast.
Yeah. So when you buy them on like Spiritborn, and then you open them up on my Rogue, like I get Rogue things. So easy day.
Well, I just got a Ring of Simple Reprisal. 28% chance to cast Payback. It's 1% off perfect. I'll take that. What is my current one? I think Leon just gave me one the other day, too. So mine is currently perfect, so this is a sale item then. Unless somebody needs it. Wonder how much they're selling for. Can always take a look. God, this website is so laggy. Every time I come here, like I'm just trying to use it, and the website is just ridiculously laggy. Oh yeah, you said I can do sold. Filter. Sold listings. Hmm.
So it's really 2 like free things per character, which is kind of insane.
No, I don't think it is, because I think you get like the
Like
stock that
my
you
bar
had.
has a different screen than this Spiritborn.
Oh, interesting. It looks smaller for me when I was looking through it, but I don't know.
Travel to the den, travel to.
I know what it's like to be the outsider, boy. But you have family in this place.
Someone told me once you can't pick your family. But I think I have.
I'm literally checking on all my characters right now.
Do it.
Having 18,000 characters comes in handy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wink, wink.
That cleaver of yours has seen its use, Variana. Perhaps I'll fire off my forge and make you a new one.
No one knows one.
Different.
What matters most is the hand that wields it.
I'm really hoping to get like a perfect moonrise. That would be amazing.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What you need? Use it well.
I got a box.
Leonard, I feel like every max roll guide for so many classes, like, oh, use Fist of Fate. And I remember our conversation earlier today about Fist of Fate.
Yeah, I don't use them.
I don't think it's worth it, like hardly in any scenario whatsoever.
It is done.
It just doesn't. So I think what it comes down to, and this is just my opinion, is the random number generator in this game is borked. Like I don't know what random number generator they're running, but it has a tendency to display patterns, and the patterns are more often than not bad. They're bad patterns. So like
you
when
see that with just RNG, you see that, yeah.
So the whole thing with the Fist of Fate is it's an RNG of getting between, you know, like a certain percentage of damage, right? So like where's my fists here? I know I've got like a pretty decent fist. So yeah, you get between 1% and 300% of your damage, right? So you would think it would average out to like a 50% bonus. But most of the time what it feels like is instead of it being a 50% bonus, it's actually like you're getting less damage the majority of the time that you're using the gloves. Like it's rolling below 100% the majority of the time, which it shouldn't never do that. But I swear when you're using it, that's exactly what it feels like. Because you'll watch your damage just be garbage for attack after attack after attack after attack. When the law of averages would say that it should, at least on average, be 100% or higher most of the time. So you should be at least getting your normal damage output or higher most of the time. Because it's 100%, it's 1 to 100, 100 to 200, and 200 to 300, right? So you've got a whole 200% that it could roll in that would be higher than your normal damage output. But for some reason, it loves to roll down in the 1% to 99% range. Which is unfortunate, because it just really ruins the way that Fist of Fate is supposed to work.
Why are you here?
I've been practicing.
Loathe tendrils.
One thing I kind of don't like is the barter window doesn't show you whether it's an upgrade or not. Like the aspect, it should show you whether the aspect is an upgrade or not.
You mean you want their UI team to hit 100% home run the first time around?
You mean the sixth time around?
They're designing the best UIs.
The best UIs they're designing?
Yeah.
I didn't know. I did not know. Bom 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 bom. I wonder if that aspect... I know it sounds kind of silly, but... You know there's that aspect that's designed around overpowering, and it puts like those droplets on the ground? And every time you overpower, you get a bunch of droplets, and then when you pick up the droplets, they explode. I mean, the sheer number of overpowers that I have on this character, there'd just be droplets everywhere. Wonder if they would actually do any significant amount of damage or not. Oh, game froze, I guess. Yay! Whee! Well, so much for that run. I'm very tempted to just order some more memory. Some of you guys said you had 64 gigs and you weren't having trouble. And the 16 giggers, they didn't have any trouble either. Let's just go to 64. Let's do it. Let's just get out of here. Let's blow the roof off the memory. I don't even remember what memory I got. Whether I got 2 sticks or 4. If I only got 2 sticks, then I mean, I could probably pick up another 2 sticks. The hell? Oh, do I not, like, I tried to, it logged me out of Amazon and I'm trying to figure out what the hell my password is. Apparently I have no clue what my password is. Wow. Okay. All that just so I could get in and see what my frickin' memory was. Memory. I don't know if those are the sticks in my computer right now. G-Skill 16 gigabyte kit, or 32 gigabyte kit, 16 gigabytes each. No, that's not a 16 gigabyte kit, so that must be for the streaming PC. CPU ID, tell me my RAM sticks. They are DDR4 sticks. I could have sworn I told you more than that. Channel 2X 64-bit DDR4 size 32 gigabytes. Where's the that's what I'm looking for. So there are 8 gigabyte chips. There's 4 of them. So 8, 8, 16, 8, 8, 16, 16, 16, 32. So unfortunately, that means I have to replace all the chips because all the slots are currently taken. It's unfortunate. DDR4 64 gigabyte kit. We got for 64 gig kits. I can never decide with memory companies. Some of the more name brand memory companies have let me down several times in the past. And memory issues are so bad in computers. I don't know if you guys have ever encountered memory issues, like when you're trying to do things, and like they just random crashes and all sorts of other things will happen, like for your PC, or like you'll get glitches and all sorts of other stuff. And then you replace the chips, and all of a sudden, just like that, everything is fixed. It's like instantaneously, it's all fixed. It's really quite unfortunate when it happens. I don't know, what brand chips are you guys going with these days for your memory chips? I mean, I was pretty much sticking with, I think I haven't had any issues with the G-Skill chips. I had issues with the Corsairs. Or was it the Crucials? I can't remember. One of the others. I had several sets of Corsair, I think, and Crucial chips. Had some sort of, like, problem with one of the chips out of, like, the kit. And then I had to send them back for freaking warranty, which was just crazy. Sending back memory chips for warranty is nuts, like, because you just almost never have to do that. Let's do some shopping here. Apparently G-Skill is rated as the best. Okay. G-Skill Trident Z5 Neo. When was this article published, though? Because sometimes these things are old. Oh, that's October 28th, 2024, so that's pretty new. I don't want a 16 gig kit, though. I want a 64 gigabyte kit. Let's see if I can find on Amazon a Trident Z5 at 64 gigabyte kit. I always actually, I also always purchase my memory in kits too. I don't know if you guys have like had issues with that in the past, but I've found that if you don't buy them in kits, a lot of the times they don't match. I had an issue with a RAM set a while back that was the problem with it was that the two chips, because I bought them at two separate times, even though they were the same model number and serial number and everything, they weren't the same frequency. Like they were slightly off from each other in the timings and some of the other settings. And so when the system automatically set them both to the same values, the chip that was incapable of reaching the speeds of the other was like crashing and dying. And I had to go in and figure out what the speed of the second chip was, and I had to decrease the speed of the faster chip to match the slower chip. But it was a pain in the butt until I had figured that out. Okay, well, I mean, that's $119 for a 64 gigabyte kit. The hell is the Royal series? Kind of cool looking. They got like diamonds encrusted on them? What the hell is that? I can't even see inside my case. Why do I want diamonds? There's a video of the diamonds. They're sparkly. I don't think I need all that. Unless they're actually faster. I don't need the sparklies. What's the function of the sparklies except for to be sparkly? And they're really having fun with that, aren't they? What the hell is the difference between... These are Intel XMP chips, which I'm not running Intel, I'm running AMD. I don't know what the Intel XMP means. What the hell is these? Are these brand like choices? There's so many different Neo is apparently the one I'm looking for. So I'm looking for the DDR4 Neo chips. They've also got 4,000 DDR4 chips, but I don't know if my board can handle the 4,000 chips. I don't even know. I need to do a little bit of research on that. My board is the Gigabytes Aorus. I believe it's, I don't know, it's like Ultra X570. Can't believe I remember that from memory. And spec overview. Does not say. Might have to look at the manual. I'm gonna order them right now. I mean, what's the harm in being overprotected memory-wise? 64 gigabytes, so I just never run out. I don't really see any problem with it. Do you? Yeah, I don't think this board, I think it's a waste of money. I don't think this board can handle the 4,000 chips. It doesn't look like, unless there's been some sort of update to the BIOS. But then again, I'm not using a 3rd generation AMD Ryzen. I'm using a 4th generation AMD Ryzen, aren't I? Because the 5800X 3D, I'm pretty sure is generation 4, isn't it? I don't remember. I had to do a motherboard update on this motherboard to be able to use the Ryzen X 5800X 3D because it was originally not capable of being used on this system. It was a third generation. I don't know how to tell which generation the Ryzen 5800X is. I do not know. Yes, the Ryzen 5800X 3D is the 4th generation processor. So, what's the fastest that a 4th generation processor can handle? It gets complicated. Oh, here we go. The 5800X 3D gets diminishing returns above 3600, so just buy another kit like the one you have and you'll be done. So 3600 is like the cap for the 5800X 3D. I mean, the standard chips are 3600, so that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. The voltage on these chips is pretty high, though. I was looking at the, like the difference between the chips voltage-wise. The 3200s are only 1.35 volts. The 3600s are 1.45 volts. Mostly 5 and 4 star ratings with a couple 1 stars. I mean, if we get the 3600s and they're not compatible, or they're not, like, they don't run at 3600, then they'll just run at a lower speed. Like, it's not even really that big of a deal. I think these Trident Z Neos are probably the play. I don't really need the RBG on them, but that's a 2x2 32 gigabyte kit. Can the system even handle 128 gigs? Let's go 128, boys. It's a tax write-off anyway, because, you know, it's for my business. It's hardware, so. Hmm. $128 gigabytes overkill. $128 is the limit. Is 128 GB of RAM overkill? Yes. Yes, it is. Yes. Yes. Who doesn't want to be able to load their entire video game into active memory? Come on. You know what? It's a tax write-off, so yeah, we're doing it. How about that? I'm just going to go ahead and get 128. Let's future-proof. Let's future-proof, baby! I say that, but then like I'll get like a whole new system with like DDR8 memory. By the time like you actually need 128 gigs of RAM, I'll be like, oh, slow Trident memory. Oh yeah, 3600. We're running like 20K with like 256 gigabytes of RAM these days. Like, you got that Slowbee RAM. The Slowbee Belowbee RAM. The XMP profile for the Neo chips is just better suited toward the Ryzen processors. Interesting. XMP profile. This one says Intel XMP. Is there a Ryzen XMP? I doubt Ryzen XMP is a thing. All these just say Intel XMP. Well, this one says AMD Expo. What is AMD Expo? If the speed and the timing is the same, then it's the same. Let's say you take the AMD Expo and your motherboard is not Expo compatible. Applying the exact same setting will do the exact same thing than applying the Expo setting. It's just more convenient to apply. But XMP came before. Even motherboards for AM4 and AM5 are XMP compatible. Interesting. So it depends on whether the board is Expo or XMP compatible, depending on the system. Let's do a quick search in my board, on my motherboard manual for XMP. Support for extreme memory profile XMP modules. Allows BIOS to read the SPD data on XMP memory modules to enhance performance. So yes, I do have XMP in the motherboard. I do not think I have Expo. So I don't think I have the Ryzen Expo in here, despite the fact this is a Ryzen board. do a quick search for Expo in the motherboard manual. See if I can find it. I just found out you can't forge all the mythics at the jeweler. You can, they're just not all of them are all allowed for every class. So the problem is that, like, for instance, you can't craft a grandfather on a Spiritborn because the Spiritborn can't use a grandfather. You can't craft a Doombringer on the Spiritborn because the Spiritborn can't use a Doombringer. You can't craft the, what's the Staff of Havarion, which I don't think anybody's making that staff these days. Not since they just completely ruined the shrines. Like, I think that the whole thing is based around the shrines, and they just completely ruined the shrines. So, like, they just trashed that item. But like that one is staffs, so you would have to be on a druid, a sorceress. That like those are the only ones that can utilize that item. So you can't see them unless you're on that particular item. Okay, so I think what I've determined is it doesn't matter. XMP is fine. There's nothing wrong with the XMP series. So we're probably going to go with the Trident Z Neo 32 gig kit. Yes, the 1.45 volt. And I'll grab 2 of them so that we have 128 gigs of RAM. I've got the money right now. I might as well put it into my system. Plus, it's a tax write-off. I like tax write-offs. Yay, tax write-offs. Make sure I got money in my account. I wonder if my new system is DDR4 compatible. It might be DDR5. I could probably swap the 32 gigs of RAM over to the streaming system. I don't know if they are compatible, actually, now that I think about it. All right. Oh, my controller. Want to see if my see if this system over here is compatible. I got CPU ID on here. Or CPU Z. No. Yes. It's not installed. There we go. Sorry for the sound effects. I don't know why it's making those sound effects every time I open up CPU Z. Alright, so yes, I'm using DDR4 on here. Looks like I currently have 4 chips. No, I don't have 4 chips. I have 2 chips. Okay, they're 3200 G-Skill chips. But they're 8 gigabyte chips, so I figure probably I'll just take the chips from this PC, swap them over to this one. This one's only got 16 gigs. Beef this one up to 32 gigs. Bam. Get an upgrade for both systems. That'll work just fine. Bob's your uncle. I don't know what I'm going to do with the two 8 GB chips that are in this system right now, but not really all that useful, to be perfectly honest. I give them to my brother. Maybe he can use them in a rig. Eventually, I'm gonna have to upgrade my my graphics card on this system from the 3090. I'll probably take the 3090, throw it in the streaming PC, and then put the new card in the new system. Have they announced the new cards yet? Like the 5000 series? I haven't really been paying attention. I think somebody said they saw like some concept pictures of them and they were like big as a brick house. Oh, thank you, Dark Kovian. Yours is AMD and you're on XMP. Yeah, I don't think it matters. It looks like it doesn't matter. It just matters what your board's compatible with. So if your board's compatible with XMP, then you use XMP. If your board's compatible with Expo, you use Expo. Neither one of them are important, however, according to what everybody said. Like, all that is it's a way for the motherboard to read the XMP settings from the chip. And that even if your system isn't compatible with Expo or XMP, you can just manually put the settings in, and it works just fine. So if you're capable of manually putting the settings in, going into the motherboard, like it's the same thing. It's just one allows you to do it automatically, and the other one allows you to be lazy and not do it. You know, like or be unlazy and go in there and actually have to like put the settings in manually. I had a couple memory chips like that where I had to put in the timings. Like they wouldn't automatically put in the timings from the manufacturer. I had to go in there and like, you know, deliberately put in the timings that the manufacturer said that the chips were capable of, because they were detecting at a much slower speed than what the manufacturer stated. But once I went to the website, pulled up all the timings, the frequency and everything, and got everything set up correctly, like they were fine. So I'm kind of scared of the new freaking graphics cards, though, man. The new graphics cards are like hour hog monsters. They're ridiculous. They keep getting bigger and bigger, first off, and they keep putting out more and more heat. Like, they take up more and more space inside the case. They're like that. They're almost getting to the point now where it's literally the whole computer. Like, the graphics card is like the size of the computer itself. Yeah, eventually I'm going to want to upgrade, but I'm keeping my eyes on the X3D chips. The X3D chips are impressive. I really like them. I don't want to like upgrade though from the 5800 X3D to the just like one up generation. I never was. I'm not rich enough, nor do I really think it's all that great or important to go generation to generation. Usually you skip a couple generations and you get your upgrade then it's more financially sound, because you're getting a much bigger bonus for a, you know, a smaller amount of money, as opposed to a huge amount of money for basically no benefit whatsoever. Like, I'm pretty sure if I pull up, like, what is it, the 5800 X3D versus like this 7800 X3D, which I think is like the current chip, they're not even really that like dissimilar in their speed or anything. Like they're both kind of similar-ish. They're both 8 cores, they're both 16 threads. they're both pretty darn good. There's about a 12% bonus in speed from the 7800X 3D over the 5800. Like an 18% average score. Like it's not enough to really garner me upgrading my entire system to the 7800X 3D. I'd have to see some more concrete bonuses other than that. I might wait until like the next generation up from the 5800X. Even in most of like the benchmarks, like the CPU benchmarks, the 5800X 3D still holds CPU benchmarks 2024 still holds its own like in the benchmarks. Let me see here. Of course, these are like all the latest processors. They don't even have the 5800X 3D on this benchmark. They're mainly just benchmarking all the new processors against each other. I don't see any of the older ones on here. Sure, I could find it. There's got to be one out there that includes the older processors alongside the newer processors. Yeah, here we go. So Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty RTX 4090 1080p or higher. And there's the Ryzen 7 7800X 3D right there. Average frame rate of 202. Looks like bottom frame rate of 143. And then the Ryzen 7 5800X taking a pretty respectable position at, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th place with a bottom frame rate of 117 and a top frame rate of 164. Like, that's not bad at all. I mean, it's beating out quite a few of the other processors, like the Ryzen 9700X, the Ryzen 9 7950, the i5 14600K, just like the 12900K, the 12700K, the 12600K. Like it's beating out quite a few processors for like top position. It's not top of the line. It still uses DDR4 RAM, whereas the new processors are using DDR5. But I'm not entirely convinced that DDR5 is really even important these days. Like it's good, but there's issues with it, and it doesn't really stack up properly.
Truth be told, I've never been the sort for towns.
I was looking at some posts from people talking about the difference between DDR5 and DDR4. And they were talking about how the clock cycles on the DDR5 chips are like way slower than the clock cycles on the DDR4 chips. And so while the DDR5 chips seem to be faster, they're getting like half the clock cycles of the DDR4 chips. So the DDR4 chips are actually making up a lot of the speed difference by having twice the number of clock cycles in the same duration. If I could find the article on that, it's an interesting article. And when I read it, I was like, I mean, it doesn't really seem like it's much of a bonus. Like, at first, it seems like they're a lot different. Like, let me give you an example. So if you pull up DDR4 memory speeds, DDR5 memory speeds. Actually, we could just go to Amazon. That'd be easier. So you look up like DDR5 RAM. What you'll see is that the DDR5 RAM has a much higher clock speed. So you see it's got like 6400 megahertz or 6000 megahertz, 5200 megahertz, and so forth and so on. But then when you look up the DDR4 memory, the DDR4 memory is much lower at like 3200, 3600, maybe like tops out at like 4000 and whatnot. But from what I understand of the way that these are working, the clock cycles, like you see it says like CL16, 2020, 38. And then if I go to the DDR5 memory, if they show the clock cycles on here, see how it says CL36, 48, 48, 104. So despite the fact that the DDR5 memory is somehow running at a faster like clock cycle or like memory hertz or whatever you want to call it, the actual timings are nearly double or more of the DDR4 chips. And basically what I've encountered is like if you take see this 36 and you divide that by 2, you end up with 18, right? So half of that is 18. If you take a look at the DDR4 chips, the DDR4 chips have a clock cycle of around 18, right? So it's 18, or you can get like 16, they're CL16s. So they're getting 2 times the data being processed in the same cycle as the DDR5 chips. And so even though they're technically slower in speed of the 3200 megahertz versus like the 6400 megahertz, the DDR5 chips are processing slower because their cycles are taking twice as long, and so they're basically about the same. The DDR5 chips are technically faster by a very small percentage, but it's not quite as drastic as, like, you know, if you're just looking at the speed of the chips, it's not quite as drastic as you would think, like the difference between them would be because of the way the clock cycles is working. Are working, my bad. I don't know, I just didn't really see a significant reason to upgrade to DDR5. I feel like we'll probably upgrade to DDR6 at some point, like when the next like batch of CPUs comes out and they start working on DDR6. I bet you DDR6 will be a hell of a lot faster than 4 whenever DDR6 comes out. DDR6. Let's see, I wonder if there's any kind of news on it. DDR6 is expected to be released in 2024 or 2025, with specific products likely to be available in the 4th quarter of 2025 or 2026. So it looks like the DDR6 is not going to be coming soon. Next year sometime. Maybe even 2026, according to what they're saying here. Sounds like a good time to maybe start upgrading at that point. Wait for another like 2 years. Upgrade the processor, the motherboard, like the whole 9 yards. Move into the new generation. Let them work out the bugs in DDR5. Make DDR6 way better. Get my giant, massive RTX like 6090 or something. I don't even know. I don't even know what the new graphics cards are gonna look like. Did you guys ever see that meme a while back where they had like the it was the they had like the RTX like 8090, and it was like an air conditioning unit that you like put in the window because it was so hot, like you had to put the outside of it on the outside of your building, and then it had like cables that ran into your computer. Like they keep making it bigger every single year. Like the freaking graphics card just keep getting bigger every year. I was surprised when I got the 3090, and I know the 4090 is like even bigger. I'm kind of curious if AMD is winning, like the market share this round. It seems like it always flip-flops back and forth, depending on which processor is the most popular at that particular time. I think one of the easiest ways to tell is usually Steam, the Steam statistics. I wonder if there's a 2024 Steam hardware survey. So let's see if we can find it. We can take a look and see if like it's primarily AMD or Intel. This is the Steam survey. If you guys have never seen this, it's pretty cool. It goes over like processors by manufacturer. So it looks like 65.49 is Intel right now. So Intel's currently dominating the market between May 23rd and October 2023. 34.51% is still a respectable market share for the AMD chips. PC video card usage by manufacturer. NVIDIA is dominating the graphics card market. AMD is okay at 15%. Intel at 7.31. I don't even know what this one is. The hell is that one? Other?
No other people I'd rather break bread with.
16 gigabyte is the most popular RAM. 46.75% have 16 gigs. Very few have 32. 31%. And then anything higher than 32 is looks like next to nothing. 64 is 3.75, and then other 1.05%. Paragon Bolt Tread. Hey, ambidextrous, what do you know? Alright, we need to get this might cliff up high enough so we can get 46 on that. I want that massive 10.8 damage to healthy. I think damage to healthy works really good with bleed damage because I don't think that any of the bleed damage on their bar counts toward like reducing the healthy modifier. So if like on the 100% of their bar is filled with bleed damage, they're still, as far as I can understand it, technically, you know, like they're technically still healthy until, you know, like they drop below the 80% mark. So well, the Intel's got to come up with some way to combat the X3D. The X3D cache stack is proving to be extremely valuable for for systems. It's making it like insane. What character is this, Devron?
Well, it's my evade one. It's just gonna get your glyphs up to 46 unless you want to do them.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, we can do that.
Either way.
I'm just like burning through. I'm having fun with it. I'm not having any trouble or anything. But I'm not doing like, you know, hundreds or anything like that. I brought you into the baby tears. Into the baby tears. Babies. Your storm feathers, just from your evasions, probably kill just about everything in here.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, revenge. After I get all the glyphs I want to use, and then it starts giving me, like, all the glyphs, I start dropping. Like, once I've gotten all the ones that I actually need, and I don't need anymore. They're like, oh, yeah, oh, here, have this glyph that you didn't want. Like, oh, thank you, I appreciate it. Not. Not. I don't know. I used to know a guy who did like it was what he did. He would upgrade his system like every single time there was a new system. He was always upgrading to like the newest and bestest and like grandest system that you could possibly get your hands on. And then like the next year when they came out with a new system that was slightly, I mean just ever so slightly better than what he had before, he would just sell everything and just upgrade to the new system. And man, the amount of money that he wasted, I'm sure, like just spamming money into the.
It's like people that go out and spend like the newest iPhones every year. It's like, okay, like
yeah, like the 14 comes out and then the 15 comes out, and you're like, oh, I've got to have the 16, 15, or
gotta
I
go
gotta have the
spend
16.
another $1,000 on a new iPhone.
Like I gotta upgrade every year. Like this is, I can't just have a phone for like multiple years. That's terrible. But it's even worse though too, because if you're on the like the cutting edge of tech, that's where things cost so much. You know, like buying a 3090 on launch was like what, like $1,000 some odd dollars.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah, buying one now is not. Like it's, you can go on eBay and you can get like a used 3090 for relatively cheap. Like it's not super duper ridiculously expensive. Dang, I can actually kill stuff here, F.
Nice, dude.
Let me see what I do on this boss before you slap him in the wiener. Or you hit him right in the wiener. I gotta build up momentum. That's how this build works. I gotta get lots of bleed puddles on the ground, and once I start getting the bleed puddles on the ground, it starts backfeeding. And then once it backfeeds, then the damage starts chunking in. But especially on the bosses. 24 million. Oh, he keeps knocking me away and stopping me from backfeeding. I mean, it looks like I'd be able to kill him. Like, yeah, go ahead and smack him. Oh, it doesn't matter. Like, I was doing damage enough to kill him eventually. It would have taken me some time, but he would have died. I've only got one glyph online right now too, so. Sorry. Let's see. I think this might actually activate my might glyph. Yep. There we go. Might glyph online. I need to come back and grab this crap on the ground. I didn't realize I was full. Yeah, I'd use the leave dungeon every now and then. I just keep, like, not remembering, and then I'm stupid. You know I'm stupid, Big Pimpin', okay? You know I'm not smart. I'm dumb.
What's still got some good in it?
You know. Might be mentally handicapped. I don't know. Eh. Alright, I got everything.
Use it well.
Oh, he's got a 4 greater affix to bolts. Hey, Pork Sniffer. Been a member for a year. Big shout out. Thank you, sir. Oh, that is so unfortunate. It's a 4 greater affix to bolts with 12% on the multiplier.
It's sad.
That's very sad. That's very sad.
Why you do me like that, Blizzard?
That's very sad. So very sad.
The Dance of Navajas time.
The what?
The Dance of the Navajas.
What's the dance of the Navajas?
The Cuchillas.
The Cochillas?
The Naves. The Naves.
Is Dragon Ball Daima? Is that episode out yet?
Should be out to them.
To watch that when I go downstairs. Why is Netflix one delayed? What is that? What is that about?
Must be their contract. I don't know. You can watch it in other places.
Yeah, I got Crunchyroll on Amazon, like the Amazon Crunchyroll plugin, so I can watch it on there, and it's up to date. But
I was watching it up to date on Hulu and like Disney. I think they have it up to date. But yeah, Netflix is a week behind.
that's right.
I mean, it's okay. At least they're trying. At least it's on there. I was surprised to even see it on there. But Netflix is getting more and more anime stuff. I want the new season of One Piece to come.
Oh, I was making them all bleed. That's really fun to see that on a big pack of monsters. I haven't actually encountered that yet. Now that I think about it, like I haven't gone high enough to really get into a situation where I sit there and just like bleed stack. Except for the bosses themselves, but they usually haven't been taking me very long at all.
I'm full on obols. Rip.
Obale. You can get your obols back. You can teleport back in here as long
Yeah,
as long as you've completed the dungeon. It lets you do it. Cody, do you want to fight? Because I will fight. I will fight you. I don't care. Did you's whining like a big old whining dog? I fight dogs. I fight them and I wrestle them. So don't wrestle. Would you like a a nut or something? Here, have a nut. There's almonds and a doojank. Let me check your food and your water. Make sure you've got food and water since you're being a baby.
What do I gamble? What do I want to gamble? Rings. I go for rings. Get another Ring of Starless. Come on, baby.
What y'all doing?
Not
Waiting.
much.
See a level in my rogue, but I don't want to level ever again.
You're leveling a rogue?
I want to, but I don't want to. You know what I mean?
You got to get the energy to do it.
I did 7 characters, and it's like I'm kind of sick of
You
it.
need more so you can take advantage of the den.
Yeah, the den, man. Double
Den.
rolls. I barely spent any pale marks, and I got like, I don't know, 8 ancestral items.
Yeah. It's good stuff, right?
Nope, he's got food and water. He's just being a baby.
Also need to do my weekly caches on like a lot of the characters. Get those ancestrals.
Weekly? I don't know if all my characters can even do the raid. They're not all capable of World of Torment 4 raids. I don't have my. Plus, I keep like making new ones and then like resetting them and like stealing their equipment and. Oh, rude.
I'll just put you in the baby group, okay?
You got slapped down back there.
Yeah, I don't even know what got me. Probably one of those lightning attacks. Cody just wants snackums. That's all he wants. Cody wants some snackums. I don't even know why I died there. Just burning up your timer.
It doesn't matter.
Burning up your timer. Burning up your jank. Burning up your timer. I'm going to take a spank.
Oh, you bumped it up to 85.
I did.
No wonder.
Probably could go a little higher too, but I can do 90s on this character. Woo! A minute and a half.
Poison's rough. Yay, protection shrine. I can go play with the monsters now. Play with the monsters. Play with the monsters. I'm gonna make you guys bleeding. I'm gonna bleed out the monsters bleed. I'm gonna bleed them. He's gonna bleed them. I'm bleeding out. I was killing them too. Dang. I already took him out to go Peppadoo earlier too. He didn't even do nothing. He just went out there
I just
and
like to go outside at the time.
Don't make fun of me. He gets mad at me. He's like, you just stop. Don't make fun of me.
I left my dog downstairs because we have to carry him upstairs. He's super old at this point, but I left him downstairs after dinner. My wife was still down there, and my wife comes up like 30 minutes later. He's like, yeah, he was pissed off. You left him down there. He peed and pooped on the floor. I'm like, ah.
Peed and pooped.
Yeah.
That's when you put a diaper on him.
Then you have to clean that up too, which like a.
You get one of them saggy baggy elephant diapers. That way it hangs down and it like drops into it.
I'll be honest, I don't know how much longer he has left. He's almost 18 years old, man.
Well.
He's an old boy, man.
Just enjoy the dog while it lasts.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Lightning. So much lightning. Everywhere lightning. Spicy lightning. Spicy lightning. Spicy lightning. Is there gonna be some spicy lightning?
How about that, Jack?
How about that?
How about that?
How many do-janks have I gotten? One right here supports. Yay! I feel like they need to expand on this mercenary system more. The rapport system is neat, I guess. It's okay. But like, they could do so much better. I feel like they could do a lot better than that.
Hopefully they expand on the mark system over time.
Did I kill the last monster? I think I killed the last monster. Ha ha ha. Two-handed ancestral sword. I got 2 ancestrals that time.
What do I get?
Streamer luck, streamer client.
That's okay. Streamer luck ain't even that good. Where's my Leon luck? Where's my Leon luck at? I need some Leon luck.
In the shower.
Leon luck. Leon luck. Radioactive Leon luck.
Interesting.
Those gloves are like halfway decent. They're not bad. What would I roll off on them though? I don't even know. They're not bad. They're nice. I like them.
I like them. I like them a lot.
I like them a lot. Pork Sniffer. I can't remember what Pork Sniffer's name was before he changed it to Pork Sniffer. I don't think he was Pork Sniffer for the past 13 months. I think he was something else first, before he was Pork Sniffer. Lost to the ages. If I could find a nice pack of monsters that doesn't have a lightning guy in it, I actually kind of want to see if I can murder them all. Stealth boy running fast, yo. Stealth boy running fast, yo. Ah, run from the explosions. Stealth boy running fast, yo. Oh good, there's a whole room of monsters over here. Let's go die.
I left it there for you.
Ah. You left them there for me? For me? Oh
If you
god,
wanted to
it's so
try.
painful, oh god. There's a lightning boy in there.
Oh, unfortunate.
The lightning boy is the only one I can't take. I still have not gotten my expertise slot. I need to go do my stupid expertise quest.
You just failing that character all
I know,
day.
just fail it. You have failed this character. You know what? I'm gonna find a pack that doesn't have a lightning monster in it. How about that?
Nope, you can't.
You and your broken lightning monsters. Oh look, there's another lightning monster. Thundering Nagari. Oh, he's dead. He did it. What's up? Beat him. Ooh,
Beat
amulet.
'em.
Just beat 'ems, beat 'ems. So many frickin' beat 'ems. Don't know what to tell you. All the ugly beat 'ems. They're not very pretty. They look like cheat'ems. Just beat 'ems, beat 'ems.
I got just a bunch of items for my rogue that I don't have, but the items are there.
What do you think about doing with the rogue?
I'm gonna do dancing on. See why won't I do dancing on?
Oh, nice, nice. I need to do. I need to kill some Duriel and Zir to get the helm and the sword.
Horseshoes and nails. Would you
She forges more than just horseshoes and nails, guys, okay? I need you guys to know this.
I'll keep my
She
return soon.
She forges more than just horseshoes and nails. Y'all are racist. Sexist. Y'all are, I don't know, everythingist. Alienists. You guys are alienists. You guys believe in aliens. Do you believe in aliens? Looks like I'm running with a mosaics in. I mean, basically, the Spiritborn is that powerful, yeah. It's powerful enough to just, like, shred most content in the game. If you wanna be, like, absolutely broken, I mean, Spiritborn is the character to play. For sure.
I think we all expected them to be somewhat broken.
We didn't expect that
Not to be
level of
this
broken.
broken.
We didn't expect the insanity. Ooh, 277 million. Wow. I just hit a 277 million. That's pretty good. My ear itches. No. No. Stay alive. Why does my ear itch so badly? Save me right here. Save me right here.
Alright, but what's the over under that all the bugs are in fixed next season or new bugs are there?
Hey, I killed quite a few monsters. That was pretty impressive. For an 80? I can't believe this guy's killing stuff at 80 already. I need to get his damage reduction problem in check. I don't know why he's having issues. And I think Leon was talking about it earlier. Like, the Barbarian just feels squishy. I don't know what's wrong with him. He just, like, I played the Rogue, I played the Spiritborn. Neither one of those felt squishy. The Barbarian just feels squishy. I don't know why he's so squishy.
It's almost like they gave him a 10% inherent damage reduction and then took it away. Because form criers. Class that has to fight the most in the mix-ups.
Yeah, like you gotta be in the danger all the time, and like I swear he's just not. You know what? Let's pull Warcry and let's go with tactical challenging shout. Why not? I'll do challenging shout instead. We'll just swap,
that's the other
swap
thing. Barb's relied on that challenging shout to survive for so long, and they just keep making it so you can't press the button. But just remove the shouts at this point, because if you're gonna every patch is you can't press the button, then just remove it. I don't want the button.
What do you mean can't press the button? It's
Like
just longer
every
cooldown,
patch,
harder.
yeah, every
to...
patch, yes, has been longer and longer and longer. Changing that aspect probably like 3 or 4 times now. It's just pointless. Just get rid of it. If you don't like it, get rid of it.
It's weird. I swear there's a bug with the lightning, guys. Because I'll sit there in poison, I'll sit there in fire, I'll sit there in ice, I'll get hit by everything. And then as soon as the lightning touches me, it's like, nope, you're dead. I got 10k
Funny,
health.
because that's the way it used to be with poison. It's like poison looks at you the wrong way, and it's like, all right, your whole health pool's gone.
I mean, I got 10k health. I'm not running like some little measly 2k health character. I mean, I'm also always fortified too. So like, I got 10k health and I'm always fortified, and they're just like, nope, you're dead. But none of the other monsters are doing damage to me. Like, if I'm in the middle of this pack, and like, I mean, it doesn't really matter. They're not really hitting me hard enough to actually do any kind of serious harm to me at the moment. It's just those guys. I guess I need more like inherent damage reduction or something, like generic. I don't know.
I got confused for a second. I was like, where'd she go?
Yeah, that one's annoying. He runs away from you all the time. I don't like him very much.
Basically, what you have to do on a Barbarian Survive is take every damage reduction node possible, everywhere, and then put like 1 or 2 damage reduction glyphs on, and then you'll be equivalent to any other class.
Never.
Big
Pippin said use your materials. Never.
Then it's like, oh, here, have a button that gives you like amazing damage reduction, but I don't know why those buttons exist. Why do you need a button that gives you like 50% damage reduction that you're not supposed to have up? Like it just doesn't coincide. Like I'd rather have like another 20% all the time than a 50% button.
Cody, I took you out like not like an hour and a half or like 2 hours ago.
How shall I guide my hammer?
You're needy. Like a girlfriend. He said, yeah, so? He said, that's definition of dog. He said, look it up. Needy animal that needs attention all the time. Should have read the fine print when you got me. This fine print. And you didn't read it. It's a needy moo cow looking for a home. And by moo cow, I mean I eat all the time. And I'm going to be fat as a moo cow. And also I'm black and white. Oh, he just did the I give up grumble. That's the grumble that he does when he's had enough of me and he doesn't want to pay attention to me anymore because I'm not paying attention to him. Maybe I should use the flay damage reduction. That might work. I don't know. I have to keep that stacked though. I could also switch to Frenzy's damage reduction. Frenzy's damage reduction is also very short. I don't know which one is actually like better.
Maybe if one of those 4 weapons could become a shield, Barbs could live.
What? It says weapon arsenal system, not shield arsenal system, Leon.
Just one of your offhands becomes a shield. There you go. I am defense now.
That guy's always fun too if you're under gear and you're the second person in the room.
Right in the face.
You just get breathed on. It's like, oh, hello.
Right in the eyeball. Gives you the pink eye. Straight up pink eye right in your eye. Apparently I am full on obliz. Right in the pink eye. What was it? Somebody was at a gas station one time and they pulled out that thing that you clean your windows with. And he accidentally rubbed his own eye with the frickin' like the juice from the thing. And the guy called out, he said, oh, yeah, he goes, now you got 7 different kinds of pink eye. Congratulations. That's how you get the pink eye there. I've literally been gambling 2-handed maces because I can't get ancestral 2-handed maces, and it won't give me ancestral 2-handed maces. It's pissing me off. It's like, oh, you want ancestral 2-handed maces? Well, too bad. Because you're not getting one.
Still got some good in it.
Hello? Not a bad Vasili's ghost. I had that in my bag.
Gonna make Blizzard a deal. Next season, as soon as I run out of stash space, I quit the season. I'm done. That's it, Blizzard. That's ultimate.
Yeah, but how do we account for the hoarding? Like you might just be hoarding. We don't know.
See some steel you need.
That guy's offering 10 bill for a maxed aspects.
What do you mean? Ancestrals are so hard to get, man.
10 billion for perfect changelings, debts, unsatiated, or edge masters, and he doesn't even say perfect. He says or near max. Interesting. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from? Can't I do? What's up, Revenant? I heard you like to be bleeding by 1,000 million blood pools. And if you walk inside these pools, I'm gonna suck out all your blood. Suck it, out all your blood. Sucking all your blood everywhere we go. Sucking all your blood, sucking blood. Blood sucking blood sucking sucker. Oh, he's a blood sucking sucker.
It sucks so much.
Okay, I have successfully killed 1 pack of monsters, and you are almost done with the dungeon. So see where I am contributing. I am 100%. Oh god, this is a big pack. Oh, I'm gonna die here. Yay!
Save you.
Yay! What's up, Resurrected Malice? Have some ruptures. A carved sword. Hey, I got a perfect aspect. Exploiters. 45 times exploiters. I don't think I had that one before. Interesting. I don't think that one's going to be worth any money, but it's another perfect aspect I can add to my tally. Yeah, my collection. There you go. Perfect exploiters obtained. I'm really sure. I don't know. I haven't used that on like anybody this season. The exploiters. That's that one you use in like PvP, isn't it? The one that gives you like a huge multiplier if the monster's unstoppable. Oh my god, he walled me in. You little turd, don't wall me in and put lightning under my butthole. Boy, you just gonna put lightning right under my butthole. That is not nice. Oh my god, this guy's walling me in too. He said, here, have some lightning and also a wall. No. I killed so many of them too. I couldn't get the guy has walls and lightning. He walls me in and then lightnings me to death. It's very rude. He's like, here, have a wall and then have lightning right into your ani. Right under the ani. He got away with it too. So rude. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, how am I looking for my multipliers? I mean, hopefully hemorrhage is already capped. Hemorrhage should have been capped a long time ago. Yeah, hemorrhage is super capped. Blood rage is not capped. It's only at 15% times. Unfortunate. I'm gonna have to get some berserking damage from the board. I don't know where I'm gonna get some berserking damage from, but I'm gonna get some berserking damage. The damage of the berserks. My lightning res is just like barely undercapped too. It's like at 69.4%. I'm gonna masterwork my yens. Now they're all capped.
More there than I thought.
Just not caring what you get. You're just going to 12.
Hmm.
Not a low shit. Well,
For what?
there's something special.
You're masterworking, right?
Some steel you need.
Oh, I haven't been going to 12 on everything now, but like, yeah, sometimes I'm getting to the point now where I'm kind of done with it, and I'll try and land the first one, because that's easy to do, and then because it doesn't really cost a lot of masterworking for the first one, and it doesn't really, it doesn't really cost a lot of mats either to just kind of like, or money to like just redo that first one over and over again, and then once I land the first one, I might try and get the second one. I haven't been even bothering with the third one. It's just whatever it lands on. I'm like, whatever. I'm done with it. It's just too much effort.
I've been going for 2, and then I roll to the 12, and if I hit, I hit. If not, then I'm done.
It's just too much work. Is what it is. It's too much work.
I got really lucky with my neck.
It's too much work.
Like I got that. I got to 2, and then I pushed it to. I got to 8, and I pushed it to 12, and I rolled that. It was nice.
Yeah, nice. Got 13 resolve stacks. Look at you, hacker. Hacker. I haven't had really good luck with just about anything.
No.
This is just, I've had like some very odd luck with some items sometimes. Like I had a I have an ugly bastard helmet, got a triple roll on the fire damage. It was like completely unintentional. I was just like, you know what, I'm just gonna throw it in here and see what happens. And I got 3 on it, and I was like, oh, okay. 3 on the fire damage, huh? Woo! That is not what I wanted. I still need a better.
All finished, are you?
Like, I definitely need a better third blade. I might have to just go shopping and see if I can find a decent third blade.
You have enough gold, so I'm sure you can get something.
You want to shop for me, Leon? Are you shopping? Are you already shopping? Shops?
I'm not even buying a third blade. That should tell you something.
Super expensive this season. I mean, I'm currently
not
using
even
I'm currently using a 750 third blade. If that tells you anything.
Yeah, if I care enough, I'll go grind one. I mean, it doesn't really matter unless you're swinging it.
Well, yeah. So I need a 70% third blade is what I need. Even if it's a 750 70%, I don't even really care at this point. Because I'm missing out on a lot of damage because of it. Take me home a country road to the place that I don't belong. What are you doing underneath of my chair? Huh? What are you doing under there? Is there snackums? Did you find any good snackums down there? Did you find some snackums down there under the chair? What'd you find? Did you find a cheesums? Or did you find a almond? Or gummies? Did you find a gummy or chip? Did you find a taco? That'd be a trick if you found a whole taco down there. He just like he goes under the desk and he just pulls out like a whole wrapped taco. And I'm like, where did you get that from? Is that like a freaking gordita crunch? Like, yeah. You want one? There's a whole pile of them down there.
No, there's not.
It's like some sort of game. He just starts pulling Gordita Crunches out of like some pocket different universe. It's like, how did you find those? Like, I smelled them. Smelled them through the pocket universe. That's how good my nose is. You know? Got the dog pocket universe nose. He goes, what, your nose can't smell Gordita Crunches through the pocket universe? Like, man, you need an upgrade. You got one of those baby noses, huh?
This is a great first floor. Jesus, I didn't want that floor to end.
That guy's offering 700 mil for a ring that has attack speed, dex, and crit chance. The Dog Taco Underworld? That's right. How did you know about the Dog Taco Underworld? Who informed you? I hear you, Boogus. I hear you. Okay, well that's stupid, but whatever. I got another perfect exploiters. Would you like a perfect exploiters for your collection? I'm not gonna sell it. I don't think it's worth selling. But, you know, it's worth, like, handing out to kinship members so you have a perfect exploiters.
Yeah. It's a barbarian one, right? It's a barbarian.
I don't know. I think that's a all. I think exploiters is an all aspect.
Oh, if it's all, I'd take it. I don't subscribe to Barb Nation, so.
What? Devron. But we need.
That's on the Nerf Barb team.
We need 4 Rupture Barbs, Dev. We need 4 Rupture Barbs.
If everyone is still playing this season, by the time I get my Rogue and probably a Sork online, then maybe I'll do a Barb.
I mean, you've already got a character that's capable of, like, upper 120, 30 hits, and a character that's speed running 90s. Like, I mean, what else do you need? Now it's time to play with other characters. Like, this is the moment.
The Rogue, man. That's what the Rogue's for.
This is the time.
I just need someone to help do a couple Durios so I can get the helm and Zir to get the sword real quickly.
Oh my god, I'm so tired of these DR guys. Just die already, DR guys. Right. I could have killed the entire pack of monsters by the time I killed one DR guy. Yeah, my damage is skyrocketing. Like, it's getting ridiculous at this point.
Con man.
Hey guys.
What's up, Con?
Con logs in right as I'm getting ready to log off. Con. That was date night.
Oh, it was good. Yeah. We always just watch a movie.
It's obviously not that good, or you wouldn't be here.
Get old and tired.
Here's the booties, Dev.
Yeah. Use it well. Got a perfect metamorphosis.
Oh, nice.
Hmm?
It's not a. Wonder if people even use that a lot this season.
What is this? What is this?
I
Meat?
use it a lot when leveling up if I need to apply vulnerability. I think it's really, really good.
What, you got fleams down here? Where's your fleams at?
I'll be right back.
Every time I'm in the bathroom, I pick fleas off Cody. Kill them. Flush them down the toilet. It's gotten to the point where I accidentally taught him the rollover command, and I didn't mean to teach him the rollover command. I'm like, fleams. You gotta check for fleams, and he lays down and he rolls over because he knows it's time to check for fleams. Gotta pick through him like a monkey. I'm over here like. He said, "Yeah." He said, "Was it tasty?" He said, "What are you eating?" What is these teethus in there? Teethus. Ooh, you got hair on your little tongue. Why do you got hair on your tongue? It's grody. Scrotums. Yes, scrotums. Here, I'll ask your mama if she wants to take you for the night, since you're being a butt face. There, I sent her a message. Okay, I sent it. See, look, right here. See, I sent. See, I said, can you take Cody for the rest of the night? He's being a butt face. And then I put a butt face on there. She's typing. Look, see the little dots? She's typing. See? We gotta wait for a response. It'll make a noise. It'll go ding. Messing with Cody is my national pastime. What time is it? It's time to mess with Cody. So I have a question, Leon. How come the barbarian gets less life than everybody else?
Low life class. Yeah.
What is this BS? Like, I'm serious. Like, what is this? I'm gonna put it in the chat. Like, why are the barbarians' health nodes 1.9%, whereas everybody else's are 2%?
That seems like a mistake.
And on top of that, their life nodes are 3.9% for like the rare nodes instead of 4%. It's all over the place. Like, it's all over the whole
Rounding
board.
down.
Like, they took 0.1% away from us, like, all over the board. Like, what did the barbarian do, like, to deserve that?
Hashtag nerf Bart.
I mean, just because we've got 4 weapons, it doesn't mean you need to take away our HP bonuses.
It does.
That's just rude. Okay. Your mama said okay. So let's go. Butt face. Doggy Talkie Wonderworld. Alright, I don't know where Devron went. He left. Kenji Wolverine. Quite a name being out there. Hello, new to the channel. Is Nezukim the Herald worth it for endgame at all? I just got one with 300 all stats. I mean, it's not going to compete with Kepeleke, if that's what you're asking. Can it do good damage? Can you make a good build around it? Yes. Can you clear, like, hit 90 with it? Yeah. But I don't know if you're going much further than pit 90 with it right now. It's probably best used with a Noxious Resonance build for the crits and overpowers and stuff that go on with that. I think it works pretty well with that build. There's a couple builds that you could potentially do with it. The main issue right now is that, like, Kepeleke is so overpowered that it just kind of drowns out all the other weapons at the moment. It's really good for leveling up your character. Like, if you want to do alternate characters, which I've already done, like, 4 different Spiritborns at this point, so, like, that's an option. Using it as a level 35 leveling weapon. The Spiritborn is just in a really weird place at the moment. It has way too much going on. Like bug wise, there's a lot. It's a lot going on. Nezukim the Herald is strong, it's just not strong enough, I guess would be the term. It's not strong enough.
You basically get good damage against one target that's marked, and then you got to spread that damage, and then the mark falls off, and then you do no damage. And it has no scaling outside of the mark, where like Kepeleke does everything, has scaling, has automated crits, has everything, double hits.
Somebody in trade chat just posted that. Want to sell? White boy.
That's the perfect one.
It's perfect. It's 30% on the unique effect, and it's perfect on all the bonuses. That's a beautiful soul brand. Absolutely beautiful. I mean that's better than Tyrael's. I'd wear that over Tyrael's. That barrier generation on there is really nice too. 60% barrier gen. Triple GA the barrier gen. Like never run out of barrier ever. Why is he running up and down the stairs?
Because I'm gonna head out. I'll be back on tomorrow.
See ya.
Do the raids tomorrow, maybe?
Yep. Knock out at least 2 of them I would want to do.
Yeah, definitely.
Chinchilla.
Alright, let's go see what this boy's capable of. I was thinking about swapping from play. I don't know if it really adds very much damage. I don't think it's really required. I'm gonna grab Lunging Strike instead. Let's go with Lunging Strike for berserking. It'll offer us another way to have some berserking in the build. We could use it to move around. And then from here... Why does Rupture, like, have no damage increase for points? I don't understand. I'm a freaking Rupture build and I'm only putting 1 point in Rupture. I mean, maintaining Fortify could be a good way to increase my damage reduction here. If I put a couple more points in Irrepressible, make it so I'm gaining like 40% fortification every single time I use my ability, I should be able to have like unlimited fortification at that point. Enchant for your hardcore classic sorceress. I can't help but laugh, man. Hardcore classic sorceress, that sounds awful. Sorceress was always kind of like a weak, weekly class. I mean, yeah, they were great classes, don't get me wrong, but they died a lot. My classic sorceress has always died a lot. That was just kind of like their shtick. And that's what they did. Yeah, get farted on and die. Like they're not particularly strong characters, I guess, is what I'm saying. Oh, Realm Walker's on Whisper up here. I'm gonna go do that. That sounds like fun. I did nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't touch your tail. He said, you bastard. He said, I bite. He said, I'm a biter. I'll bite you. So don't get bit. He is a biter too. He likes to bite. He's such a bitey biter. I didn't put Lunging Strike on my fire. Man, the range on Lunging Strike is kind of small. Is there any way to enhance it? So it dashes from further away?
There used to be something, but I don't remember what it used to say. It used to be like a boot temper or something.
This feels kind of short.
Yeah, it's not Spiritborn, that's for sure.
Yeah, Spiritborn's over there dashing across the entire screen. I don't know, this one doesn't really feel like it dashes very far.
Well, they have 4 weapons.
You know,
Hello.
I keep hearing about these 4 weapons, alright, but I'm only using 1. So,
You invite the Raft, not one, but thousands.
I'm only actually wielding 1.
Greetings.
Doohan.
Greetings.
What are you doing?
Hello.
Would you like a little tiny piece of candy? I can't give you a whole lot, but you can have a taste of them.
Greetings.
You want a taste?
Impressive.
Start eating the paper. The paper is not. That is not. Good lord! I said a little bite. I didn't say you could have the whole thing. Give me that. God dang. No, sir. Greedy? Greedy little turd boy?
Greetings. Hello.
He said, I'm not greedy.
Greetings. Greetings. Hello. Greetings. Hello. Hello.
This guy's over here petting his dog 10 million times.
Greetings. Hello. Hello.
Greet.
Hello.
Greet.
Hello. Greetings. Greetings.
What have I gotten myself into?
Hello.
Greetings.
Well done. Hello. Greetings. Hello. Greetings.
Trade. They shall soon serve me. I apologize. Aid would be welcome.
Hello. Greetings. Hello. Greetings. Hello. Well met, stranger.
Where is the, like, please stop button?
You invite the Raft. No. Thanks.
Where's the please stop? Please.
This will be your last stupid mistake.
Halt. Wait. You invite the wrath of not. Sorry.
Sorry.
Warrior. Well done.
Pooping on me. Put it in the trash can over there. Whiskum boy. Would you like a chip? Hmm? There, have a chip. Feed you inappropriate things. So everybody can yell at me. Look at your little whiskers going. You love it. Chips. Ain't nothing but corn and some cheese dust. Little bit of cheese dust in my life. A little bit of cheese dust on the strife. I got some cheese dust over here. Dude, the distance on this lunging strike is so hard to gauge, Leon. Like, how did you do a whole build with this? And it's really weird. Like, sometimes he just attacks. Like, the air. Instead of dashing. Like, he'll just attack the air. I don't even understand what's going on. Why is he just attacking the air?
If you hold shift, he'll attack there.
Yeah, but like, I want to dash. Like, where's my dash?
I think you're too used to the Spiritborn dash. You're not used to the bark.
The stash is terrible. It hurts me. Hurts me. It's fine. Does it go faster if I use like like the dual wield weapons or something?
I usually use dual wield with it, yes.
Can you stop pooping on me? You little pooping pooper. Pooping on me. What did I do? Take you out in the middle of a turd session? I squeeze out a couple logs. I noticed that lunging strike has a bleeding option. It's kind of neat. But yeah, do the bleeding option instead. I mean, any bleeding is good bleeding. There's a freaking lightning spear sorceress here. I can't kill anything because the lightning spears are flying like 10 miles away, killing everything that's spawning before I even have a chance to even know that it exists. I tried to run over to a monster that was way out of range of the Realm Walker, and the lightning spear ran past me, killed the monster, and then went back. It's like, okay. Alright, okay. I guess I don't get to kill him. No. Don't make me sing the song. You gotta stop.
Collaborate and listen. The chinchillas are back in their years of pissing.
Let's have a peek inside.
Alright, let's see how this works. Get a dungeon. I mean, this guy's Torment 4 capable. He might be able to do the raid. If we want to do our normie raid. Our normie class raid. Barb Nation raid.
Yep. You do one of those.
Oh no, you magically teleported back up to the shoulder when you tried to go down. Oh. Who would have thunk it? Magical teleportation. Oh no. Magical teleportation. I'm magically teleported. Man, he's doing pretty good for Torment 4. I'd love to see how he does against like a boss. I should take him into one of the boss rooms and see if I can do a quick boss run. Check to see if I got enough bloods for his ear. This one I got five whole bloods. I got 12 Grigore mats. I guess I could do a Grigore. See how good he is versus Grigore. Oh, really? I was doing so good right up until the point where all the lightning hit me at the same time. Well, I kind of wanted to explore the rest of the dungeon first anyway. Oh, Goblin, a Goblino. A Goblabino. Yeah, it's a dead end, Goblino. He's watching my back. He is watching my back. He is indeed. Hello, buddies. Oh, did I jump from one explosion into the other? That's just so awful. Big old dumbly. The fortification staying capped out has helped out tremendously. It's much easier to keep the fortification up all the time now. Whenever they bring it down, I just put the fortification right back up, so it works out very, very well. Very, very nice. That's very, very nice indeed. Oh, hello, cold rack. The pus blister. Quite a name you got there, pus blister. Alright, now we go to the wellspring. Oh, triple greater epics pants. I just dropped off of a random mob inside of the seething realm from the realm walker. Let's hope they're amazing and not just garbage. It could be basic skills. That'd be really nice. Like a +3 basic skill pants with some good mods. Could be any of the basic skills actually. I'm afraid to look. Like, I really am. Like, I'm deathly afraid to even look at them. They're probably garbage. But they could be. They could be amazing. They could be like... Alright, I'm not gonna look, okay? I want you guys to look. Okay, here we go. You ready? Ready? 3, 2, 1. Alright, how are they? Are they good? Are they terrible? Awful? Come on, I need to know. I didn't look. I haven't looked yet. No peeking. How terrible are the triple greater epics pants? On a scale of 1 to godhood. Alright, you have a good night too, Kenji. 1 to godhood. Dodge chance, armor, and maximum life. I mean, that could be a very interesting pair of Spiritborn pants, actually. Because dodge chance is important for scaling thorns. Armor is important for scaling the undying, and life is important for scaling the viscous shield. I mean, it's kind of meh. I mean, it's a double. It's basically a double with a rerollable stat. I mean, they're not terrible. They're not like super duper duper dope or dipper dapper amazing. I mean, they're better than what I have on right now, which is 294 armor, 821 maximum life. Why is the maximum life? Oh, because I masterwork these, that's right. Guess I could reroll for strength. Take the dodge chance away. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. I'd like to take off Yen's. I'm not really entirely sure. I don't know. I mean, Yen's are okay, but I think I'd be better off with something else there. I mean, what's my resistances without Yen's? Ooh. Put them back on, put them back on. Put them back on. It puts the Yens back on, or else it gets the hose again. What the hell is going on with my, like, my nodes here? Like, why am I getting stuff like this? Is this some kind of bug? 0% plus maximum poison resistance? Why are my, like, all my stuff, like, 0.1% lower than what it should be? 0.99 fire resistance? Yeah. Will you stop yanking on my shirt and putting holes in it, please? Buck teeth monster. Biter. How about that? Like way over on fire res. Like more than anybody should be.
It seems you're a fair bit of magic in that one. Until next time.
Wonder if I can get myself a third blade from the Infernal Hordes. Does anybody want to do some hordes? I can probably just burn through 6s because I don't want to. All I really want is I just want the equipment chest at the end. Or no, not even the equipment chest. It's the boss. The boss gives the third blade. So I don't even need that. I don't even have to worry about getting cinders or whatever they're called. I can just burn through them. build is fun in here. So many monsters and they all get like bled by everything. Ow! Stop! That's skin. You're biting skin. Skin biter. It's not a shirt. It's a skin. Trying to rip my neck hole open. It's called a neck. You're not trying to rip the neck hole. You're trying to just rip the neck. That's not nice. Ripping somebody's neck open. Aw, are you kidding me? I'm so sick of crashing. I'm so sick of this. Boy, I be crashing every 5 minutes. I'm kidding. I don't crash every 5 minutes, but I'm getting irritated, so. I'm getting irritated. Let's close my task pals. Maybe my task pals is causing part of the issues. My poor task pals. I'm gonna have to close them. My little buddies. Let's see if I crash without them. We will be performing live maintenance on Tuesday, November 5th, from 11 a.m. PST to 12 p.m. PST. During this time, players may experience interruptions. Isn't that election day? Presidential election day? On the 5th? It's Tuesday, right? Presidential election day, yes, Tuesday the 5th. Interesting. They're taking down the servers for maintenance on election day. Well, I was doing a bit. That was a good one, too. I got freaking Hellborn on my first option.
Come back if you need work.
I got another 6 in here. 8, 10, 8, 10, 10, 10, 6. Nice. Come on, pirate. Okay, I gotta redo my potions. Die, Desecrator. Super zone tag. Super zone tag. I know, one of the biggest like things that I'm noticing when I play between like the Spiritborn and like the non-Spiritborn classes is that the non-Spiritborn classes have a much harder time just like moving in between packs. Like, they don't have as much unhindered or, like, unstoppable or ways to just, like, dash through the enemies, etc. So they tend to get stuck on the packs a lot more, and they also have a much harder time, you know, just in general, like, moving around the battlefield by comparison to the, you know, ridiculous amounts of dashes and things that the Spiritborn has. It's kind of just insane, actually. Because they've got what? They've got, like, the basic dashes, which are all really good, by the way. Then they also have, like, the Ravager dash with the core skills. Then they've also got the ultimate dash. And then, like, they also have ways to make themselves unhindered. I think you can become, like, permanently unhindered on the Spiritborn easily. So you can just, like, walk straight through the monsters as well. No, no. Got stuck in a frickin' loop. These guys so much tougher than the other monsters. Hellborn or hunting you? No, 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 no. Don't even know why I died. Rude. Hellfire? I think Hellfire is the way to go. Yes, I do still believe in victory.
Do you believe in victory?
Holy Jesus. So many Hellborns. No eighth. Oh, hello, Butcher. The Butcher came to see me, guys. I'm scared for my life. No, run from the Butcher. Run! I don't have any potions left. And there's too many monsters. No. No. Punk Butcher. God, I really gotta figure out why this guy's so squishy. I've gotta do some work on this guy. It's rough. Maybe I should switch from Lunging Strike to Frenzy and grab the like Frenzy DR stacks or something. Well, that one really is all that amazing. It's what, 5% damage reduction, 5% movement speed for 3 seconds. I think the Flay one is better, actually, now that I look at it. Because the Flay one has a damage reduction of 4%, up to 5 times for 6 seconds. So let's go with the Flay one instead. Maybe that'll give me the additional damage reduction I need to make it through some of those fights. It definitely does seem to be a lot better. Okay. I didn't even get 200 to open the equipment chest. Sad. Actually, I might get enough from them. They give like 15 or 20, don't they? I mean, definitely a lot more tanky once I added in play damage reduction, so that's not a terrible idea, apparently. I can't attack for some reason. Okay, next. That's what keeps locking me into, I don't know what he's locking me into. I don't even know if it's a stun or what he's doing. Don't normally have to deal with the mechanics because they're usually just dead. Die, Brown Maelstrom. Can't attack again. Okay, last in the list. Wyand the Shadow. You wanna fight? Fight chinchillas. Fight dogs. I fight chinchillas. I fight all sorts of doojanks. I don't know what you're doing back there, but okay. Burrowing. Did you get a sudden scare fit? Like an ostrich? You wanted to put your head in the ground? Does that make you feel better if you put your head in the ground? Do I need to get you like a chinchilla hole to like push your head into? I have an interesting idea for this build, and I think it will work very well. Come on, Ancestral Doojank. Oh, a sword. Is it a 70%er? 2 third blades. Both of them are 750s, but one is a 65%, which is considerably better than what I was using before. I suppose that's a win. Guess I can get rid of you. Oh, 199, really? We're that close. We have 199. Can you give me, can I bum a penny? Take a penny, leave a penny? Like, come on, take a penny, leave a penny. Take a penny, leave a penny, penny, pennies, penny, pennies. Take a penny, leave one, oh yeah. Do 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 do. I got a slightly better sword, and it's still not really that great. Yay! Dang it! Put it on. It's a terrible sword. Just put a socket in it. Let's destroy all the other doodanks. It's upgraded.
Unexpected.
Put a doodank in it. I wanna I want to take another look for third blades. Be a little less picky. See if I could just get one that's like not garbage. What the hell's wrong with my phone sometimes? I swear sometimes it will not give me messages. Like it won't play any sounds that any message has come through. But when I pick up the phone and unlock it, all of a sudden then it will like receive messages. As if it's not going to receive or display any messages while the phone is currently in its like standby mode. There's a 70%. %. 69%. Boom, 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 boom. What the hell is this one? It's like everything's wrong. The percentage on the effect isn't there. It says it's an 800 item power, but there's no greater affix. He wants 1 billion for it. I don't even know what stats it has. Rusted Bardiche. Man, it's like this. There's so many bad ones on here. I don't understand why there's so many bad ones. And then people are asking for like the moon for anything that's not like even remotely garbage. I mean, how much does like a quad 70 cost? Like 10 trillion, bajillion, gazillion, gadillion, bajillion, badillion, batillions? Battalions? Battalion, gajabillion, gamalion, gatillion. I give up. Let's see if I got banned on the Diablo 2 forums. Have I been banned? You've been banned. 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 I didn't get banned, but I got a heart.
is done.
Give me my dojinks.
Two-handed weapons. Helms, yeah, helms. Come on, ancestral ugly bastard.
We can do no more here.
No ancestral ugly bastard. 24 max resource helmet. Fortunately, I just don't really think that that's ever going to be good. Because Harlequin Crest has max resource on it now too. And cooldown reduction. So I think that helmet's pretty much just garbage. It's like meh. Cooldown reduction on that Harlequin Crest is way stronger too. If I was really going in that direction, I could just grab out Harlequin Crest. What is left to beef up on this guy? We need... all the glyphs are 46, so I guess we're like pretty much finished with that. Won't be able to get much more out of these by myself. Unless I can squeeze out some more damage from this character. What's up, Bennifer Sodas? Doing good. How about you? Man, we need a better two-handed mace. That's number one. We need a better attack speed. That's another thing. Critical strike chance is also... well, actually, that's not bad. 55.2%. I wonder if I take the elements and put that on the amulet. Let's swap those. So let's take the Edge Masters. Put that on the gloves. Swap the elements to the amulets. Because I think the elements is double dipping. That'll get me 53 times multiplier on the amulet. I was also thinking about maybe putting the Cap 2 accelerating on the amulet just to attack faster so I can get more puddles. I think that's another thing that I have to solve for this is attacking faster. I need to be able to attack faster. First time tuning into your streams, if you don't mind at all. I'm trying to get to D4. What class would you recommend? You don't have the DLC. I mean, I would recommend that you get the DLC because you're going to be missing out on a lot without the DLC. I mean, first off, you're missing out on the mercenaries. You're also missing out on the Spiritborn class. You're missing out on the rune word system, which is very powerful. And all the new areas are way more fun, honestly, than like the old areas. The old areas, honestly, are kind of boring. And the new areas are just amazingly better. We've been talking about this for a while. Like, they need to like do an overhaul on all the old areas and bring them up to date with the new stuff. I mean, the Spiritborn is the new hotness, and none of the other classes compare at the moment. So, like, I don't really know how to demonstrate this to you. There was a post a little while ago. Yeah. So these are like the rankings at the moment for like what the classes are capable of, like at their maximum power level. And so like the pit tiers are basically how you can gauge how strong a class is at the moment. And as you can see, the like top of the non-expansion classes is tier 120 with a time of 13 minutes and 7 seconds, which is pretty slow. The Spiritborn is capable of tier 150 with a time of 2 minutes and 18 seconds. The difference is astronomically high at this particular point in time. So the non-Spiritborn classes just tend to be weaker. I mean, depending on like what kind of character that you prefer, there's builds on all of them. The Barbarian is a highly melee class, so there's that. So if you want to do like a melee class or a melee build, this is the melee build here. There's also the Sorceress, which is obviously very like AOE, very spellcaster. You know, stand in the back, has tons of spells that she can use. She does have some close-up spells too. Druid is pretty good for melee, also has a good spellcaster-like side to it. Necromancer has minions, as well as some really good bone skills. I like Bone Spirit. Bone Spirit's fun. It really depends on what you like to play. I mean, there's a lot here that you can have fun with. But I would highly recommend that you pick up the expansion. Like, there's just so much more to the game once you grab the expansion. There's an entire new zone, obviously. But it's not just the new zone, it's also the new content. So there's like the Dark Citadel raid that you can go do. There's also the Undercity, which is right here, which is a really cool time attack dungeon that you can't do without the expansion. The Spiritborn class also is in the expansion. The rune system is in the expansion. The mercenaries are right here in the den, and the den is also part of the expansion. And I believe there's also, isn't there something with like the level of the, I can't even remember, like not being able to get to level 60 or something unless you're playing the expansion? I can't even remember. The rune words are really cool. These are all the runes, and you can make rune words out of them. I'm currently using some pretty powerful ones. The rune word is basically the combination of two runes that creates a rune word. Like, for instance, this one is the Serene Tectonic Rancor, which is Lith Tech. That one allows me to generate earthquakes underneath my feet, which is really cool.
This is what you asked for. That's a prime cocktail.
Damage just continues for quite some time after I stop attacking. It's kind of crazy. She does some pretty interesting damage herself. It's not exactly like on par with what I'm doing, but she's doing like some nice little numbers there. Alright, well, I'm glad I can manage to sway you toward the expansion. I think it's worth it. There's so much in the expansion to do. It really is. I'm trying to like... Huh. I need to catch up on making my videos. That's what I need to do. I think it might be time. I think it might be time for a video blitz. I gathered up all the information that I need. I gathered up all the characters and classes and abilities and everything that I need. So, like, pretty close to a video blitz. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to get all the videos done for the the Diablo 4 unique items as well. Of course, understanding how the items work is important to making the videos. Otherwise, the videos just come off as shallow and, you know, like, oh, yeah, well, what did he do? Read the item to me? No, I mean, I need to be able to tell you how the item works and test it and play with it and stuff. Manipulate it between my fingers. Isn't that right, Mr. Doohan? He said, I don't care about no unique items. He said, how about I bite your nose? What's up, counter MTG? He said you burst off. He said you gonna get beat up. He said you won't get beat up because that's how you get beat up. Bink. Could always record some videos right now. I used to do live recordings back in the day. I had an issue with my Streamlabs where when I would end the recording, it would end the live stream, which was really stupid. But it's been a while since I've tested it, and Streamlabs has been updated several times. So maybe we give it a try and see if Streamlabs self-implodes on itself. Self-implosion, self-implosion. Maybe we do some checks for self-implosion. Said self-implosion. Man, why does my graph look like that? Looks like a jack-o'-lantern's teeth over here. Look at this. It's like why does it look like jack-o'-lantern teeth? Strange. Holy crap, that is like the biggest freaking palmetto bug I've ever seen in like my life. What the hell even is that? It's like a Jurassic Park looking dinosaur palmetto bug. That thing is scary. Like legitimately scary. Like what the frick? And it just disappeared into the darkness. Where did it go? That thing was the size of a small cat. I never seen a palmetto bug that big. Frickin' small cat-sized palmetto bug? The hell? What the hell? Ow! Stop pulling with your teeth. Bad. Mind if I ask you a weird question? I kind of want to try to beat Diablo 2 Resurrected solo on hardcore. Do you think there's a best class to do that with? I have to hit 90 on ladder with Sork, Zon, and Paladin offline, but I want to try this solo self-found for 99. Wow. Solo self-found 99 on hardcore. That sounds like a... Oof, yeah. I mean, if you're talking about the safest, like, you can make it no matter what. It's just going to take you time and a lot of effort. Like, infinite time, infinite effort, you know, like, but like, safety. The freaking like shapeshifter druid slash summon, like you do summons and you do shapeshifter druid and you can just basically walk through the entire game. It doesn't, it's not going to go fast, and hitting 99 with it is going to take you some time, most definitely. But is it doable? Yes. Is he going to die? Probably not. Speed would be the Mosaic Assassin, but the Mosaic Assassin is very likely to die. Let's put it that way. Very likely to die. The Mosaic Assassin is not a very strong character. It's not a very tanky character. It is an extremely powerful character in the damage that it deals, but it is not particularly tanky, and I probably would not pick it for hardcore at all. I mean, granted, the time that it takes you to hit 99 on a hardcore Mosaic Sin would be exceedingly less than the Druid, and you could potentially try 3 or 4 or 5 times on a Mosaic Sin in the same time period that it would take you to hit 99 on your Druid. So, there'd be that. Alright, we are going to try to do some videos. I have no clue whether or not this is going to work, but we're going to give it a try nonetheless. I don't remember which one I converted into a basic Sepazontak. We're going to do the Sepazontak video. That one's kind of fun. This is not the Sepazontak character. Which one did I make the Sepazontak character? Was it Green? It wasn't Green Ranger, was it? Oh yeah, Withering Fist. That's right. Amazon can be very strong. Amazon can be very tanky, although also not tanky at the same time. They have kind of like an odd, like Schrodinger's tankiness, which is where they're kind of tanky, but they're also kind of not tanky at the same time. So it kind of like flips and floopity floops back and forth. I don't remember what helmet I was using on this character, but her helmet is missing. I'm assuming Andariel's would be probably what she was wearing, which I don't have, so, so be it. Alright, so we're going to start with Sepazontak. If you guys have never participated in one of these, like, live recordings, it's really simple. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to start the recording. I'll probably ignore you guys, because, that's how live recordings work. And then I'm going to do my spiel on the video. We're going to talk about the item. We're going to go over it, and then I'll end the video. And then hopefully when I end the video, the live stream won't end, and then we'll move on to the next video that I need to make. And in the process, we'll get some decent little doojanks running. We'll get some doojanks ranting. I mean, if not, then oh well. I got your tail. Got your tail. No, just my tail. Steve this for me. I'm gonna Steve it. I mean, Shank is a very deadly place. I probably wouldn't farm Shank on any character in hardcore. The Shank is probably one of the most deadly, if not the deadliest, areas. Not Shank himself, but the monsters that are surrounding Shank. It's like they are killers. Like pretty much every monster that can spawn there is a killer. If I remember correctly, the total monsters that spawn there are... I could write it down. I got a little checklist for my videos here. Things that I need to do. But anyway, in that particular area where Shank is, there are quill rats, which are extraordinarily deadly. Not only are their projectiles invisible, but they also do massive amounts of poison damage and also reflect damage back with attacker takes damage of, and they're just super deadly. Mr. Doohan, he's named after Scotty from Star Trek. On top of that, there is also the fire archers, which are both fire and physical damage, which makes them particularly deadly, as well as the fact that they are ranged. On top of this, you also have the Slinger Spear Cats. The Slinger Spear Cats have Pierce on their attack, which makes them extraordinarily deadly, especially to necromancers that are used to hiding behind their armies. Because a lot of the times you will think that you are safe behind your army, but because Slinger Spear Cats have a 100% pierce on all of their throws, and they are very high physical damage, which means that it has to be checked by defense, not resistances, the Necromancer is often very likely to die by these Slinger Spear Cats in farming Shank. Shank is not a safe place to farm for a lot of Necromancer builds, because the Spear Cats can absolutely demolish you. On top of this, there's also the the oak trees or whatever. I can't remember the name of them right on top of my head. The oak trees are kind of nasty as well, because they also have a little bit of crushing blow. I think they're less crushing blow than like Erdars, but they have crushing blow, and they're also very tanky. And in general, they're just not easy to kill, / also very high damage, like high physical damage output, combined with kind of like enough damage that usually ends up locking you into faster hit recovery stuns. So there's also that issue as well. I mean, honestly, like just these 4 right here at Shank on a hardcore game, it should just pretty much shy you away from doing Shank at any point, because they're just not worth your time. There's too many deadly things that happen there. And if you get a combination of both, like if you get the Quill Rats and the Slingers, or you get the Fire Archers and the Slingers, or you get like the Fire Archers and the Quill Rats, like the combination can literally just be awful. On top of this, the portal for Frigid Highlands is usually booby-trapped. So Frigid Highlands... Frigid, I don't know, I'm not typing it. Frigid Highlands is more often than not booby-trapped. And the Quill Rats, the Fire Archers, the Slinger Spear Cats, they'll often be sitting at that, like, portal. And you just don't want that to be the case. Like, you don't want them messing with you. Like while you're loading in, because you can very easily die while loading at that portal. There's a couple portals, waypoints in the game that are deadly like that, and they will actually get you killed if the circumstances line up just right. Like if the Spear Cats spawn on the lower area where Shank is, and then they happen to be on the stairwell when you portal in, they'll start throwing spears at you before you ever load in, and you'll load in dead. So... like, I don't recommend hardcore Shank. I think it's a bad idea, and I think everybody should pretty much stay away from Shank if you're doing hardcore. I'm not a big hardcore player myself, but I can recognize danger, and farming Shank on softcore is fine, because if you die, like, big whoop, right? But farming Shank on hardcore is a whole nother ball of wax, and probably not something that you want to participate in. What about max fade-based assassin? So the problem with damage reduction is great, but damage reduction doesn't stop damage frequency. So getting hit multiple times doesn't, like, even if you have 50% physical damage reduction, like through fade, the problem is that you're still going to get hit a rather large number of times, because the assassin just doesn't have any defense. She doesn't have any way to block the damage from coming in. Whereas other characters have, you know, like if we run some math here, you know, let's say a monster comes in and they've got like a 25% chance to hit you, right? Well, a 25% chance to hit you is still pretty good, right? So that means they've got a 25% chance. So out of like, say 100 hits, you know, like if we were to say subtract that, we would subtract 75%, which would give us 25 hits probably out of 100, right? Well, let's say I've got another 75% block chance. Okay, so that means 75% of this is now going to be gone as well, which means now we're looking at like a 6.25% chance for them to hit us. So like when you're talking about a paladin that has 50% damage reduction, it makes a big deal, because you're only getting hit like 6.2.5% of the time anyway. Right? But the problem is on an assassin that has essentially 0 defense, you've got maybe like a 10% chance to like dodge the attack, which is, you know, like terrible. On top of that, weapon block doesn't work while moving, so it's completely useless in that regard. And so if a monster has a 25% chance to hit you, well, guess what? He's got a lot higher than 25% chance because you have no defense. So unlike the Paladin, you've got pretty much nothing there. And you're going to be left off with, you know, like, what is it, like, out of 100, like, you got maybe like a 10% chance to dodge some attacks. So you're going to get hit 90 times out of those 100. And you've got no additional damage reduction on top of that. So whereas the Paladin's only hitting 6.25 times in those 100, you're getting hit 90 times out of those 100, and so your damage reduction just doesn't mean as much when you're getting slapped silly by everything that can hit you. Oh, holy crap, Coda. Thanks for the raid, man. 78 people. Hey, what's going on? My name is Ginger Gaming Mentor. I run a YouTube channel. I've been going for, I don't know, like 4 years now. This is Mr. Doohan. He's a chinchilla. Mr. Doohan is named after Scotty. He's very Scottish. He's got like a Scottish attitude. He likes to grab things with his teeth, and he tries to yank my skin off sometimes. I don't really know why he likes to yank skin off. He also likes chips. Would you like a chip? Would you like a chip? No, you don't want the chip? He said no chip. What he wants is this. He's not allowed to have candy, but I do let him have a little bite of candy every now and then. Here. Here. Oh, yeah, you do want the condoms, huh? Why are you going to steal the paper from me? Don't steal the paper. What do you think I was doing? Handing you paper? He's like, ew, why would I want paper? Okay, that's enough. That's enough. You're not allowed to have that much sugar. In fact, you're pretty much not allowed to have any sugar, but... I'm about to record a video. You guys are here just in time for me to record a video. Let's see if we can do this. So, I do unique item videos. That's one of the things that I do. Sometimes I do my unique item videos live. So, I haven't done a video on Totk yet. I actually have a list. I need to do Totk, the Ugly Bastard Helm, Jacinth Shell, Wuxie Nakpa, which is... It's an interesting weapon, but it just can't compete with... it is not competing with Kepe Leke. Totk doesn't compete with Kepe Leke either. Like, they're just... Kepe Leke is just too powerful, to be perfectly honest. I've got a couple Totks in here. Let's pull these bad boys out and let's get started. I got, yeah, this one. My Totk is amazing. It's a beautiful Totk. I got a greater affix dex, greater affix basic skill double damage, and greater affix follow through. It's absolutely amazing. I appreciate the subscription counter at MTG. I'm not sure if I said it. You've been subscribed for 3 months? Hell yeah. Yeah, Hustle Armor does work well with the bonus. Definitely. 100%. So if you put Hustle Armor with the block chance, the claw block, you get a combination of blocking while standing still and then the dodging while moving. So the two actually do mesh together very well. But Hustle also has no defense, so you're basically just relying on your block and your dodge at all times. Look at him, he's trying to jump down. He said escape. Hey, Jay Calls, thanks for the membership over on YouTube. I appreciate it. That's right. GGM Minty, now you get access to all the emotes. All the emotes. Like the chonkers. Have I tried Panther and Burb build? I've tried all sorts of builds. This one here is a Withering Fist build. It's pretty fun. Will you quit biting my neck?
That's a prime cottage.
You understand enough that you can get into my shirt. You understand that. But you don't understand enough to know that this is not a shirt. This is skin. This is my skin. That's skin. You got skin. Your skin. Look, see skin. You got skin, and I got skin. We both got skin. Quit yanking my skin. It's rude. Skin yanker. Alright, guys and gals. Let's do this video. You guys ready? Oh my god, will you stop attacking the training dummy for 5 seconds? Jeez. Reformed cannibal. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. Today we're going to be going over one of the staves. We've already covered Rod of Kapeleke, but this is another one of the unique staves. It's called Totk. The Totk staff is a pretty amazing staff for basic builds, and we're going to be going over like how it changes the basic builds and what you can get out of it. It may not be as strong as Rod of Kapeleke, but there are some really, really fun builds that you can do with this. And I think if you give it a try, you'll definitely see some of them. I'm going to show off one of mine, which is the Withering Fist build. But I'm missing my my Andariel's Visage. It's over on another character. But right now, the Totk staff itself is a quarterstaff. The quarterstaffs do have a really nice implicit of 45% increased block chance, which does feed really well into the interdiction bonus, which gives you a critical strike damage based on your block chance, and then you get like the block chance gives you an increase in by your resolve stacks. I mean, there's a whole lot of that you can do with block chance in this game. One of them is to increase your critical strike damage, which gives you a lot of additional bonus. And having the quarterstaff right off the bat gives you pretty much like half your block chance that you're going to have. In fact, I think, I don't know what my block chance is right now, but I'm already at 100%, like easily. I'm well over 100% actually, I'm pretty sure, which is good because there is an aspect that takes advantage of your block chance, and so having more than 100% block chance is good to feed into that if you're trying to do that particular build. We also have a greater affix on here of 460 dexterity, but it is 242 without the greater affix. We also have the lucky hit, basic lucky hit skill chance, which is only up to 6% on the regular item, but does go up pretty high once you get the greater affix. It's not really like too important, but if you are trying to do, say, like Andy's, which is a lucky hit proc, or some of the other lucky hit builds, I mean, every lucky hit bonus that you can get is going to be helpful. Usually with these lucky hit bonuses, if they're conditional like this, like they show basic lucky hit, they don't show up on the tooltip usually. But this one it looks like does. So you can see here it says 37% lucky hit chance, and the tooltip will actually calculate that 9.9% in and add it to the ability. So it is actually giving me a total of, what is that, 7, 8, 9. So about 2%. It might even be like an odd number, but it's about 2% on the actual lucky hit chance of the ability for that 9.9 that I'm getting there. It also has a really nice effect of up to 35% basic skills to deal double damage, which is going to cover all of your basic skills. And it also has a nice greater affix of 52.5. You can get that up really high. As you can see on mine, that's masterwork 10 times. I'm currently at 66.5% chance. So pretty easy to get that up to 100 if you wanted to, say, like focus some of the 25% bonuses on it. We also have this really nice follow-through bonus of 2 to 4, and follow-through is one of the passives on the board. If you get a greater affix, it goes really high. As you can see mine right here on this one with a 25% bonus and 10 masterworks is all up to 10. My current bonus on follow-through is ridiculous. It's currently 13. And basically how follow-through works is you get a bonus to the basic skills, basically multiplying their damage, and you also get another bonus which is essentially doubled for third casts. So you get 52% multiplier, as you can see there, for the third cast. Now, what does it mean by the third cast? This is a really interesting thing that I had to like go through and learn about, and it's an odd topic because it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but it does make sense once you understand it better. So the ability itself, and let me pull any staff out of here. It doesn't really matter what it is. Let's just pull a pole arm out so we can put that on for the time being. Now, when you utilize a basic skill, the basic skill has a regular attack that hits the target, a regular attack that hits the target, and it also has a regular attack that hits the target. So it's 3 regular attacks that hit the target. Now, these 3 regular attacks are not subject to the double multiplier. So from what I've been able to tell, when it says the third cast gets the bonus, what it is referring to specifically is the third cast effect, which is not restricted to the actual ability. I know it sounds kind of weird, but let me kind of show you what I mean. So if I'm facing away from the training dummy and I attack 3 times, you'll notice that the poison effect is an AoE, and the poison effect can hit the monster irrespective of the actual melee hits, despite the fact that I'm not hitting the training dummy at all with the Withering Fist. Now, when you utilize the Sepazontak, the Withering Fist gains the third strike for every single ability. However, it also gives you a second third strike, which then becomes your new third strike, and the third strike itself just simply becomes your first and second strike, which I know is confusing as all get out, but it makes sense if you think about it. So the third strike, the original third strike, just simply becomes your regular attack. And it's also still separate from your regular strike. So when you're attacking regularly like this, and you're not hitting the monster, now you're going to have this third strike always happening, and you're going to be able to apply that poison damage to the target, even if you're not actually hitting the target. Now, the interesting thing here is that they're both separate from each other in how they function. So if I go back to the pole arm for a second here, you'll see that if I attack the monster with my regular Withering Fist, like without using the third attack, you can see it still does damage, and it has its own separate mechanic entirely. So you do have to actually be within range to get the melee hit, and then the Sepazontak is then creating a secondary function, which is it's allowing the basic or the third attack to become a new form that's added on top. Now, this gets even more complicated when we talk about some of the ways that the basic skills function. So we did a lot of testing, thorns testing, and all sorts of other things. And one of the things we came to a conclusion on was that, like, for instance, with the accelerated rock splitter, you get a third attack that applies 100% of your thorns. Well, the third attack that applies 100% of your thorns is completely separate from the way that the ability works. And oftentimes, like, putting points or taking points out of the ability itself would not have any effect or change anything as far as the damage of the ability. I know it sounds kind of weird, but when you're putting points into Withering Fist, you're increasing the damage of the ability itself. You're not increasing the damage of the third attack. The third attack is like a separate function of the way that the ability works. And you can play around with this. You can test it yourself. You can basically put on weapons, take off weapons, put in skill points, take off skill points, and play around with the way that the ability works. But the damage of the actual third attack kind of just stays the same. And I can demonstrate this. Let's go ahead and pull some points from Withering Fist here. And we need a couple points to spend. So let's pull some from the Hunter for the second. And what we're going to do is we're going to take a Rock Splitter and we're going to throw this into the mix. And we're basically just going to utilize this to get the special effect. So as you can see, we're getting about, what is that, 23 to 256k. And I'm not actually hitting the target. I'm just using the special effect. So 311. Then what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and stack points into the ability. So I'm going to fill it up with 5 points here. And you can see I'm getting 315k, 300k. It was a 580, so not bad. Now, a lot of this comes from spamming the ability as fast as I can to get my modifiers. So let me make sure I don't do that. We need to. We gotta isolate the test here. Alright. Actually, probably just spam it. That's probably a good thing to do. We'll just spam it, that way we can get all the multipliers in there, and then we know what the true top end is. So 892k, that was our biggest top end hit. Oh, we got a 1 million. Am I using Jaguar? I am using Jaguar. Jaguar is going to mess with the test, so we're going to pull this. Yeah, let's pull this just for the second so it's not messing with the test. Because it does add a huge multiplicative every 15 hits. So 299k, 278k, 406. Alright, so the highest I'm seeing is a 406. So let's go ahead and drop the 5 points back in. And let's see if we can top the 406. As you can see here, the 4 extra points that I put into the ability don't seem to have any effect on the third strike, is basically what I'm trying to demonstrate for you here. You know, it's more than just simply telling you. I want you to see exactly how this functions. And when you see that you can't really increase your damage by putting points into the skill as far as the third strike is concerned, then you start to understand that the third strike is a different function, essentially, than the actual, like, ability, right? And every single ability has different ways that it is affected by this. So let's play around with this. So first off, if you're using Rock Splitter by itself, without Sepizontac, you're going to get this effect, which is you're going to attack, and then it's going to do a kind of like a little like dancing spin. I don't really know how to explain it. It kind of looks like a dancing spin. Now, the dancing spin can actually be increased in size tremendously. So if you are going to run this build, you can make it quite ginormous. However, when you put Sepizontac on, what you're going to notice is you're going to get the spin every single time, and you're also going to get 3 spins on the third attack, which is going to give you 3 pumps of that damage output. This is obviously separate from the actual skill, but you can also attack with the skill itself. So obviously if you're within melee range, you're also going to get the melee attack along with the little spin explosions. And that's just Rock Splitter. So Rock Splitter is one of the basics. We also have Thunder Spike. Thunder Spike is interesting too, because Thunder Spike goes from a single bump, which isn't really all that amazing. And if you pay attention to it, it's actually an eagle. It's kind of hard to see, but it's actually in the shape of an eagle. It's like Batman always using like batarangs that are in the shape of a bat. Like, I'm not even joking. And Thunder Spike is probably one of the least impressive basic skills. However, when you put on the Sepizontac, it goes from a single strike to triple strikes on the third one, which actually does make it a lot more interesting. You can also get Thunder Spike size, and you can increase the size of this attack tremendously. There's also a passive on here that allows the third strike to pull in enemies and knock them down if they're distant from you. So combined with the Sepizontac and the size increase, you could definitely set this up so that you could pull in the monsters relatively easily. The other side doesn't have anything to do with Sepizontac and isn't affected by Sepizontac at all. It basically just makes it so that when you evade, it will attack with it as you're evading. Oh, I was wrong. It does actually interact with Sepizontac. Well, I am a fool. I did not know that. Wait a minute. It's activating the evade cooldown reduction? Is it activating the evade cooldown reduction? Or is that just my imagination? I think it's activating the evade cooldown reduction. That was not something that I was aware of. Which is why I always like to test things. Let's go test this out here. I'm not sure if that evade cooldown reduction thing may be a function of the training room itself. So I just want to make sure. Wow, it's literally infinite evades. Ow! Stop biting. Biter. Rude. It is important to note, however, that when you utilize this, it actually does use up your brilliance. So if you're utilizing acceleration is the passive that gives you 1 additional evade charge, but it also gives you a multiplier whenever you evade. One of the things that I noticed about this is that if you're utilizing the Thunder Spike evade, it will automatically use this multiplier for the attack that Thunder Spike uses. So as you're evading, it literally automatically burns the acceleration multiplier. So keep that in mind. If you're trying to use that multiplier for something, like say you want to use it for, I don't know, your quill volley or something along those lines, you're definitely going to be in a situation where you're going to want to maybe not use Thunder Spike with the basic action. It's rather interesting to find out, though, that it does actually work with Sepizon attack. I was unaware of that. I mean, it obviously is attacking 3 times. Not only are you getting the initial pump, but you're also getting the triple. That could be the basis of an entire build. That could be really fun. That is not bad at all. But moving on. We also have Thrash. Now, Thrash is interesting because Thrash also has the same kind of components, which is a 3rd attack that has this, like, crazy thing going on. And let me show you what it looks like without the ability. So if you're utilizing Thrash by itself, you get 2 regular attacks, and then you get this, like, I don't even know what to call it. It's like a thing that, like, is in the air, and it's just, like, slashing outward from, like, a void. And the void that's slashing out of it is essentially just going to hit the monsters multiple times while you are not even looking at the monster. So if you use this in the place where a monster is, it just continually attacks. There's also a passive on here that allows you to keep that running as long as you keep attacking. So as long as you're attacking, you can increase the duration of the 3rd attack by a massive degree, allowing you to have multiple of these active at any given time, which allows you to get even more damage out of the Thrash ability. But even further, if you're utilizing the Sepizon attack, you can get a ridiculously large number of these. Because instead of spawning just 1 of them, now it's going to spawn 3 of them. And as you can clearly see by the ridiculous number that I currently have on the screen, using Sepizon attack, you can get some pretty crazy numbers of these Thrash things up here. And of course, every single one of these is doing its own damage, including the Thrash ability itself, which is also hitting the target. And you can increase the size of these, making them way bigger. They do really good AoE damage, but they don't really do very high, like, single target damage, from what I've noticed. It's kind of like the exact opposite of what I thought. I thought it was going to be really fast attacks that would be very single target, but they ended up being very AoE instead, which is a little odd. But you can definitely make some very powerful Thrash builds as well. And then there's finally Withering Fist, which we kind of already covered because, you know, that was the first ability that we were utilizing. Withering Fist is very clear in that it gives you 1 Poison Puddle. And then when you're utilizing the Sepizon attack, you get 3 Poison Puddles. They go in a straight line outward, and there is an overlap to them if you pay attention. So there is this, like, section in the center between the circles where you can definitely hit a target with more than 1 circle. I've also kind of noticed that depending on your range, so, like, you don't actually have to be in melee range, obviously. You can just simply, like, attack from a distance and let the poison puddles just hit them from far away. You do miss out on the physical damage of the ability, but, I mean, it's neither here nor there. It depends on how you're setting up the character. Withering Fist is also really strong in that it seems to be very fast. It's kind of hard to explain just how fast Withering Fist is, but hopefully that gives you some kind of idea. It's kind of nuts. That's not even like full speed. And I'm using, switch that back before I forget. Now, the special effects on Seppa's Zontak definitely makes it amazing. It's your basic skills deal 100% increased damage and always use their third attack, which is what we just went over. And every third cast of the basic skill strikes 3 times. So when you're talking about the basics, you can definitely get some interesting stuff going on with these. There's also an aspect which kind of flows along with the Seppa's Zontak, which is called Combined Strikes. And I'm going to go ahead and show you Combined Strikes real quick. There was an original build that I haven't really finished playing around with, but could eventually come back. I'm looking for a perfect Combined Strikes before I want to like dive into that one. But Combined Strikes allows you to get a pretty huge damage bonus for using basically any basic skill. So you can get up to 15% increased damage to everything for every basic skill that you cast within 10 seconds. You only have to cast them one time, and then it's 10 seconds until you have to recast them. Obviously, there's 4 basic skills, and even if you're using like Kapeleke, you could potentially get 6 basic skills. So that's 4 times 15 or 6 times 15, depending on how you want to set it up. And the entire goal would just be to have like every basic skill on your bar. I mean, they are moderately useful. You can easily use Rock Splitter to build Resolve. You can easily use Thrash to build Ferocity, so you don't need any Resolve or Ferocity building on other, things. You can also use Withering Fist to poison all the monsters, and Thunder Spike kind of works to pull in monsters. It's not really the best pull in, but it does work as a pull-in. It can also be used in your evasion, which is also a whole other thing. So you could just like run around every time you evade. You can also trigger it, and it does actually activate Combined Strikes. So there's also that. Seppa's Zontak is a staff that comes from specific bosses, and let's pull that up real quick so I can give you guys an idea of where you can farm this. And I usually hop over to Diablo 4.life. We got a little tool on here, the target farming uniques. And then we go down here, Spiritborn, Seppa's Zontak, and as you can see, it drops from Duriel, the Maggot King, and Andariel, Maiden of Anguish. It's pretty common from these. It's also not the main staff that everybody is using this season, so you might even be able to just pick one up for relatively cheap on a trade site, if that's what you're looking for. I also was able to get one relatively early on in the season just by simply gambling them. The Purveyor of Curiosities is absolutely amazing for gambling items, especially if you are utilizing the season buff, which is the Purveyor of Curiosities buff, which gives you a chance to receive a second item whenever you're gambling from the Purveyor of Curiosities. It's absolutely amazing, by the way. And you can pretty much just gamble quarterstaffs and usually end up with a Seppa's Zontak. I have like 4 or 5 Seppa's Zontaks in my inventory right now. And I also managed to get myself this absolutely beautiful Seppa's Zontak, which is insane. And I've been playing around with a bunch of builds all using this item. It does have some flavor text on it. It says, "To the silent skies, the hunter Etzlek raised his staff and then smote the Newman. Release her," came his cries, as he desecrated the hallowed ground. On the third strike, the spirit answered. I have a feeling that Seppa's Zontak is probably going to be the best staff for Spiritborn come Season 7, after they nerf the ever-loving crap out of the Kapeleke, which is probably coming. There's so many bugs with the Spiritborn right now, and the Spiritborn is so far past all the other characters. It's going to be funny when the Spiritborn falls back to the, like the angel falling from heaven like Tyrael. But the Seppa's Zontak I don't think is going to be affected by most of these fixes. It's still going to be very powerful regardless of a lot of the bugs that are currently in place. And there's a lot of fun builds that you can do. Obviously, you can do Withering Fist, Rock Splitter, you can do Thunder Spike, you can also do the Thrash. You can do combinations of those. There's actually some pretty interesting combinations in how they work. Like, you can easily do 2 bare minimum, like if you wanted to throw Rock Splitter and Seppa's Zontak together. There's an entire build through the Rock Splitter, which has to do with the accelerated Rock Splitter that allows you to apply Thorns damage to your enemies. And from the Thorns testing that I've done with the accelerated Rock Splitter, does actually get affected by basic skill damage, which is interesting. However, it doesn't get any additional thorns added to it, which is also kind of weird. So like if you have the Gorilla Spirit Hall choice or anything like that, it doesn't actually add any thorns to that. It does add thorns to the main melee hit, which is separate from the like spinning. So it's kind of hard to explain it all because I did like a large amount of testing with thorns. And you know what? Let me just bring up my thorns notepad that I've got, which all my thorns testing on it, so you guys can see it from here. So this, I did like a buttload of thorns testing, and basically what I found out was a lot. Like Brilliance doesn't work with thorns, Acceleration doesn't work with thorns. Supremacy does, Apex does, Vulnerable added bonus does, the generic added bonus does, damage to elites does, your Dexterity generic multiplier does, Unrestrained does, Potent does, the third attack on Thrash does not, Balanced Exertion does not, Mystic Circle Jaguar yes, Fist of Fate yes, Berserk no, Ring of the Starless Skies does, Quill Volley does work with thorns, like Spirit Hall thorns bonuses, but only one time. Not for every single quill. It only gives you one pump of the damage. Crushing Hand, same thing, only one pump of the damage. The Legendary Spirit Hall can be increased by a massive amount, by the way. I was testing that out, and it was looking like you can get 132% from a weapon and 100% from the Loyalties Helmet, which is 232%. Plus the original 100%, so you can get about 332% thorns added to all of your attacks through the legendary Gorilla Spirit Hall. However, like I said, that does not get added to the actual ability. Skill ranks don't seem to add any damage whatsoever to Thorns attacks. They don't seem to be tied to the skill ranks on the ability at all. And I demonstrated that earlier as well. Thorns is overriding other damage output. I thought that this was the case at first, and I actually need to fix this. So Thorns is in addition to other damage output, but in its own separate hit. I originally thought it wasn't adding to the damage, but now that I've seen it, it's actually just giving you two separate hits. So the Thorns actually just hits as a separate function, completely different from the actual hit of the ability. It doesn't add into the ability, which is what I had originally thought. Unyielding hits does also not increase the Thorns damage at all. You would think that the unyielding hits might add in to the hit for the Thorns, but it doesn't add into the hit for the Thorns. It seems to be separate. And there's like even more stuff that I tested that I probably just don't even have written down here. I'm probably going to do an entire Thorns video because this video is not for Thorns specifically, but it is something that I do want to cover eventually. I think that pretty much covers everything for this Epizon Tech. It is a very complicated and very interesting weapon that can be used across like at least 4 builds, if not way more than 4 builds. I would probably multiply that by like 5 at the very least, because there's so many different ways that you can build them. Like Withering Fist can be built for poison dot damage with like the Shattered Vow, or it could be built with like Critical Strike and, you know, like overpower damage using the Noxious Resonance. You could build Thrash, you could build Rock Splitter, you could build Rock Splitter with Thorns, you could build Thunder Spike, you could build Thunder Spike Evade. You know, there's like, at the very least, there's like 2 or 3 different ways that you could do every single one of the basics, if not more, including running all the basics at one time. So, yeah. Anyway, as always, I appreciate you guys are watching. Be sure to hit that like button and the subscribe button. And as always, keep watching. Hopefully, I didn't kill my stream. A lot of the times when I would stop recording, it would just kill my stream. So hopefully that hasn't happened. And we can move on to the next video. And we can put a little check mark, beep, next to this Epizon Tech. The next one I want to do is the Ugly Bastard helmets. The Ugly Bastard. The bastard, the ugly. He's so ugly. So ugly. So ugly. It really is ugly, though. Like, it really is. Like, let's go take a look at it. It's really ugly. Like, I'm gonna have to show it off in the video because it's like it is a really ugly helmet. Like it's ugly. It's an ugly helmet. It's very ugly. I mean, it's got like little, you know, it's got like the face and like the blood and like it's ugh. Let's go over to the wardrobe so I can show you how ugly it looks. Are you guys ready? Look at this thing. Ooh. Ooh. It's ugly. It's really ugly. Got like little spikes coming out all over the place, like black eyes, can't even see. Like, what's wrong with my face? How did my face get all messed up? Where's my lips? What does that kind of look like? What is that character I'm thinking of that it looks like? It looks like, well, it kind of looks like Deadpool, but Deadpool has lips. God, what was that character that had no lips? Like, his whole face was gone, like his nose was gone. He had like, was it Darkman or whatever? Was it? It was like a whole TV show based around him. He was like the guy who like, would like make masks for his face. Yeah, it was Darkman. Of course, Darkman usually had his face all covered up. That was a pretty good movie, by the way. I like that movie. If you guys have never seen Darkman. I do enjoy a good Darkman. I can't remember. I don't know if they have like a picture of his face without the, oh yeah, there you go. How's that? How's that look for you? Mmm, delicious. Tasty. No, I don't want to save it. Yeah, tasty. Mmm. Mmm. Tastes like deliciousness. Why are you being so bad? Huh? Why are you being so bad? I'm gonna show off your evil little alien toes on the camera. Look at your little alien toes. Look at these little alien feet. Alien feet. Look. Alien toes from outer space. Alien feet. So just leave my alien feet alone. Look at these alien toes. He said, no, that's my toes. Stop it. Look at them toes. Look, alien feet. Four-pronged, one big giant middle toe. One big giant middle toe. I'm gonna go put him back. I think he's got to go tinkle. I got more than one chinchilla. This is Dusty. You want to turn around, Dusty, and say hello to everybody? Or don't, or will you turn around and say hello? Say hello. Do you want a little tiny bite of this Candoms? Hmm? There you go. How's that? Lemony? Got some lemonies in there. Taste lemony. Lemony wickets. Oh, sorry. I've been making you guys stare at the Darkman for like 5 minutes. He's pretty hideous. He's pretty hideous too, though. All right, we're gonna have to do a video on the ugly bastard helmets. It's definitely an interesting one for sure. Ah, burning hells. You look like one of Zulmog's inbred bastards. Little fun tidbit, and we'll talk about this in the video. But this one actually made me laugh. I'm not gonna lie. So I don't know if you guys know this, but obviously bastard is generally considered a word that you wouldn't want to say unless you're actually talking about something within the game. And funny enough, if you look at the other ugly bastard helm, it's not censored. If you link it in chat, it's also not censored in chat either. So if I were to link it, like for instance in local chat, you'll see that it's, or no, I can't link it in local chat. I can link it in clan. So if you link it in clan chat, you'll notice that it's not censored. And if I press enter, it's also not censored in clan chat. However, above my head, it's censored above my head, which is hilarious to me. I don't know why it's censored above my head. Like I can link it and that's fine. But if I try and like say the word of the helmet above my head, it censors it out. It's very silly. All right, let's head over to the training grounds. And we're going to make a video on the ugly bastard helmet. I'm going to eat your ears. I'm going to get it. That's right. You smell like the baka. All right. Let us make this video, shall we? The ugly bastard helmet, take 2. I mean, take 1. All right. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. Today we're going to be going over one of the new Barbarian uniques, and this is the Ugly Bastard Helmet. Please don't give me a warning, YouTube. I swear, it's the name of the item. I'm not just cursing. Even though the game, for some reason, thinks you're cursing, because if you link the helmet in chat, it doesn't censor it in clan chat, but it does censor it above your head, which is also pretty hilarious, to be perfectly honest. The Ugly Bastard helmet, though, is very good. It is a very good helmet, and we're going to talk about why it's a really good helmet and go over everything together today. So first off, it does have some pretty nice bonuses. As you can see here, mine is masterworked to 4. You know, let's go ahead and reset the masterworking. I got a bad masterwork on it anyway, so it's not going to hurt me to reset it. And that way we can see the base stats. Honestly, the stats on the helmet are not the greatest, except for a couple of them. But the actual, like, unique effect on the helmet is probably where most of the bonus is coming from. And we'll dig into the unique effect deeper later, but let's go over the base stats first. So right off the bat, you see it has fire resistance on it. I don't really know why they gave this helmet fire resistance. I mean, I know thematically it makes sense from that it's from the hells, and so you would want fire resistance if you were in hell. But fire resistance is the one resistance I think the Barbarian has the least trouble with out of all of them, because peppered all throughout the board is tons and tons of fire resistance. If you take a look at my fire resistance right now, I'm currently sitting at 39.7% over cap. And when I put the helmet on, I'm now at 80.1% over cap on fire resistance. It's absolutely ridiculous. And honestly, I didn't even really take all the fire resistance nodes on the Paragon board. I was really just going for the maximum fire resistance nodes, which is where you get the most benefit. And even then, I still ended up like overcapped by quite a bit. It also has a lucky hit bonus of up to a 40% chance to deal up to 6,750 fire damage, which is thematic for the item because, of course, it's going to help you with your fire damage. with the greater affix on that is actually really high. I think it's like 12,000 fire damage or something for the lucky hit. And there could be something there, like adding in just a huge amount of fire damage to your attacks with the lucky hit bonus. If you get like a greater affix and like triple masterwork it can go really, really high. I don't know exactly how high it goes, but very, very high. I've already triple masterworked one by accident that was not even a greater affix, and it already exceeded like 12,500 fire damage. So if it was a greater affix that started at 12,500, you could imagine that it's going to go really high. All in all, though, it's just a lucky hit proc of fire damage and not really the most important thing on the helmet. It also has a huge amount to Prolific Fury, as you can see mine with a greater affix of 7. Prolific Fury is not really the greatest one on here, but can be helpful if you're trying to do, like, say, a weapon mastery build or something of that kind, because Prolific Fury does give you a bonus to your generation of your resource. So as long as you have your berserking active, you get a nice fury generation bonus, and that's going to help you in terms of like any skill that you want to spam as much as you can possibly spam it. So any resource that you're going to have coming in from any source is going to be greatly increased as long as you can maintain your berserking, which should be really easy on the barbarian anyway, because there are so many ways to maintain your berserking on barb. Now the really good one on here is the aggressive resistance. Aggressive resistance goes up to 2, and the greater affix, I believe, is 3. But you can definitely get it a lot higher than that. And aggressive resistance is also related to berserking, and it's the one that gives you damage reduction while you're berserking. So as long as you can keep your berserking active, you're going to have a pretty large amount of damage reduction. And getting this to a really high rank is definitely very nice. As you can see, mine only has +1, but even with just +1, I go from 16% to a nice 20%. And you can easily have 3 on here. So an additional 16% on top of the first 16%, which is going to bring you up to around 32% damage reduction from while berserking, which is really, really nice. Now, the special effect on this is casting Wrath of the Berserker causes you to explode, dealing up to 1,833 fire damage. Now, this is a separate mechanic from the second part, and a lot of people have kind of confused the two. So I'm going to clarify it here. They're not the same. So the second part is a separate function, and we'll talk about that in a second. Now, when you cast Wrath of the Berserker with this helmet on, you get basically a pump of fire damage, which just spreads out from you, and it's rather big. That's what she said. It's a huge pump of fire damage that just goes out and hits all the targets around you, which could be useful for a myriad of things. I haven't tested to see if it works with Pain Gorgers, but it could be interesting for Pain Gorgers as well, if it functions that way. Now, the second part, it says, while berserking, your direct damage dealt is converted into fire. So this means that anything that is a direct damage attack is immediately converted into fire. Now, I have tested this with bleeding effects, and it does not convert bleeding into burning, which is something that I was interested in. And obviously, it says direct damage, but I wanted to test it anyway. So for those of you who are thinking about maybe trying to use an Ugly Bastard helmet to convert your bleeds into burning damage, it doesn't really work that way. However, it does convert all physical damage into fire damage, which is very effective, and it also gives you a multiplier to all of your fire damage bonuses. So you get an 80 times multiplier to your fire damage, which is a lot of additional fire damage, and it stacks up very nicely. To give you an idea, this is my current crazy Rupture Barbarian. Let's go ahead and play around with him for a second. And as you can see, my numbers are pretty high. Like, they're not bad. But putting on the Ugly Bastard helmet is going to convert all my direct damage into fire damage. Rupture is an ability that applies direct damage by essentially removing bleeds and then causing that bleed to then stack onto the target, which gives you a pretty nice bonus, right? So even though it's not affecting my bleed damage, it still is affecting the physical damage by converting it into fire. Then it's giving me the bonus damage to the physical damage, which is being pulled from the bleed, and it actually does a pretty large amount of damage. So let's try this again from the perspective of the Ugly Bastard helmet. As you can see, my bleeds are not going up in damage, but the amount that I'm getting from the ruptures themselves is going up, which is very nice. And honestly, as far as I've been able to see, the Ugly Bastard helmet might just be the strongest helmet for the Barbarian at the moment, because of the way that it multiplies out your damage, and it gives you some absolutely crazy bonuses. And it also seems to double dip. And I kind of want to like go over what I mean by double dipping. It's a little complicated, but let's kind of like write it down on a little notepad here so we can make it make sense, right? So if you have an attack, let's say you have an attack that's like 1,000 damage, and it's a physical damage attack, right? And you have a bonus that gives you like, I don't know, an additional 100% physical damage. That's going to turn your physical damage attack into 2,000. Then you convert it into fire damage, at which point it's then running through the motions a second time. So it's getting a nice, you know, like 80% multiplier or whatever from being converted into fire. So it's taking your 2,000 and turning it into more like... what is that? Like, let's just run the numbers directly instead of what they actually are, because it's a bit easier this way. So it's probably going to be something like 2,800, or no, 8. It would be 800 plus 800, which is 1,600, so 3,600. So you'd be talking about 3,600 fire damage. Well, you can also have bonuses to fire damage. So you can have things like of the elements, which I'm currently running right now, which is a 53% times multiplier. As well as other things, like you can have additive bonuses, which are going to increase your fire damage. Depending on like what character you're on, you can have, say, like frost burns or various other things that are going to add additive bonuses, as well as increasing the of the elements bonus, which is going to give you more that way as well. Which means that things like a pair of frost burns is going to come in very handy for this, because frost burns has a huge amount of additional fire damage, which in that case then gets multiplied by the way that the of the elements works. So let me show you how this functions. So if we have, say, 52.5% fire res, fire damage, right? So I put these on, it's now 273.1. However, when the of the elements switches to the element that it's actually utilizing, for instance, the fire, you see my fire goes up to 469% additive. So there are ways that you can increase your fire damage additive and your fire damage multiplier to increase the damage from the Ugly Bastard helmet a second time. So now imagine we have another 100% bonus here. Now we're going from 3,600 to, what is that, 7,200. Which means that the Ugly Bastard helmet at the current point, how it's working, is actually feeding your stuff through the original calculations, then converting it into fire, and then you're getting it fed through a second set of calculations, which makes it double dip into two different pools, which means you're getting a massive amount of increase. A lot more than you would think, actually. And that's one of the reasons why, at the moment, it seems like the Ugly Bastard helmet is probably one of the best helmets for the Barbarian, pretty much bar none. Because it's a flat 80% bonus for the multiplier, but the conversion from physical to fire also comes with it some very interesting connotations, which is your physical damage stuff is still applying, and then the fire damage stuff is applying after the conversion, and it's multiplying the damage just very, very well. The special flavor text on this says, "Ah, the burning hells, you look like one of Zulmog's inbred bastards, Variana." Now, I would be remiss if I didn't at least show you what this helmet looked like. So let's go over to the wardrobe, and I gotta show you what this helmet looks like, because it's ugly. I mean, it lives up to its name. It's not a pretty helmet. That's not it. That's the Heir of Perdition. This is the Ugly Bastard helmet. No lips, lots of teeth, exactly what you don't want. Uh, the helmet itself is just dirty. Like it's like dirty steel. Like somebody just never cleaned it all their life. And even got a little blood on the tips of the horns there with just these like ugly non-symmetrical spikes like sticking out all over the place. I don't even like the fact that they're not symmetrical, I think just adds to the ugliness of the helmets. And of course, if you take off the helmets, I mean, it doesn't like mess up your face or anything, but it's definitely a very ugly helmet. Let me say that much. I mean, they nailed it. Like graphically, the helmet is it's a very ugly helmet. All in all, I do think that the ugly bastard helmet is a very good addition to the Diablo 4 Barbarians arsenal, and it's gonna let you make some really interesting builds. I mean, not only can you get like crazy amounts of fury regeneration through the prolific fury, lots of damage reduction through the aggressive resistance, as well as a really high amount of Wrath of the Berserker cooldown from the Wrath of Berserker cooldown reduction, which if you get a greater affix on that, actually does go pretty high, which can help you keep your Wrath of the Berserker up with almost 100% uptime, which is going to be really powerful in terms of, you know, like dishing out damage. Also, of course, you get the explosions. So the Wrath of the Berserker causes you to explode. That's going to happen more often if you bring the cooldown as low as possible. Unfortunately, right now, it's a pretty expensive helmet. I can't seem to find a good one for the life of me, and this is like the second best helmet that I've found so far. I actually have a slightly better one on my other character, but none of them are like super duper amazing. They're currently like very expensive on the trade sites. If you want to pick one up, it's from Grigore. Grigore is the location for the ugly bastard helmet. We go to the Barbarian, and we click on Ugly Bastard Helmet. This is Diablo 4.life, by the way. And as you can see, he's missing, but it is pretty sure it's Grigore. Let's do a quick double check on that. Or is it Zir? I think it's Zir. Never mind. It's definitely Zir, because we were farming Zir yesterday for it. That's where we managed to get it from. Just want to verify since this is for the official video. You can also gamble it too, which I've been trying to do. The gambling is actually pretty good this season, but one of the main issues with it is that, you know, it's very rare to get an ancestral version, and on top of that, it's also very rare to get one that's an 80% multiplier, so that's also an issue. I just want to verify the drop location before we continue. Yeah, it's Lord Zir. Exactly what I thought. We were farming Lord Zir yesterday. We must have farmed him like 100 times and nothing. Like, I think Leon got like one good helmet with 2 greater affixes. Most of the ugly bastard helmets we got were not really the greatest. I've got a couple of them in here. Like this one right here, which rolled with the lucky hit on the fire damage. As you can see, it's 10,125 fire damage for the lucky hit if you greater affix it, which is kind of interesting. I also have this one, which is the 7 on the prolific fury, and I think I've got one on my other barbarian that rolled the aggressive resistance. That one is +3, I believe, but I'll show it off anyway, because it is interesting to find out the greater affixes on the items and which ones that you want to shoot for. So as you can see, this one is +3 to greater aggressive resistance, and that's the what I was talking about earlier with the I accidentally triple greater masterworked the fire damage, and it's 13,200 fire damage, which is just stupid amounts of fire damage. And also you're getting an 80% multiplier off of fire damage. So there's also kind of an interesting thing here with the helmet where the chance to deal fire damage kind of like feeds into that 80% multiplier and gets multiplied because all fire damage is multiplied by 80% multiplier, So, kind of neat. I also kind of wanted to check and see if... Where's the damage with fire? Bleeding, poisoning, burning. And it doesn't have any effect on that. I think that's pretty much it for this helmet. It's a very good helmet. Very sought after this season. It's rare, hard to come by. Something that you're going to have to hunt and try and find. Even if you go on like Diablo.trade and you try and purchase one, I mean, good luck. They're going to be like 10, 20 billion to get yourself a decent one. So, good luck. I know I've been struggling to get my hands on one of these. And, I mean, I must have had like 30 of these helmets in my inventory at one point, and every single one of them was just depressingly bad. I mean, we're talking like 60% multipliers or like the worst rolls on everything. I don't think I got a single 80, by the way. Not a single 80 the entire time I was running. I got some like moderately okay ones, but no 80% multipliers. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals joining me for these videos. If you have any questions about the helmet, I'll be happy to answer them. And as always, keep watching. All right. Ugly bastard helmet finished. I'm definitely going to get demonetized with how many times I said bastard on that video and this live stream. If I don't, it's I don't even know how I won't. I don't even know. I don't even know. Probably. All right, what's next on the list? We've got a Jacinth Shell. Jacinth Shell is an item that I have not tested, honestly, like to its fullest extent. It's definitely something that I could play around with. Let's go ahead and teleport over to the training room. I'll grab a Jacinth Shell. I have a pretty good Jacinth Shell that I've been hanging on to. I haven't really used it. Honestly, Prodigy's Tempo is really good for resetting cooldowns, and I haven't really needed it. Depending on how you have your character set up, it's actually kind of interesting, is that Prodigy's Tempo just works really well to reset cooldowns. Pretty much allows you to have your cooldowns active like 100% of the time. To give you an idea, I'm going to go ahead and burn all my cooldowns real quick. And as you can clearly see, all active again, like within seconds. So I'm not really entirely sure like how I feel about Prodigy's Tempo. Or sorry, Jacinth Shell, because Jacinth Shell is one of those items that is designed around cooldowns, and most of the time I'm using Prodigy's Tempo, which means I don't need Jacinth Shell to give me cooldown reduction. Spending Vigor heals you for 10% of your maximum life. Every second, your active cooldowns each drain 10% of your maximum life from you to reduce their durations by 3 seconds. So, how does this function? So it's just a constant draining of all of your health all the time. And the more cooldowns you have active, the faster it drains your health. That's amazing. But spending heals you, so you're constantly healing all the time as well. So that's not terrible, actually. Especially since you can spend very easily. It doesn't go below a certain amount of health, or did I just run out of cooldowns? Can it kill me? That's what I'm interested in. Can it kill me? It does not look like it can kill you. It does look like it stops reducing your cooldowns, though, if you don't have any health for it to pull. So the effect stops if your health reaches a low amount of HP. And it's very hard to counter the cooldown issue if you don't have anything to hit. It does, however, give you a heal on the armor, which is currently greater affix to 35 life on a hit. Huh. So as long as you're hitting a target, you're fine. But if you're not hitting a target and you have your cooldowns running, it's going to be a struggle. I see. It does, however, make those cooldowns reset really fast. It's also giving +4 to endurance. What is endurance? I don't even remember what that one is. That's the casting a defensive skill gives 25 vigor. Huh. I mean, technically, could definitely be possible to get some pretty crazy amounts of defensive skill casts. I wonder if they designed Jacynth Shell to be based around a defensive build, where you're basically spamming your defensive skills as fast as you possibly can to dish out large amounts of damage. It could be set up through Concussive Stomp. I mean, Concussive Stomp comes to mind as an ability that could be a very powerful ability. It gives you a very nice amount of barrier, and you can also set it up so it gains 600% additional damage. And it's only 600% damage to unstoppable enemies, but the interesting thing here is that because it knocks down enemies, there's a very good chance that as soon as they get up, they're going to immediately become unstoppable, which means that now you're sitting in a situation where you're always getting the 600% multiplier. So the cool thing here is that you could potentially set up a character that is spamming defensives, and Concussive Stomp could potentially be one of those defensives that you're just spamming with utmost glee. There's also a whole aspect that allows you to spam it as well, which is also kind of interesting. I kind of wanted to set up a character around, like, with a Concussive Stomp build. I always wanted to see how that would potentially play out. The general idea would just be to have an insanely large amount of Concussive Stomps just constantly going off, you know, like all the time. And there's also an aspect that allows you to Concussive Stomp as well. It's called Reactive Armor. Reactive Armor gives you a 10% block chance, but also makes it so that blocking an attack from a close enemy has up to a 70% chance to cast a free Concussive Stomp. So if you set up a character around Concussive Stomp, you could probably obviously take this, because if your Concussive Stomp is like your main ability, then you're going to use it. You could also potentially utilize the Jacynth Shell to allow you to reset Concussive Stomp at a exceptionally fast rate, essentially making sure that it's always up to cast again. 100% block chance obviously comes into play here, because if you get 100% block chance, you're going to trigger this 70% of the time, all the time, since you're going to block 70% of the 100% of the time. So 70% of the time that you block, you will get your free Concussive Stomp. What are the tempers for concussive stomp? I'm kind of interested in that. Oh, that big butt freaking. How did I know that big old freaking water bug, palmetto bug, was gonna freaking crawl on me? Thankfully, I was shaking my leg at that particular moment. And, as I was shaking my leg, he fell off. Good. Couldn't get a grip. Die in a ball of fire, palmetto bug. I'm not really sure why they're in here. There's no leak as far as I know. They usually are attracted to damp wood. Could be some damp wood somewhere I don't know about. Let's take a look at the tempering recipes. Vortex, extra hat. Looking for concussive stomp. Okay, so 25% chance for concussive stomp, extra hit. So how would we even set this up? Like, I don't even know. It's a defensive skill, right? There's also some other interesting ways that you could potentially set up defensive skills too. There's another aspect. It's called Alcridity, which gives you like a 70% faster cooldown on defensive skills, which could be interesting to apply here as well. I think there's also a concussive stomp size. Yes, 50% concussive stomp size. Wonder how big that is. Kind of curious. I mean, it's a utility aspect. I could always just throw it on like a pair of boots and just see how it looks. Or like, I think one of my characters. One of my characters is only just like barely set up. Let me go take a look on that one. I'm just curious to see how large the concussive stomp is. Also, it could be interesting to find out whether or not the concussive stomp actually applies to several other mechanics. Like, for instance, does concussive stomp apply to the thorns? Like, can you apply thorns to concussive stomp? Can you apply thorns to the concussive stomp that comes from the rune word? Can you apply thorns to the concussive stomp that comes from the, you know, basically in general, like we'd have to answer a lot of questions before we could get into like a concussive stomp build. But interesting, isn't it, Mr. Doosty Buns? Boop. Got him. Big old Chinchilla. Look at this big chonky thing. Look at this. Chonko butt. No, chonko butt. Why are you so big? Why are you so chonky? Why you got so big chonko donkos? Let me see your teeths. Let me see your toofus. Come here. Let me see your toofus. Good color. Nice and yellow. Exactly how they're supposed to be. That's good. I'm glad you got healthy teeth. I had a chinchilla die from his teeth, like teeth problems, and it was because he didn't have enough calcium. Like, apparently in chinchillas, if the calcium turns their teeth yellow when their teeth are properly nutritioned, and like if they're white, it's actually the opposite, and that means that they don't have a lot of calcium in them, and that's when they start to get brittle and they break. So I like to check every now and then to make sure that their teeth are in good health. If they start turning white, I start giving them some like calcium supplements and stuff. Okay, so we want to test out some of this concussive stomp stuff. I'm getting completely sidetracked, which is, you know, normal for me. So this is a Thorns build, so it'll be interesting to see whether the Concussive Stomp allows me to get the Thorns damage. So that'll be like the first thing that we test. So let's go ahead and pull in Concussive Stomp here. We can just pull this. We probably don't want to grab anything extra for the time being, because it doesn't really help us very much to have all the extra stuff multiplying at the moment. We just want to see, like, does Concussive Stomp apply Thorns? We'll have to test a couple different things. So first thing, we're just going to check and see if it applies Thorns. That's the first part. So to do this, we're going to take the Gorilla active off, and we're going to put it to the Eagle for the moment. And the reason why we're going to do this is because it's going to remove the Thorns from Concussive Stomp. And then we're going to go ahead and stomp on his face. So, and we got 745. Nothing too fancy there. $990. $867. Okay, so we got a pretty good gauge there. It's not over 1,000 damage. So we're going to put the Spirit Hull back on. So this is going to give us our 293% Thorns. And now let's do the Concussive Stomp. So you noticed how there was two numbers there? So the two numbers that were there, one is the Thorns damage, and the other one is the Concussive Stomp itself. So you notice the Concussive Stomp itself didn't change in damage very much, but the Thorns damage is being applied to the Concussive Stomp because we're getting 640,000 damage every single time the Concussive Stomp hits the target. So our Thorns damage is applying to Concussive Stomp through the Spirit Hull bonus. It's just not applying to the actual physical damage of the ability, which is separate from the other stuff, right? So now we need to test some other things. So we need to figure out whether or not the automatic Concussive Stomp that comes from the aspect when we get hit, does that apply Thorns? Which sometimes when you do this stuff, it doesn't work. So we're going to go ahead and grab the reactive armor. And this one's actually really good. So we're going to throw this on our pants for the moment. I'm not going to make too many changes to my build here because I don't know exactly what I'm going to do yet. But let's just play around with this for right now. It's really just testing is all we're doing. We're just trying to test. Man, I got to get that palmetto bug. That palmetto bug is just crawling all over the whole dang house. Every time I look over, he's like on the wall. It's the same one. It's just like he needs to die. I'll be right back. Alright, now if I see another one, I'll know that there's more than one. Frickin' palmetto bugs. Okay, so this one works by blocking an attack, so we're going to have to configure the training dummy to hit us. So we need to get smacked in the face. That's the goal here. We need a smack in the kabooty. So I think without a shadow of a doubt, we're getting the Thorns damage. Let's go ahead and pull the Spirit Hull, the bonus, though, just to make sure. So very interesting. It looks like the Concussive Stomp is actually applying the Thorns, and it is working through this aspect, which allows us to get the 60% chance to stomp on the target. All right, so the next one that we need to test is the Concussive Stomp that comes from the Rune Word. So we're going to do a Rune Word check. In fact, Let's go ahead and put these pants back to what they were, because I don't want to, like, mess up this build. We're just doing some testing here with, like, the concussive stomp stuff. So this was the Scourge aspects. Let's grab another pair of pants so that we can just mess around with this. I've got plenty of pants in here. Some of these are not even really that good. Like this. It's a crappy pair of pants, whatever. Alright, and let's go ahead and get the rune word. Alright, so we can grab Concussive Stomp, which I believe is Vortex. Here it is. So it's a 250 Concussive Stomp, cooldown 1 second. Doesn't say if there's an overflow for it, so I guess meeting the minimum requirements is all we have to do. In that case, we could probably just use... Just for this test, let's just use like the Lith rune for the moment. That way we can get like a static number of them every certain number of seconds. And we can do the testing that way. Alright, so let's turn off the attacks for right now. Okay, now we put the Spirit Hall bonus back. I would say definitely yes. So we have the workings of the build here. So the general gist of this is to get as many concussive stomps as we possibly can at all times. So how do we like go about making this function? So let's go ahead and do like a little bit of a theory craft here, and let's see if we can figure out some ideas on how we would potentially make this work. Before we do this though, let's confirm one thing real quick. And that one thing that we need to confirm is if we put that aspect, the blocking aspect, on an amulet, does it increase? Sometimes things increase when you put them on an amulet, sometimes they don't. So this one in particular, we may want to put on an amulet. I'm not entirely sure. But let's go ahead and take my amulet right now and check it. So if we were to put reactive armor on an amulet, it's now a 90% chance. So every single time you block, you would have one going off. So this build is really interesting. Here, I mean, if I could get a slightly higher aspect, you're talking about a 100% chance every single time you block to respond with a concussive stomp. That sounds absolutely insane. Combined with, of course, the concussive stomps that you would be getting from the rune word, and also the concussive stomps that you would get from actually triggering the ability yourself. That's a pretty insane number of concussive stomps. Concussive Stomp also does some very interesting, like, things as well. So, like, when you're looking at the ability itself and you look at the passives, there's... First off, you get a barrier for 10% of your maximum life that lasts for 3 seconds up to 30% for each enemy hit. If you're spamming the number of concussive stomps that we're talking about here, you would have essentially an infinite barrier at that point. Constantly active with absolutely no way of breaking that barrier. That sounds absolutely insane. On top of this, there's also 2 different paths you could take. So you can take the when enemies recover from concussive stomp, you dodge their attacks, their next 3 attacks. This means that you get a pretty large amount of dodges involved in this too. So if there's anything that has to do with dodging enemies, I don't know if that actually counts as a actual dodge, but you get basically 3 dodges from every enemy that recovers from Concussive Stomp. Or you can go the other direction and you can grab the 600 times increased damage to unstoppable enemies. Now this one's actually kind of interesting because I think that they're going to be unstoppable most of the time anyway. However, I don't think this applies to the Thorns damage, which is interesting. I do, however, think that unyielding hits would apply to this as well. So it could be an interesting double entendre, is to include unyielding hits into the bonus. I'm currently using unyielding hits on this character, which is, what, 22% of my armor capacity. Let's put, just for a second here, let's put a Juggernaut on here. This will give me a rather large amount of additional armor, which will bring me up to, what, 2,371? It's not really like an insanely high value, though, is it? I think I have an amulet in here with an armor value on it, so we can get a more dramatic test, is what I'm trying to do. Yes, 72.6% total armor. That's what we're looking for. And of course, it's on the Barbarian. Is it just the aspect? I think it's just the aspect. Let's put concussive stomps on here. That was not what I meant. Reactive. We'll put reactive armor on here. I want to see how well it works with the high percentage. All right. So what I'm going to do is we're just going to test real quick. I want to see how well the unyielding hits works with it. So we're going to take the Gorilla Spirit Hall off. And what we're going to do is first I'm going to keep the ring on. So we're at 3,678 armor, which is a pretty good amount. We're going to hit him with the concussive stomp, which is 507. It's a really low amount of damage. That's interesting. We get like the doubles. It doesn't really matter how much damage it is, though. All we're trying to do is like get a baseline here. So 3,201 was like the highest. You know what, let's put on, just for the moment, let's put on that Jacinth Chill so we can spam the ability. That'll work really well. So 3,500, 1,000. I'm trying to find the damage range here. Doesn't look like it goes lower than 1,000. It doesn't look like it goes higher than like 10k is what I'm looking at. So pretty self-explanatory there. So what we're going to do is we're just going to take off the Cast a Gorilla skill, increases your weapon damage by 30% or 22%. We're going to do it again. $500, that was way lower. 2,000. A 6,000 overpower. So yes, looks to me like unyielding hits is adding into the base damage of the ability, which is nice. So we're getting a nice base damage increase for unyielding hits. So you could also potentially go through unyielding hits for it, which is kind of neat. So we've established that Thorns damage applies to it, unyielding hits applies to it. There's a lot of different ways that you could potentially go with this. The Thorns seems to be the best way. Like, I'm looking at the way that the Thorns damage is applying, and just to give an idea, like, let's get multiple training dummies here, and then we're going to grab them attacking us, so they're all going to attack us. And I want to show you kind of like what this is going to look like. So every time they attack, I'm blocking. and every time I block, I am concussive stomping back. And it's just a constant concussive stomp. Every time I concussive stomp, I'm also getting a barrier equal to a certain amount of HP, you know, like 10 to 30% HP, depending on how many people are being hit by the concussive stomp, which is stacking up to 100% relatively easily. If I had, say, a little bit of barrier generation, as an example, increase, that would definitely increase the amount of barrier that I was getting from this tremendously. I don't think that they could kill me. Like, I don't think that it's possible for them to kill me at this current point. We're talking about nearly 100% chance for me to respond with a concussive stomp every single time I block. I'm pretty sure my block chance is at 100% or higher at this particular point, which means that I'm essentially just applying the concussive stomp constantly at every single time they hit me, which means I'm getting a barrier every single time they hit me. And ergo, now we have the basis of an AFK Thorns build. Another interesting way that you could potentially stack more damage onto this would be to use the other aspect, the one that applies additional damage depending on... what is it called? Bristleback? I think it's called Bristleback. So if you threw Bristleback into the mix, you could potentially add in another Thorns bump every single time you block an attack, which means that you would block the attack, right? Apply concussive stomp to the targets, also apply your Thorns damage a second time to the targets through Bristleback, which could be another interesting way just to add in another bump of damage on top of like everything else. Let's go try that real quick. Let's grab the Bristleback aspect and let's put that on. I can just put it on my weapon for the time being. Actually, I don't know if that one goes on the weapon. Is it an offensive? I think it is an offensive. So it could potentially go on the weapon. 145% back to the attacker, up to 290% back to the attacker. Alright. So let's test this real quick. This will be funny. So let me take off the amulet for the moment, because the amulet is giving us the free concussive stomps. So it's not as much damage as the normal thorns that I'm getting. I think the normal thorns that I'm getting is higher. But every time they are hitting me, I am getting a thorns bump directly back to them. That's also very interesting. And then, of course, utilizing the concussive stomp in the mix, I'm now getting the concussive stomp thorns, the block thorns, and all of it basically adding in, which is a lot of additional thorns damage. And I'm basically immortal, so... I'm pretty sure if I just, like, walked out of town and let them wail on me... I'm currently in Penitent, but... I don't know, I think I must have got invited to somebody's group. That's usually what happens. What is this? What torment is this guy capable of? 4? Let's bump it up to torment 4 real quick. Let's go run outside and die. Literally. We're just gonna stand there and we're just gonna let them wail on us. I'm just kinda curious to see what it looks like. Let's go to these guys. Ooh, that poison damage is nasty. Boom. He applies my thorns damage too. Oh wow, her HP is low. Why is her HP so low? I just realized that's why her barrier's not working. She's only got 1,644 HP. Where the hell is her hit points at? My barbarian's at like 10k, and like most of my other characters are well above that amount. Why is she so low in freaking HP value? That girl needs some meat on her bones. She needs some HP in her badonk. She needs some tonk in her bonk. Okay, so I've got a better idea of how this would look anyway. So we're playing around with stuff and we're getting ideas. All right, so first off, the chance to respond with concussive stomp is amazing, but I'm not sure if it's good enough to throw on the amulet slot. The amulet slot's really important. When you dodge or block an attack, you trigger thorns against the attacker didn't seem to be doing as much damage as the concussive stomp was, even though it was an additional, pump of damage. I'm not really sure if that's enough damage to warrant putting directly on a staff of some kind. So I think like we can probably not put that on the staff at the very least. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, so you jump to me. Let's take a look at the board again real quick, and let's play around with a potential build for this. I mean, 60% is still a pretty good, option for the reactive armor. Like, it's not a bad option for reactive armor at all. I mean, we could put it on the amulets, which would give us even more concussive stomps. I mean, having basically a 100% chance to concussive stomp back to any monster that tries to hit us. So we block an attack, we concussive stomp back. I'm not really sure if that's going to still be like our main option, though. Aspect of kinetic suppression. Casting a non-basic mobility skill grants 8 resolve and causes your next concussive stomp to cast in a circle around you. I'd forgotten about that one. That one's actually kind of interesting too. What's up, Tomac? I kind of want to play with that one too. Let's play with that one real quick. I want to see how good that one looks. So let's take our pantalones, and let's do some testing on this concussive stomp thing. So that one is kinetic suppression. That's what that one is. Kinetic suppression. Okay. I want to see what that looks like. I'm also curious whether that works with the automated ones or whether that only works with the non-automated ones. Like, does it also give you the circle bonus for, I don't know, like the ones that are attacking automatically? Or it's an interesting one though, because it says casting a non-basic mobility skill. So there's a lot of mobility skills on the tree. Soar is a mobility skill. Vortex is a mobility skill. I feel like Vortex is probably the play here, and trying to get the cooldown on Vortex like very low. I don't know if any of these other ones. I think, yeah, Rushing Claw counts as a mobility. The Hunter doesn't count as a mobility? That's kind of surprising. Washe Knockpaw. Doesn't Washe Knockpaw change one of the ultimates into a mobility skill? Now that I remember. Yes, it turns the Hunter into a mobility skill, which means that spamming the Hunter would enable the AoE as well. That's interesting. We need something that we can spam, though. Like, I don't know if the hunter qualifies. I think Vortex is actually extremely easy to spam if we set it up. If we set up for it, we could potentially get it to the point where it's essentially an auto spam. We also might need to check and see if the rune word Vortex counts to give us the AoE stomp. So, is there a timer that appears on the bar? That's what I'm interested in. Vortex is not a mobility skill? Yeah, you're right. I'm not even paying attention. Which leaves Soar. I mean, Soar could work. Let's grab it real quick just to play with it for a second. Oh. 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 So the Lithrune one is working from what I can tell right now. Because when you use the mobility skill, it counts as being in combat. And it's automatically casting it because, of course, the Lithrune is gathering the resources and it's making the circle one. So it is actually working automatically. Hold on, I need to take the runes out. At least we know the answer to that. So the rune one is also allowing you to attack in a circle. So that's good. That is good. But we also need to see if the non-rune variety ones, like the automatic one from the blocking and the other ones, are also working. So we need to take the runes out for the moment so we can see whether the other ones are working. Alright, so... Yep, so there we go. So that's the casted one. I assume the casted one was going to work. Now I want to test the one where I get smacked in the face. So we do have the amulet on. Alright. Okay, well that didn't quite work how I intended. Let's try that again. I didn't see whether that was a circle or not. It's too busy paying attention to trying not to die. It didn't hit me? Okay. Try again. It looks like there's only a certain number of seconds that you have before it triggers. Okay, so yes, 100%. So we do also get the circle coming from the one from the blocking as well. So that's extremely powerful because that turns our single target, like one direction concussive stomp into an AoE concussive stomp. If we could potentially spam a mobility skill in the midst of what's going on. Rushing Claw is an interesting choice. Yeah, because Rushing Claw has charges. It does make sense for a very interesting build. Yeah, if you did, like you're talking about, if you did Rushing Claw 4 times, and then you did the Hunter, right? So you do the Hunter. The Hunter is also a mobility skill, so it would work. And then you would also get the Intricacy. So the Intricacy would also come into play here, which is basically going to give you, if you do the Intricacy, you get 3 free uses of your Rushing Claw. So you would have, it would be something along the lines of like this: Rushing Claw, Rushing Claw, Rushing Claw, Rushing Claw, Hunter, right? Which would immediately then give you 3 free uses of Rushing Claw. So you would go Rushing Claw, Rushing Claw, Rushing Claw. And it would just immediately kind of like reset the ability, giving you tons and tons of Rushing Claws through the intricacy. If you messed it up for some reason, there might be a little bit of a problem there, but I'm assuming that the way that this would probably work, it wouldn't be like too big of a deal anyway. So you're basically just spamming a Rushing Claw, which Rushing Claw also can reset itself through Ferocity, so you can essentially have infinite amounts of Rushing Claw. That could work out very nicely. Indeed. The only problem with this is that we also need to use the loyalty helmets. And the loyalty helmet is only going to reduce the cooldown of gorilla skills, not jaguar skills. But let's do a quick thing here. So let's assume we're using Washe Nakpa with this. We end up using, trying to think here, like aspect wise. Yes, you're squeaking an awful lot. What are you squeaking about? You gotta go tinkle? You gotta go pee-pee doo-doss? Pee-pee doo-doss. Frickin', what's that? Reactive armor? Why are they not on here? Okay, so we've got the concussive stomp on the pants. This gives us resolve. So we've got our resolve taken care of. It's going to stack our resolve. We don't even need, like, the normal methods that we would use for resolve stacking. I mean, granted, we could still use them anyway, but, I mean, this is pretty much just going to cap us on resolve. The only problem with this is like using the Washe Nakpa where you losing access to the double affix, which Yes. Yes. I mean, at that point, do we put reactive armor on the amulet? And then I was thinking that we might want to use Alcridity is what I was thinking. Alcridity is the one that defensive skills cool down 70% faster while you're moving. So the goal here would be to get it so that we could cast concussive stomps on our own too. Like, we want all the free casts, but we also want to be able to cast it ourselves as much as possible. Okay, you gotta go Peppadoo. Alright, I'll put you back in your house, little Peppadoo monster. He's letting me know he's gotta go pee-pee. It's nice of him, because, you know, I don't like it when he pees on me. This skittish little thing is Miss Gojo. Miss Gojo is a girl. She's the only girl I've got. Female chinchilla. She's a very cutie. She's a cute little girl. Say hello to Miss Gojo. That's right, Miss Gojo. Miss Gojo likes to sit with me too, although first sticking out of her butt. Although she is very skittish by comparativeness to the other chinchillas, much less calm. I think it's worth casting Concussive Stomp if we can make Concussive Stomp fast enough. Like, we need to get Concussive Stomp to the point where it has essentially no cooldown. And I think we can do it. So Aspect of Alcridity comes into play here, which is where you're going to want to move. I think this works, because if we're using Rushing Claw and we're moving around, we get the huge cooldown reduction on defensive skills, which means that Concussive Stomp now becomes spammable, and we can just right-click spam it, essentially. Then we use Rushing Claw as our left click, so we're basically just moving around with Rushing Claw all over the place. We're not even really spending anything, nor do we really care about spending resource, which is kind of interesting. And then, I don't know what we do from there. Like, we could grab defensive skills, we could grab all sorts of stuff. And this build is a very strange one indeed. Very, very, very strange. I mean, we could potentially go with a more, you know, like an interesting approach, which is to utilize just like a regular basic skill to attack with, or something that we can jump around with. Like Rock Splitter has the ability to move around. We could just go with Rock Splitter. We could use Withering Fist, which allows us to poison all the monsters around us. That's also an option. I mean, building the tree, like if we go take a look at the skill tree for a second, it's going to be kind of a pain in the butt because we're dealing with something that's pretty far down panel. You know, like Rushing Claw is like way down here, and Concussive Stomp is way down here. It's like at tier 3. Oh yeah, you definitely need Toxic Skin with the passive on Thorns. But like, how do we get past this crap that we don't need, right? That's the question. So how do we get past all this junk that we don't need? Or do we end up using one of these abilities, like, in the build anyway? I mean, I feel like Withering Fist could be a really good option here to give us the ability to poison all monsters nearby. We could also potentially just use Scourge for that, which could be another option. But I think Scourge is anathema to what we're trying to achieve because it causes the monsters to be feared and it makes them run away, which I think is the exact opposite of what we want for a build like this. We don't want the monsters to run away from us. We want the monsters to smack us, and this is not going to potentially give us what we're looking for. So I feel like Withering Fist with the poisoning addition here is probably our best bet, because it's going to give us the poisoning to nearby enemies, which, I mean, it's just a way that we can potentially poison enemies. I don't know if it's the way that we want to use, but it's a way. Toxic Skin also works if they hit us. I'm not even sure like how well Toxic Skin works to that regard, to be honest, but it's going to be something we put points in regardless. We have to put some point in one of these though, like, so it's not like we really have a choice. We've got to choose something, even if it's only 2 points. I mean, this is basically useless to us. This is basically useless. I mean, this is basically useless. They're all useless. This one also useless. Either that or we go with a core skill to waste points into. I mean, we're probably going to have to waste points on something no matter what. This is definitely not a build that they had envisioned, I can tell you that much. We're doing We're doing something that they've never thought of before, basically, is what we're doing. Alright, how about this? How about we pull Withering Fist and we use Accelerated Thunder Spike instead? I'm fairly certain that Accelerated Thunder Spike, if we test it real quick, applies our Thorns damage. Which means that every time we evade, I think we'll apply Thorns damage to the monster. That sounds like a more interesting option, honestly. So let's put it onto the bar real quick. It has to be on the bar, by the way, for it to work, which is unfortunate, but... Looks to me like it works. I think I'm seeing the Thorns damage apply. So the Thorns damage is applying to Thunder Spike for the evasion. The only downside is it doesn't work without actually having it on the bar. Which could be okay, because we might be starved out for stuff anyway. I'm not entirely sure. So Thorns plus Vulnerable via Evade is not the worst idea. Good lord, little girl. You just pooping up a storm over here. Can you stop pooping on me for like 2 seconds of your life? Quit pooping. Quit pooping on me, sir. Ma'am. Ma'am, sir. Sir, ma'am. Alright, we need... How many points do we need to reach the next thing? 1, 2... 3. So we need 3 points to reach the next tree. So let's just put 4 in Thunder Spike and we'll call it a day. That way Thunder Spike actually hits with some kind of intensity. Alright, at this point, we definitely grab Toxic Skin with the Thorns bonus, because we're going for the Thorns damage. We grab Focal Point, and we grab 3 in Apex, 100%. That's a no-brainer. We're also going to grab 3 in Unrestrained Power. That's also a no-brainer, because Unrestrained Power is a free 12% multiplier, which applies to us while we are unhindered or unstoppable, which if you're going double Gorilla Spirit Hall, you're going to always be unstoppable pretty much all the time, so we don't really have to worry about that. That actually brings us all the way to where we want to be on both fronts. So we're golden. So we can just go ahead and put 5 in Concussive Stomp. We're most likely grabbing the Concussive Stomp, gains an additional charge and does 600% increased damage to unstoppable enemies. We actually don't want to take this one unless we just want to be like immortal. Because I think the problem with this one is it's going to prevent Concussive Stomp from firing automatically, because we're going to dodge the attack instead of block the attack, and we kind of want to avoid dodge chance. We want block chance, we don't want dodge chance. And we're going to stack block chance for this, so I think that works out nicely. We don't really need Armored Hide, and I don't think that Interdiction and Redirected Force work with Thorns damage. But it could potentially work with the on-hit Concussive Stomp damage, which is a different form of damage. So that's a direction that we could potentially test out. I'm not sure. This is critical strike damage. Again, that's leaning into critical strike damage. It also gives us dodge chance, which kind of works against what we're trying to build. I don't think counterattack is a good idea. Scourge, I don't think, is a good idea. We definitely grab 3 in Bastion, because that's just easy. We probably also grab 3 in Patient Guard, since we want to set up for blocking, and we get extra damage reduction that way. We're most likely going to put 4 into Rushing, or 5 into Rushing Claw. Actually, I don't know if we need 5 in Rushing Claw. Slash a short distance through the enemy, striking all enemies along the way for twice for a total of 70% damage. Okay, well, it does increase the damage, so there's that. But that's not the Thorns damage. That's the non-Thorns damage. So invasive rushing claw, which is it uses the ferocity stacks to refill the charges, is probably where we go. I imagine we could probably grab these two since we're using a Jaguar skill. I don't know if we need Furnace. I mean, that could be an option. We most likely grab the Hunter, and we probably want to cap him out. 3 in Intricacy. Most likely grabbing 3 in Supremacy and 3 in Resolution. We do not need Initiative at all. And we're not scaling maximum resource, so we don't care about that. Sustenance could be interesting if we have extra points. And then it comes down to what we want to use for our actual key passive. I mean, Prodigy's Tempo doesn't help us because we're not spamming a core skill. We could potentially spam a basic skill, which gives us increased ranks, but it's basically useless to us. Noxious Resonance is mainly for poisoning damage, so that's useless to us. Which brings us to either Vital Strikes, which is a 45 times multiplier to vulnerable enemies, which I don't think we have any way to effectively make the enemies vulnerable constantly, which is unfortunate. So we're pretty much just left with adaptive stances at that point, which is, I think, our main option. I mean, we don't really have another choice here. We get damage reduction from the Gorilla, or we get attack speed from the Jaguar, and we get a large amount of core stats. So we get core stats through adaptive stances. Rushing Claw is a potency skill. Yeah, but we're not converting it into a core, are we? No, it doesn't get the core modifier. Oh yeah, Prodigy works. You're saying Prodigy works with the core skills? Or with the potency skills as well? Yeah, I forgot about that. It does work with the potency skills as well. Man, that means that Rushing Claw can just feed into itself. So you can literally just feed into Rushing Claw with Rushing Claw. That's kind of cool, to be honest. Which might just set us up for spamming Concussive Stomp. Okay. So we still have, what is that, 62 out of 71. So we're still sitting on, what is that, 9 more skill points that we can throw stuff into. Let's get an idea really quickly of how we might potentially set up this character, like skill-wise. Assuming that we did Rushing Claw, Concussive Stomp for the right click, Hunter for the number 4 button. We also have Toxic Skin, which isn't really something that I'm worried about spamming, so it can probably sit on 3. I mean, it'll probably just be used whenever it's off cooldown. Always, whenever it's off cooldown. Holy Jesus. I have never seen so many chinchilla turds in my whole life. Okay, that's a lie. I've seen a lot of chinchilla turds, but dear Lord Jesus, little girl, why is there a mountain of turds coming out of your anus? That is a lot. Like, a lot. That is too many. That is far, far too many. Turdinator can't even keep up with that many. I mean, I just threw them in the trash can, but that's gross. Can you, like, cinch up the sphincter for, like, a couple minutes and stop releasing the bowels of eternity on me? No? There's one coming out of the pipe right now. Hot off the presses. That's gross. What is wrong with you, little girl? Do I have to hold you over the trash can like this and just let you just poop into the trash can? Why are you pulling out your fur for? See, you did that, not me. That was you. I'm gonna put you back, pooper. Use pooping. Use a pooping pooper. That's what you are, a pooping pooper. Doo-dooing all over the place. They might be hard as rocks, but that doesn't mean you can just all over the place. That's not how this works. It's gross. Okay? It's grody. It's grody. Don't tell me what to do. You's a grody little girl. I'm putting you back in your house. All right. Poop monger girl's gone. Poop monger girl. So I was thinking about it while I was putting the chinchilla back, and it kind of made sense to me. I was thinking if I throw reactive armor over here on the amulet slot, I'm giving up a very powerful slot that I could use for increased damage, which I don't think is a good idea. So I think instead of putting it over here, I think I put it on the armor slot. Because that way we're going to be using a legendary body piece. I think it's probably for the best with this build. Actually, no, we can't use a legendary body piece, can we? Man, we are screwed. We don't got enough slots. Can any of these go on a boot slot? Can concussive strikes or kinetic suppression, can either one of these go on a boot slot? Concussive strikes can. Okay, that's interesting. And reactive armor can. So both of these could potentially go on the boot slot. No, we can't use the cooldown armor because if we're going with the Thorns build, I've totally fubbed in my head because if Thorns build is going to be the Thorns armor, it's going to be the Razor Blade. We don't really have a choice. We have to go Razor Blade. If we're trying to get the Thorns damage applied to all of our abilities, that's just how it works. Okay, so reactive armor on the booties then, and kinetic suppression on the pants. And then that one gets unequipped. This one goes to razor plates. And then I think we have no choice here but to use Loyalty's mantle. Which, there it is, Loyalty's mantle. I guess oh, it's misspelled. Loyalties instead of loyalties. It's backwards. Alright, so that leaves us with an offensive, a amulet, a slot offensive, and we also have a ring offensive. We don't need resource, so it's going to be an offensive. In this case, we're not. We can't use Ring of the Star of the Skies because we don't have an option there. I'm trying to think of the rings and stuff. See if there's anything on here that makes any sense. Let's type in the word block. Yeah, redirected force. I mean, I feel like Bristleback works really good with this build, so we probably include Bristleback. I don't see any reason why not. Let's put Bristleback over here on the glove slot, though. Alright, and then from here, what do we got in terms of aspects? Let's type in defensive. 20% of incoming damage is instead suppressed when you use a defensive, subterfuge, or macabre skill. All suppressed damage is amplified by times 250% and explodes, dealing fire damage generated by enemies. So it's interesting. So that would just happen all the time, like every single moment of every single day. Are there any other tags on Concussive Stomp besides defensive? It's a gorilla, so it's a gorilla defensive. That's it. So let's type in gorilla real quick. I mean, we also have unyielding hits as a potential option, but I feel like we're already out of options to increase our armor value to gain the bonus from unyielding hits, which is unfortunate. I just don't really think it's a good play for this build. I mean, I think we could safely use the Jaguar Spirit Hall. I mean, that could be an option. No, I don't think we're going to be using Jag plus Gorilla, because we're going to be using Loyalty's Mantle. Loyalty's Mantle is going to give us the most damage output, I think, for this. So it's what Loyalty's Mantle does is it increases the Gorilla. So it ends up going up by 100% on the Thorns damage. So we get a huge bonus there. So we get Gorilla added onto it. The Jaguar becomes Gorilla Jaguar. Which, I mean, that's okay, I guess. There's plenty of like gorilla-based or jaguar-based stuff in the build, though. Like looking at it from this point of view, we've got Rushing Claw. We also have Concussive Stomp. We've got the Hunter. So you know, like we've got 2 jaguar skills which we're going to be spamming a lot, essentially, and then we're going to be using Concussive Stomp whenever we can. It's pretty much just going to be a rotation from what I can imagine. So it's going to be Rushing Claw, Stomp, Rushing Claw, Stomp, Rushing Claw, Stomp, Rushing Claw, Stomp. You're actually going to want to do them in a rotation because that gets you the circular bonus, and we want the circular bonus. I actually wanted to see like how big the Concussive Stomp got as well. So let's test that also. Every skill is a Jaguar skill for 15 seconds after using Washe Nakpa. I don't remember that being a part of Washe Nakpa. Where's my Wushe? Wushe Nakpa. Casting an ultimate skill grants or amplifies its matching primary Spirit Hall bonus. Oh wait, grants the primary Spirit Hall bonus. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. That means we won't get the Thorns damage from Washe Nagpa unless we use the Protector. Which is... I was playing around with an infinite rushing claw build today, and it was super fun and fast. I think it's a sleeper build and might be something solid for a season after Spiritborn gets nerfed. Well, it's rushing claw and also concussive stomp. Well, mainly concussive stomp, but... It was always my understanding that... like, you got the 100% bonus no matter what, but that seems less effective than what I had originally considered. That's unfortunate. I mean, it still functions. I just lose 100% thorns. I mean, it's 100% base Doomkirk, so it's a lot. It's a lot to lose. Losing 100% base thorns does in fact decrease the damage pretty significantly. The Spirit Hall bonus does, however, is interesting. So, in that particular case, for 15 seconds after using the ultimate, you gain the effect of whatever the Spirit Hall is that you're trying to use, which also means that the concussive stomp becomes a Jaguar skill during that particular time period, which is also rather interesting. Huh. I had never considered that. And you can get all 4 tags that way. I didn't think there was a way to get all 4 tags. You can get all 4 tags. Think about it. If you use the Harmony of Ebiwaka, you can get 3 tags, right? You can get the base skill plus the 2 other tags that you want on the skill. And then you can also, utilizing this, you can get a 4th tag, which means that you can potentially use, say you used Quill Volley. Then you use the Gorilla and the Jaguar Spirit Halls. So now your Quill Volley is Eagle, Gorilla, Jaguar. Then you can also potentially make it so that you're grabbing, what's it called? The Centipede. So like the Devourer, I think is what it is. Right, so now you have the Devourer. So now your Quill Volley is Eagle, Centipede, Gorilla, Jaguar. So it's all 4, right? You could potentially even get even more than that. So like with Payback as an example, Payback can actually have multiple bonuses. So Payback can be a potency skill, it can be a core skill, it can be a basic skill, right? Then it can also be a Gorilla skill, a Jaguar skill, a Centipede skill. Like it can get even more stuff. Like there's some interesting connotations here to being able to like scale something in multiple ways. It's very, very interesting indeed. Huh. I mean, assuming we do go that specific direction, that spiffy direction, then that does mean yes. So we end up getting the Jaguar skill added to Concussive Stomp, which means that something like Potent is probably going to be extremely powerful. We're probably also going to want to take 3 in Dominance, and probably 3 in Resilient as well, which still leaves us with, what, 3 more points? I mean, we don't really have a large number of abilities on the bar. We don't have any kind of vulnerable which I suppose Soar could fix. So if we add Soar into the mix, I mean, that allows us to... Oops, wrong one. We can spam Soar every now and then, which I certainly don't see that as a problem. That can give us our vulnerable. We're just missing an ability, basically, though. Oh yeah, we were going to utilize either Thunder Spike or Withering Fist. I think our best bet here is Thunder Spike. I think that's our play. So let me go back into the skill tree here because I think we got this. Yeah, so we do have Thunder Spike set up already. So we're just going to take it and we're going to like move everything over. So Thunder Spike is going to go here. We're not actually going to use Thunder Spike at any point. It's not really important to us. We're going to put the Hunter on number 1 because it's going to be something that we're going to spam, and then we'll put Soar on number 2. And that way we've got the ability to spam the Hunter whenever we need to for movement. The reason why Thunder Spike has to be on the bar is because we're just going to use it for the evasions. So every time we evade, we're going to get an attack. This actually works really well, by the way. I found out if you're utilizing a pair of boots that has the evade reduces the cooldown, or attacking reduces the cooldown of your evades. Let me see if I can show you guys real quick. So notice how I'm currently at, what is it, 5 seconds for an evade. All right, so if you put Thunder Spike on the bar as a build, this entire character might just get respected. I might try this tonight. So let's go ahead and do this real quick. So we're just going to grab Thunder Spike. If you put this on the bar, and let's take it off right now, but when you evade, you don't get the reset, okay? Because you aren't attacking, right? But if you do attack, you know, you can see that you reduce the cooldown every single time you attack, right? Well, if you take this and you put this on the bar, one thing I did notice is that when you evade, you also attack. And when you attack, you also kind of like reduce the evasion, or the attack from the Thunder Spike seems to reduce the cooldown. Is it only Sepazontak that does it? I think it's only Sepazontak that does it. That's interesting. So Sepazontak is what's causing that to happen then. Let's put this on real quick and let's check. Yes, it is. So Sepazontak is the one that's causing the evasion to immediately reset. Okay, so that doesn't feed into our build at all then. Sepazontak is crazy, allowing you to reset your evade like that, so you can basically just spam it. I'm assuming that's what people were doing before the evasion build got completely nerfed. Well, I mean, it didn't get completely nerfed, but it got nerfed a little bit. I'm freaking starving. Time to open up some cheesies. Cheesies. Is there no rushing claw aspects? Like, I'm kind of curious, because we are using rushing claw in this build, and like, I was trying to think of that, and I can't figure out whether or not there's a rushing claw aspect. Let me go take a look in the panel over here. While I shove some food down my gob. Stop my belly from rumbling. I've been up here for like 8.5 hours, and I haven't had anything to eat since I came up here. I'm starving. Was Rushing Claw an Incarnate skill? I think it is an Incarnate skill, isn't it? No, it's not. Mobility, potency. Gorilla. Unfortunate. Rushing Claw extends the durations of your active Incarnate skill effects by up to 10 seconds. Interesting. I mean, it doesn't help us at all for Concussive Stomp, but could potentially be used to elongate the duration of Toxic Skin, I suppose. Honestly, unless I can find something better, I think Conceited goes on the necklace. Or... Actually, no, not Conceited. I'm sorry. Conceited. So, probably the Mystic Circle. Plains Power. Although, I don't know how much, like, Mystic Circle potency I can muster with this build. And then Conceited probably goes on the ring slot. That would be my guess. Now, the next question is, how do we get the most out of the rune to get the most number of concussive stomps out of the concussive stomp rune word? That's an interesting question. So the concussive stomp rune word is, what is it? Let's look at it real quick. So it's 250 offering every 1 second, which means that we can get a free concussive stomp every second if we can fulfill the 250 offering every second. I wonder if the Yule rune Like, so Concussive Stomp is a cooldown. We're going to try and get Concussive Stomp to a very low value, right? But does the free Concussive Stomp also trigger the 50 offering? We're going to have to test it. Hold on. I desperately need some water. I'm going to get some ice and water real quick. I'm so thirsty. Well, we have to think about what we're doing that's going to, you know, like, we can take advantage of. Like, what can we take advantage of? Cooldowns. We're going to be spamming cooldowns, right? I mean, with the way that this potentially works, we're going to be spamming cooldowns at an incredibly fast rate. I'm half tempted to just take this character and just... I like this character. And he works actually surprisingly well. But every time I get excited about, like, you know, trying to do a character, and like, I'm just like, oh, reset the character, let's go. Come on. I mean, let's do a little math, right? So the what is it? The cooldown one. We want the cooldown one. The one that gives us like 50. It's 50, right? 50 per cooldown? Yeah, Yule Rune. So 50 per cooldown for the Yule Rune. There's 4 charges in the Rushing Claw. And we also are going to use the mobility skill as well. We also are going to use Concussive Stomp in between each Rushing Claw. So it's going to be Rushing Claw, Stomp, Rushing Claw, Stomp, Rushing Claw, Stomp, right? So if we utilize, let's say, what is that? 50, 100, 50, 100, so 200, 50. So if we do 5 times, so 1 Rushing Claw, Stomp, 1 Rushing Claw, Stomp, 1 Rushing Claw, and then we've already got another Stomp. At which point, I don't know what we do at that point, but that seems like the best method to obtain the Concussive Stomp and activating as often as we can possibly get it. I like that idea. So let's take 1 Yule Rune and the Concussive Stomp. Yeah, I also thought about Rushing Claw as well, with the way that it moves, but I'm not really sure if the Bach Rune triggers, like, I don't know if it triggers if you just don't move anywhere. Could be something to test out. Like, let's do this as well. So let's pull this in here. Because once case... I'm not sure what you mean by case. Charge? You mean one charge? That's pretty much what I assumed was one charge, wasn't one cooldown. Sounds like we need to start putting this character together. That's what it sounds like to me. So, e, ooh, e, ooh, ba, ooh. 'Cause all my life there's never been no one like you. All my life my butthole's been on fire too. All my life. Y'all shush. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. We probably don't want vehemence because it's going to increase the cooldown of Rushing Claw, and we're not really building the damage of Rushing Claw. We're using the thorns to apply the damage for Rushing Claw. So I was thinking about vehemence, but then I was also like, yeah, we probably don't want vehemence. 3 in perseverance. We got 2 left. Wait, no, we didn't put 5 into concussive stomp. We need 5 into concussive stomp. Let's take some out of you, put you here. That's fine. I think it's this one. I don't think I grabbed Furnace because Furnace is critical strike damage, and the problem with that is we're not actually like building anything that can crit. Thorns can't crit. It's an oddity. So there's that. We don't really care about that. We don't even really care about putting 5 into Rushing Claw either, to be perfectly honest. Like I feel like that's just a waste. That's just wasted points at that point. I mean, Auspicious could be interesting. I also think adding block damage reduction could be really nice. So maybe putting 3 in focal points. And then we could also throw 3 in anti-venom so we don't have to worry about poison resistance. I think that's pretty good. Alright, so at this point we want... Wait, since when does Concussive Stomp have charges? I didn't know Concussive Stomp had charges. Concussive Stomp has charges? What? Well, color me surprised. Bow, bow, bow. We need a Washay Nakpa for me. I do have some pretty good Washay Nakpas, but I'm actually kind of curious if I could just like buy like a quad Washay Nakpa just for lulz. How much are Washay Nakpas going? Oh, the 600% multi adds the charge. Okay. Well, then that definitely makes that the good choice. Yeah, let's go see if we can get like a quad Washay Nakpa in here for like dirt cheap. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow. Oh, look, there's a quad with a 60. We don't want a quad with a 60. Oh, look, there's a quad with 100. He's online, too. 10 billion. I'm not giving you 10 billion for a quad with that. But you know what? I'll give you 5. How about that? I'll give you 5 billion. How about that? It is perfect. I'll give you that. But nobody wants it except for me. So, not doing you a favor. Okay? Honestly, you don't even need a quad. Because ultimate skills restores primary resources useless unless you're using resource. So, that's a garbage stat. The ultimate damage is useless as well because I'm building thorns, and I don't think the ultimate damage applies to the thorns that's being done by the ultimate skill. The ultimate skill will do thorns damage, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't count, I don't think, toward the ultimate damage itself, so the ultimate damage bonus doesn't really help me out either. Which means I realistically only need a 2 GA, not a 4 GA, but Captain Wolf said sold. Okay. Sold. Alright, so let's go back and look at some more. We really only need a 2 GA with 100%. That's what we're hoping for. Anything else is just icing on the cake at that point. Here's a 3 GA, but the guy's last online 4 minutes ago. I mean, it doesn't hurt to throw an offer out. I'll put 5 billion gold on the line there. There you go. Maybe he's online enough that he'll pay attention. That's a 65, 80, 95, 95, 70. This one's got +4 to supremacy, but not to dexterity. It only wants 4 million. Let me look. What have I got, like, Washe Knockpaw wise? I've got a supremacy. So there's a supremacy right there if that's all I need. And we can put that on. I think I've got another Wuxie in here somewhere. That one is casting ultimate skills restore, which we don't need, so that's no good. I mean, the only other one we would want is the dexterity. That's the key. Honestly, we don't need this. Like, we don't need a quad. We do not. Man, this is going to be difficult with rushing claw on my left click. I don't know if I can do that. I think I might have to put this over here, and we might have to put that over there. And then, like, it'll probably have to be like this. I think the problem with Progedy's tempo is that it's not going to allow mixing. That's part of the issue. So I was just thinking about that when it comes to Progedy's tempo. Progedy's tempo requires it to be a consecutive cast, which I don't think works with what we're trying to do. I don't think that's going to work. Because what we want to do is we want to use Rushing Claw, Concussive Strike, Rushing Claw, Concussive Strike, Rushing Claw, Concussive Strike. It's completely the opposite of the way that we need to set things up. So I think we're going with adaptive stances. I don't think we have much choice. Let's see if we can get the character set up. I can strip off most of this equipment and we can, like, try and actually get this running. Alright, so we need a good pair of boots. I actually have a really good pair of boots on my other character. So let's go grab those. I believe I have a really good pair of pants too that was in here that I found recently. It was a triple GA pair of pants. And and had thorns on it and everything. Where are those triple GA pants? Unless I didn't put them in the stash. I must not have put them in the stash. So they're probably sitting on my other character then. Let me go grab them. Let's go grab the gear that we need to put this character together. So the boots are on this girl, I'm pretty sure. And they're really good boots. They're double GA, Dex, something else. I can't remember right off the top of my head. Yeah, there they are. Dex movement speed. 182, 34.5% movement speed with a rerollable stat. Those will work brilliantly. Let's put those right there. Kind of considered the soar boots for a little bit, just as a thought, because I don't know. I don't know if the evasion from the soar boots would allow you to get the effect. I don't know. I don't know. Would be kind of interesting, though. It's a thought. We'll pin that thought. Let me go grab those ridiculous pants. I'm pretty sure they're on the Barbarian. Either this one or the other Barbarian. I'm pretty sure that's where they dropped. Or they, actually, know what? They could be on the Rogue, too. Because I don't remember what the stats were.
Ready for a massacre.
Not on this Barbarian. I could have sworn they had thorns on the pants. Let me just try and type in thorns. Restrict by ancestral. I've got that one that has bash. No, so it's on one of my characters. Great. Let's check the other Barbarian, Exsanguinate.
I don't think Subo likes me.
I don't think Subo likes anyone. But don't fret.
No pants.
Keep wary of anything new.
Maybe I don't have these mythical pants that I thought that I had the mythical pants of, but I don't have the mythical pants of. Maybe I don't. The mythical pants. I do not have the mythical pants. The pants of the mythics.
I don't think Subo likes me.
Pants so mythical that they do not exist. One wonders what pants could be so mythical that they just simply don't exist. The pants that don't exist. The pants that don't exist. Where are the pants? The pants that don't exist. Pants, pants, pants. The pants that don't exist. Where are the pants? The pants that don't exist. Maybe I destroyed him. I probably ended up destroying him by accident or something. It's probably what happens. They probably went to poof poof into the boof poof. It's unfortunate. It's okay, I suppose. I just need some pants for my butt cheeks so that they are not wet. 'Cause my butt's kinda juicy in the rain. It's a grody and I don't know what to tell you. You might be grossed out, that's okay. 'Cause my pants are wet. 'Cause I was out in the rain. Do 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 do. Alright, well, we got the boots. We take off the Fists of Fate. I don't think the Fists of Fate is the right play for this build. We've got the Loyalty's Mantle on. It's a pretty good one. We've got the Razor Plate on, so that's good. Peacemonger's Singlet goes in the stash. We don't need that. This ring is already pretty much set up for what we need. It's got Mystic Circle potency, and it also has defensive cooldown, which is exactly what we want with this particular build. We want defensive cooldown. We need a good amulet. Preferably something with lots of dexterity on it. That would be the ideal. Let's go. Amulets. There we go. We got a 23.6% there. It already has resolve stacks, and it has 0 tempers. Okay. Okay, that's useless then. +3 to dominant. Spiritborn only? What's the dominant one? Is that the one that gives me the multiplier for knocking down enemies? It is. That could be interesting. Turns it from a 15 times multiplier to knock down enemies to a 30% multiplier to knock down enemies. I mean, it's not exactly the direction I was hoping on going, but it's better than the piece of crap that I'm currently wearing, so I don't see anything wrong with that. We can reroll the lightning resistance off of there, and that'll be fine. This pair of pants is actually okay, but we have to reroll the Scourge temper to a concussive stomp temper, which is required, basically. So, armored hide bonus, crushing hand, that's not what we want. We want concussive stomp size. Here we go. 63.1% concussive stomp size. That is more than sufficient. And then we want another concussive stomp size on the boots. That way we get the full concussive stomp size, which is we want 100% basically, is what we're looking for. So any concussive stomp size at this point, no matter how bad it is, will be enough to give us what we're looking for. Okay, and we got a perfect roll, so whatever, we're done. And then at this point, we can get rushing claw charges on the boots, which I think is our play. So we want rushing claw charges. No, what is Swift? What the hell is Swift? I don't even remember what that is. It's not that. That's Brilliance. Swift is this one over here. Your mobility skills cooldowns are reduced up to 2 seconds based on how far you travel with them. I like that. And we probably should have 3 points in that. Yeah. Yeah, because then that helps us with our rushing claw. So yeah, that is 100%. Yeah, we definitely want that. So let's max out Swift. I don't think we want to put the Swift on our boots because we want the rushing claw charges. We don't want the Swift ranks. I mean, do we want that? Like, I don't know. It's 20 seconds a charge. There's 4 charges. We get like no cooldown to Rushing Claw. So yeah, that is an issue. Maybe Swift Charges is better? So according to this thing, it says... Well, that's the goal, right? Is to have the Rushing Claw be infinite. Your mobility skill cooldowns are reduced up to 5 seconds based on how far you travel with them. It's a 20-second cooldown. So... Well, my idea is that every time you use it, it would reduce the cooldown of the other charges. I don't know. Oh, it's 20 seconds for 4 charges? See, y'all making me think that I'm kind of like confused on which way I want to go, which way is better. This is a lot more complicated than I thought it was going to be. So the problem comes in with using Rushing Claws. Last charge refills 4 charges by consuming 4 stacks of ferocity. Like, I feel like we need to, like, write this down on a piece of paper. Okay? So... So as long as I have ferocity, I'm fine. And I have ferocity as long as I keep the hunter active. Which, the hunter is now a mobility skill, which means that Swift is feeding into the hunter. If I have additional charges, is it restoring the additional charges, or is it only restoring 4? Or in that case, is it burning more ferocity? That's also kind of interesting to consider. And if max ferocity stacks becomes an interesting issue here, because that means that having more max ferocity stacks is important to the way that this particular build functions. So we're going to want max ferocity stacks somewhere. All right, Brandon. Have a good night, man. Unfortunately, I think we're stuck. Aspect slot wise, I don't think we have enough aspect slots to make this as functional as I would like. Let me grab one more ring, a pair of gloves, so we can get this character like put together. Hold on. And then we're gonna start putting some aspects on. We're gonna see how it works real quick. Ravager at rank 10 with minimum ferocity of 4. Rings, rings, beautiful rings. I just need a lovely ring. Probably something good you see. Maybe give me a lovely ring. Heh. 6%. The worst possible defensive cooldown I've ever seen. I don't think we could use the Jaguar Mystic Circle. Like, I was thinking about it. We're just going to be bouncing all over the place, and the circle's never going to be underneath our feet. Like, it is kind of an issue. Now, the added benefit of using it, which could be kind of interesting, is that it does give us maximum ferocity, which means that while we're inside the Mystic Circle, we'll have maximum ferocity to continue using Rushing Claw. So there'll be absolutely no problem with maintaining Rushing Claw for the most part. Like, we can pretty much just spam Rushing Claw if we use the aspect of the Blaine's power. But I'm not entirely sure that we're actually going to get a large amount of multiplier from it, because we can't use Duelist. We can't use a lot of the things that are going to increase our maximum ferocity, which is unfortunate. So our ferocity is going to remain relatively low. As an offensive standpoint, it definitely comes into play by allowing us to spam Rushing Claw, and then we have absolutely no problem spamming Rushing Claw no matter what. But the other side of the equation is we're not really going to get the most out of it. It's interesting to say the least. I mean, we can get Mystic Circle potency on the ring, both rings, and the amulet, as well as the hand slot. I don't really see there as much of an option. But an interesting counter to this could be, unfortunately, we'd have to drop the conceited aspect, which I really don't want to do. We might not even need the aspect of Alcridity. I'm not entirely sure. Like, I feel like we're already very, very good on cooldown reduction for the most part. I mean, we're currently down to 3.74. 4.44. So taking off these rings. I mean, I guess we could bring that down a little bit further. I mean, if we took the duelist aspect and put it on the amulet slot, and then we took the Planespower aspect and put it on the conceited spot, we'd lose the 30 times multiplier from conceited, which is unfortunate. We could probably just take conceited, throw it over here on the bristleback location, take away bristleback from the equation. I'm not entirely sure bristleback is even worth it. I don't know. Maybe. It's more of a single target something. So let's say we take conceited and we move it over here. Then we take Planespower and move it down. So move it to the ring slot. And the reason why we do that is so that we can put Duelist on the amulet slot. That way we can get the additional ferocity from the amulet slot. Having the additional ferocity means that we can cast Rushing Claw more, which is what I'm thinking about. Having the Planespower means that we have max ferocity more often, which means that it's going to stay up constantly. This is pretty much just going to keep resetting us over and over and over again constantly. And we don't even really have to worry about the Swift on our boots because it doesn't really matter. The Swift could contribute to the Hunter, though. Resetting the Hunter, I suppose. Soar cooldown reduction, evade cooldown reduction. Maybe mobility cooldown reduction could be a better option than the charges. I don't know, because the mobility cooldown reduction would also potentially apply to the Hunter as well, allowing us to spam the Hunter more. I don't think we're going to have any trouble spamming Rushing Claw. With the Planespower in place, giving us essentially infinite ferocity, and of course the Hunter also giving us infinite ferocity, I don't foresee us having too much problems with Rushing Claw. We should be able to maintain maximum ferocity the entire time. So maybe that mobility cooldown reduction is the play. Evade cooldown reduction. Here we go. 8% mobility cooldown reduction. That's exactly what we're looking for. Alright, and we still need a pair of gloves. So, pink, pink. Alright, what do we got for gloves? Stinger, crushing hand. Hey, Speedy, what's up? $50 from the Speedster. I forgot I wasn't in voice chat because I was recording some videos earlier. I appreciate the donation, man. I hopped into voice chat if you want to, like, yakety yak. Yakety yak. Don't talk back. That's right, snacks. It's all about snacks. Snackety snack. Don't snack back. I think this is probably not, no, because that's got 2 that need to be re-rolled off. Man, why I got like no pair of gloves in here worth using? No pair of gloves. That's what I got. Nobody wants nobodied me, for they gonna nobody me, and they told me nobody. And I said nope. What a nope, nope. We ain't got nope, 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 nope. 'Cause your mama's a nope. I think I saw some gloves on some of the other characters that were not getting used. Let me go check and see real quick. That way we can actually put this together. I think there was one on this character. Oh yeah, I never got to hang around and see how the build turned out. How were you? How did you fare, Speedy, after the fun? Were you murdering everything in sight? I mean, there's tons of builds you can follow. You don't have to follow mine, but I'm sure it probably brought you up to a much higher torment, right? Check Blue Ranger. So full of stuff. I'm like just like surfing between characters trying to find good gear. Oh, wife wanted time. Time with the Whiffy. I'm surprised my wife or my girlfriend even knows my name at this point. I'm up here so much. I come back home, she's like, "Hello, stranger." I'm like, "It's not that bad. I haven't been gone that long." She's like, "Hello, stranger. What brings you around these parts?" Well, food and lodging. And hopefully a good woman. Those aren't bad. Max life. They still got 3 out of 6 tempers. Oh, I don't know if that's gonna be enough. Berserking critical strike damage. Looks like I was running these for a particular build. Depends on if they've been temper reset or not. I could always try. See if I could get their ults I want. If I don't get their ults, I guess I can just give up. Go cry into my cornflakes. Okay, how many tempers we got on this thing? I gotta do offensive Mystic Circle potency. And then we also need to do I don't know about this one. Thorns, I guess. Like, we're already capped out on concussive stomp size between the pants and the boots. So that's finished. I guess at that point we could go Thorns or Barrier Gen. Or something along those lines. Or maybe like a knockdown. Crowd control duration. What the hell? There, I got thorns. And now they're bricked. Do I got a scroll on me? I do got a scroll on me. Let's see if we can reset them. Okay, and then offensive, we need Mystic Circle potency. 12.6 Mystic Circle potency. That's enough to get the build running.
Stick to the trees and keep safe.
Alright, let's go ahead and put the aspects on everything. So the gloves are going to be, what, conceded? The amulet is going to be duelist. Oh, thank you, Lurker Drop. Appreciate the follow. Then we want Jaguar Mystic Circle. We want Alcridity. I think that's in the second section. Wow, I bet Alcridity is terrible. It's only 43%. I haven't found a better Alcridity than that the entire time I've been playing. It just sounds wrong. And dirty. Dirty and wrong. Okay, the boots are the concussive stomp ones. So we need reactive armor. And then the pants end up being the kinetic suppression.
Power never dies, only travels.
Alright. Getting there. Now we need some sockets. We need sockets.
As fine as the relics of old.
Alright. Everything's got sockets. Good. We need... What else do we need? I mean, we need gems, but I doubt I have enough gems to just, like, craft up gems. I'm probably going to have to steal them from some characters. We also need runes. So the rune word combination I was thinking was Yule Tizik for the concussive stomp. And then for the other rune for this build, I don't have a pull-in. So I think the Cry rune is pretty much mandatory at this point because I've got no pull-in whatsoever. So we've already got, it's already in there, Zol Cry. Zol's not going to work. We could do not Ba, wait. Yeah, Bach. We could do Bach. Maybe Bach would work. I mean, they're both going to be powerful. I'm just not sure which one is going to be more powerful. I think that pretty much gets the build set up. Let's go see how it works. I mean, it works. The concussive stomp cooldowns faster when I'm moving, which is not quite as fast as I would like it, but as long as I'm moving. I literally can't run out of charges. It's not possible. I could just like put something heavy on this button and I would never run out of charges. Like it's not ever gonna happen. Like I can just lean a mug on here. Lena mug. Lena mug. Come on down and lean a mug, lean a mug, lean a mug. Okay, so let's try this now that we've got this potentially fixed. Let's, I'm just going to bring this down because we need to test the functionality of it before we test the survivability of it. So we're going to bring down the difficulty just so I can test the functionality of it. I need to see if it's actually working, like, in combat. So let's just bring this down to something stupid, like, we can just throw it down to, like, Torment 1. It doesn't really matter. My resistances are not capped, my armor's not capped even in Torment 1, so that should tell you, like, how good this character's set up at this particular moment. So I'm assuming that we would probably start the fight with our main ability. We're going to swoop in, we're going to concussive stomp. That's what we're going to do. So swoop, stomp. Swoop, stomp. Swoop, stomp. Interesting. The Rushing Claw doesn't do anything if you don't have something to click on, which is useful. But as soon as you have something to click on, it's going to rush you directly toward that target. How much damage are we getting out of Concussive Stomp right now? Not the most amazing, but we also don't have the Paragon board set up right now either, so there's also that. I mean, this works beautifully. You zump in and you stomp. You zump in and you stomp. Zump, stomp. I get a free concussive stomp every 5 cooldowns. So that was it right there, I believe. Lou just gave me a free concussive stomp. Can I wait like a really long time before getting my my concussive stomp circle? Like how long can I wait? Is there like a limit? Still a circle. Not a circle. Okay. So 1 1000, 2 1000, 3 1000, 4 1000, 5 1000, 6 1000, 7 1000, 8 1000, 9 1000, 10 1000, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Still a circle. So it doesn't seem to matter like how long it takes me to cast the ability as long as I've used a mobility skill in the time period beforehand. Alright, so, let me go grab some gems from, like, my main character real quick. I'll be right back. I don't know who has my gems on them right now, actually. I think it's Sanguinate or Blowout, one or the other. I think they have most of my gems. I'm definitely gonna need some skulls, that's for sure. Looks like I'm gonna need some resistances too, but I don't have my board like filled out yet, so there's also that. Yeah, he's got my emeralds. And then I need some skulls.
It always ever at your service.
Alright, I got one skull on this character. How many skulls can I make? One. So I can make one skull. So I'll steal his one skull for right now.
Next time, won't you?
There's plenty of skulls on other characters. We need 2 more skulls. Do you have skulls? You do have skulls. I like skulls. Skulls are nice. They're nice. I like skulls. I like skulls a lot.
It always stings to chip apart a fine piece.
Boop. All right. And we gotta do our Paragon board. And then I think we're pretty much set to hop into some dungeons or whatever and just see how it works. Alright, so we need... Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco, seis. See, oh, she already had one? Okay, well that works. Alright, are we missing any tempers on our gear before we get started? Mystic Circle Thorns, Concussive Stomp Size, and Maximum Resolve. I mean, I guess that works fine. We don't have any tempers on the amulet. So the amulet is most likely Jaguar Mystic Circle Potency. Mobility damage. Jaguar damage. Mystic Circle Potency, and then I'm pretty sure we do Maximum Resolve stacks. Do we have a way to generate Resolve? I don't even know. I didn't even consider it. Like, we don't have any way to generate Resolve, do we? No, yes, we do. Never mind. My bad. Yes. The Archon kinetic, so the kinetic suppression aspect gives us 8 Resolve every single time we use the concussive stomp in combination with the... Yeah. Okay, yeah, we got max Resolve stacks. Who am I kidding? Resolve generated, Resolve generated, Resolve generated. I don't want Resolve generated. I want Resolve stacks. I don't want Resolve generated. Thank you. This one doesn't have 2 on it, so we need to get Mystic Circle Potency. Okay. And 6% on the defensive cooldown is really low. Wonder if we can bring that up to 8. I say that, but then like we just be like failing left and right. I don't think I've reset this one yet, so should be fine. Come on. 8% defensive. Hey, look at that. We got it. What do you know? Okay, so that brings us down to 3.66 seconds. Is that the lowest we can ever go? 3.66 seconds? 3.97? I don't even know. That might be the lowest we can get that cooldown. That's really low, though. It is really freaking low. This one's done. We might need to do some rerolls on some of the stats. Okay, yes. Everything is tempered. Alright, next. We don't need critical strike chance with this build. Oh. Dang it. It's the attack speed that was rerolled, not the critical strike chance. That's unfortunate. These are just placeholder gloves anyway. It'll be fine. Reroll the lightning resistance. Honestly, we probably need maximum life. Why not? It's fine. We don't use overpower on this build. Reload the overpower. I don't know if attack speed. Attack speed's better than overpower, but I don't think that's what we want. I mean, the 33% damage is better than, like, what we currently have. Probably just want life. That would be my assumption. Just a life roll. There's not life already on it, is there? Oh, there is life already on it. So what is that? I think damage is like the only thing, really. Maybe vulnerable damage. Resistance to all elements could be interesting. I think that's pretty much like the best thing we're gonna get. And then the boots. What do we got options for the boots? Focus skills, vortex, toxic skin, soar, resistance to all elements, armor. We might need armor. I don't know. Let's swap it to Torment 4 real quick and let's see what our armor's sitting in. We still gotta do our Paragon board, so we're gonna get more armor through the Paragon board, but it's not gonna be like an insanely large amount. $400 whole armor left. Ugh. Alright, before we reroll that, let's just do this board. Alright, so we're most likely going to want Hubris in here. Hubris just grants bonuses to all the magic notes, so not entirely sure what we do with that one. It has a pretty nice magic node bonus as well, which means we could get bonus damage to elites, bonus damage, or we could throw this somewhere else if necessary. I think there's a board that actually gives us thorns too, which might be the best place for it. The spiny skin board. Yes, so we probably put that here on the spiny skin board. because that should give us a pretty large amount of additional thorns, 74, which is going to go up as we increase that, so that's probably a good place for it. We want all the resistance nodes that we can get and all the armor nodes that we can get, so we don't have to put a whole bunch of crap into resistances and armor. We want all the thorns nodes too, because that gives us more base damage. We also get a large amount of cooldown reduction over here. Let's use this to test and see if the cooldown can be brought any lower on our ability. So we're currently at 3.66 seconds, right? So let's just go ahead and grab this. 3.41 seconds. So it probably is capped. 3.44? No, it's not capped. So that brings us down even lower to 3.41 seconds per concussive stomp. And also reduces our hunter and all the other abilities as well. That's probably a good idea. Alright. We're going to be moving around a lot, so the drive board probably makes sense. I was thinking the revealing board might be a bad idea since it just provides more knockdowns, which I don't know if we necessarily want more knockdowns in the mix. But we do get a 30 times increased damage to crowd-controlled enemies. So it's an interesting option. When you cast 3 Gorilla, Jaguar, Eagle, or Centipede skills. Infighter, I think, is probably a no-brainer here. So let's just go ahead and take Infighter. What's up, dude, man? Welcome back. Might as well take, honestly, we might as well take the fire res. Just take it. We're probably going to be undercapped on most of the stuff anyway. I'm kind of like torn. I don't really want dodge chance. I want block chance. And I don't know what my dodge chance or block chance is right now. I need to check. We're currently at 11. Oh, that's right. We lost a huge amount of block chance when we switched to Wushe Nagpa. I forgot about that. That's very sad. That's a very sad moment. I forgot we had like 45% block chance from the quarterstaff alone. And then there's 11% block chance. Man, we are missing like massive amounts of block chance, aren't we? It says we gain 10% block chance from the boots. Hold on, let me walk outside of town, because it might be that there's a bunch of passive bonuses and things like that that are not showing up because we're in town. The Rupture Barb is actually really nice too, man. It's been pretty amazing. I'm actually very impressed. If you rewind, I'm sure you can find like some... Actually, you're on Twitch. But if you go on YouTube, you can rewind. And you can find all sorts of cool stuff. Like, I was doing lots of different areas. Okay, so 31% block chance. We definitely need to get our block chance higher. That is an issue. Because we want our block chance high so that we're getting the 60% chance for the concussive stomp to pop off. So we want to be blocking all the time. I think we took pretty much everything we can do to increase our block chance, right? We grabbed 1 Impatient Guard, which gives us the 10% block chance. We got the 10% block chance on the boots. That's fine. I mean, we could potentially pull Armored Hide into the mix. But we lose our Vulnerable, which I think we'd probably have to pull Sore for that. We don't have to be vulnerable. We could just try and get a vulnerable like on hit and affix. We could just try and get a vulnerable on hit affix. That might be better anyway. I think that might be where we want to go. Yeah, I think we just do that. We don't really need another mobility skill now that I'm seeing how this works. So I think, if I'm remembering correctly, you can grab lucky hit, chance to make enemy vulnerable on like a ring or something like that, right? So I could like enchant this. Yeah, 47.2% chance to make enemies vulnerable. I think that's probably a better idea. There we go. 47.2% chance to make enemies vulnerable for 2 seconds. That way we don't have to worry about it. It'll just be like ingrained in everything that we're doing. We'll have a chance to make the enemy vulnerable all the time. So, a little bit of a swoopy swap there. Alright, there's block chance on the board too, so we're just going to have to make sure we pull as much block chance from the board as possible as we're going. That's pretty much all there is to it. Alright, Viscous Shield I think is a no-brainer, especially with how much barrier we have. We have so much barrier, it's not even funny. More barrier than a man can rightfully shake a stick at. I don't even understand why we have so much barrier, but we do. It's kind of ridiculous. I think that's the only one we might not take, so let's put this aside. And let's just run straight through it. We don't need critical strike damage. It's unfortunate that there's critical strike damage here, because we need none of that with this build. But we can always just not take it, so it's not like it's really that big of a deal. Let's see, is armor and maximum life? We probably want this as well. What's up, Lord Drizzits?
How much? How's it going?
Oh, just theory crafting builds.
Yeah, I'm just working on my barb. Leon helped me set up a death blow build, and so I'm leveling up my glyphs.
Deathblow Barbarian, that's a really good one. What's up, Cashet? Trying to think whether I go with drive or whether I go with sapping. I think drive lasts longer. Let's go with drive. Also, we're going to be moving a lot because of Rushing Claw, so I don't see any reason why this is a bad choice. It's got a lot of movement doojanks in here. We're gonna be moving a lot, so that's probably a good choice. It's probably a very good choice. Alright, so we'll go up this path. This is dodge chance and lucky hit. What's the other one? Max life and healing received. We actually don't want dodge chance. It's on the other side. Movement speed and critical strike chance. I mean, we could take the lucky hit while we're here. I don't really care about the dodge chance, though. Actually, you know what? It doesn't matter, does it? Because we got the Hubris Glyph, and the Hubris Glyph uses dodge chance as well, so we're kind of just screwed. We kind of actually do need both. Critical strike damage. A lot of critical strike damage. There's a vulnerable. Yeah. Okay, what glyphs do we got? We've got a ritual, which needs to go on an intelligence board. Bonus to rare nodes. For revenge. What rare nodes would we want to get a bonus on? Yep, that one looks good. We could just slap that right there. Get a nice bonus damage on both of those additive damage bonuses. And this is intelligence. Activated. I don't think we need exploit on this build. Dealing damage with a gorilla, jaguar, eagle, or centipede skills increases all the damage you deal by 4% times for 10 seconds, stacking once per spirit. That seems like an interesting choice, but only from a cooldown perspective. Wildfire says damaging an enemy with direct fire damage has up to a 30% chance to reduce one of your active cooldowns by 0.5 seconds. And, of course, Rushing Claw is fire damage because it's a Jaguar skill. So, every time I spam Rushing Claw, it has a chance of reducing the cooldowns of my other skills. It's not a lot of cooldown reduction, but then again, the Concussive Stomp doesn't really have a very large cooldown. I don't know. Put a ritual in this one. Many intelligences. I need basically all the intelligences here. It's only 3 glyphs. I still need to like pull some stuff for the other glyphs. We need Colossal, and it just needs to be activated, so nothing special. And then bam, that's activated, so done. And then the last one, I don't know what we do for the last one. Am I not using the basic Headhunter? I think that's probably the best play. We just go Headhunter. Alright, how's everything look? Armor 723. Resistances are garbage looking. Those are some very scary bad resistances. Why are those so bad? They're so bad. I pulled all the resistance now. Those are terrible. Ooh. 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 I think I might need a resistance roll on my ring. Crash. Man, 10 hours in. Still crashing. Yeah, the third blade is a really fun one for making weapon mastery builds. I think it's been one of my favorites so far. I've just been having so much fun, like playing around with like the weapon mastery skills as if they were, you know, like main skills. Rupture is turned out to be really fun. I played around with Rupture all day today, and that was actually really cool. It's basically like I don't even know how to explain it. You might want to include, I don't know if Leon told you, but you might want to include Rupture in your build with your death blow because it gives you like a really nice 40% increased attack speed. Okay. I don't know if he
yeah,
put it
he
in
mentioned it.
Yeah. You basically just spam it for the 40% increased attack speed. It also gives you a free overpower too. Okay, so we're not armor capped. We're only at 723. And I can reroll armor on the boots, I believe. I can also get resistances on the boots. But we need armor and we need resistances, so let's just see which one we get, shall we? .5% all res. Okay, where does that bring us? Still nowhere near close to fixing our problem. Still hopelessly lost in the abyss of resistance problems. Hopelessly lost. Oh, hopelessly lost. Hopelessly lost. Oh, lost again. Lost again. I think I know what to do. I think we reroll the maximum life on the amulet to armor percentage, which is a pretty high percentage. And that will allow us probably to take out some of the skulls. We just need to get armor percentage. Please, armor percentage. Oh, I gonna spend all my dough trying to get armor percentage. So you don't even know what I gonna do. Armor percentage. And I masterwork my jank and put it in the bank. Go in tomorrow. Let's go ahead and masterwork everything to 4 real quick. That's masterwork to 8. It'll help a little bit to try and get everything sort of situated. Actually, we could probably go... Oh, nice. Double roll on the decks.
My glory days aren't over yet.
Boom, 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 boom. Alright, that should pretty much do it. So I think at this point we can probably take out some of the skulls, put in some resistance equipment, and we might be set. I think the only thing I'm not sure about is do I have 3 points in the poison res thing? Let me go check real quick, because I might be like overcapped on poison res outside of town. I really wish that stuff worked inside of town as well as outside of town. But it doesn't, and I don't know whether or not I have it set up or not. So I have 52% poison resistance outside of town. Is that... do I actually have points in that or not? Yeah, I've got 3 points in that. So 47% without the ability. And I'm at 52. What's up, Gohan? Is that the name of Goku's next kid? Gohan? Not Gohan, Gohan. Yeah, that's right, get it right. Okay, it is showing the poison in town now. That must have been a patch they made. Alright, so we're going to pull some of these skulls. Perfect. We can pull 2 skulls just fine without losing our armor value. Alright, we currently have a lot of stuff under the board, which is unfortunate. The grand diamonds provide 12 all. So that's 24 bonus. It's not going to be enough. I mean, looking at my resistances, if I use 1 diamond and 1 sapphire, that puts me 54, 31, 64, 31. That's still terrible. If I use... what if I use 2 diamonds? Let's try 2 diamonds. I think I got a diamond in here. Nope, no diamond in there. Okay. It's okay, I can make a bunch of these diamonds. So that brings me up to 66, 43, 31, 75, 43. Huh. So the only other thing I can think of is if I grabbed another resistance roll on my ring. Man, resistances are a pain in the butt for this character, aren't they? I mean, I think we can get a res roll on the ring, right? Yeah, pretty high one too. Man, good luck getting this. About to burn all my iron chunks, boys. I want to burn all my chunks. My iron chunks. Some iron chunks for me. I don't need no chunks. No iron chunks. I don't need none more iron chunks. Bottom roll. It's an iron chunk for me. I need some iron chunks. All my iron chunks for me to see. I need iron chunks. All my iron chunks. So many iron chunks. Yeah. Iron chunks. All of these. Iron. No. Man, this is crazy. I was just trying to get like a slightly better roll, but I've already burned like millions and millions of dollars. Millions and millions and millions and billions and millions and trillions and gazillions. Wow, that's a worst roll. No, I don't want a worse roll. I want a better roll. It was already like the worst roll I've ever seen. Don't offer me worse. Yeah, you thought that was the worst. Take a look at this one. Hideous. This one's like somebody barfed up in a can and then like a dog ate it and then he barfed it up and then like a cat ate it and then they barfed it up and then like a squirrel ate it and then they barfed it up really slowly over a prolonged period of time. Man, I ain't ever think it was going to take this many attempts. At least I got something. Like, I got something. Oh, 18.6. Thank God. Ah,
So they go.
okay. What does that bring me to? I mean, that's not bad. 74, 62, 49, 79, 62. Like, those are moderately acceptable. Okay. All right. I think we have a semi-functional character that needs to be tested in like a an arena of some type. Let's go to the pit. To the pit! I have no idea what this person's capable of. Could be the most garbage character you've ever seen in existence, or could be okay. We're gonna find out. Let's start her off easy because I have no clue how good she is. Let's start her off in Torment 3 and let's see how she progresses from there. She's got some glyphs that she needs to level up, and I don't really know. I really don't know. Okay, well. Okay, looks like Torment 3 is a breeze. Bow. Bow, 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 bow. Dude, Rushing Claw is fun. What the hell am I doing? I'm just bouncing around like a ping pong ball. Ping pong ball. It's on me. Ping pong ball. I eat a ping pong ball and a ping pong ball and I'm a ping pong. It's a ping pong ball. Looks like D3 Monk, 7-sided strike. Pretty much, right? How's the 2 on bosses? I have no clue. I'm about to find out. Okay. Goodbye, boss. What boss? Boss. Where are we going? We need no boss. Okay, that was ridiculously easy. And obviously that's, you know, like, that's a ridiculously easy. Let's go to 65. Let's see how she does in Torment 4. We'll do an exhausting, just bump it up. I have no clue. I have no clue if she's gonna be able to handle Torment 4 or not. Torment 3 was way too easy though. That was for sure. Torment 3 was like a joke. No, I ran out of Doojanks. What is even happening with this character? Like, I don't know. I'm just so fast. I'm so fast. So the Mystic Circle was a really good call, because the Mystic Circle basically allows me to recharge all of my ferocity stacks instantaneously, which allows me to keep the rushing like going constantly. So all I really have to do is just make my way back to the circle. It immediately refills all my ferocity, and I'm pretty much done there. The aspect to make Mystic Circle follow is the evasion one. I don't know if that one's a good idea. I mean, it looks like I'm gonna be able to handle Torment 4 just fine. I don't know. There's definitely some refinements to the build that could be made. Maybe Washe Nagpa is not the best choice. I mean, I'm not really sure what it is I'm gaining from Washe Nakba, honestly, at this point. The Jaguar Spirit Hall bonus, I guess. I'm kind of curious if I tried this with my original Thorns weapon, would this be stronger? Hmm. Can't change equipment while I'm in the pit, but I mean, I do have this one right here, which is the fancy quarterstaff, which is already set up for what we need. So it pretty much just comes down to changing some of the aspects around. We'd get one more offensive aspect, essentially. Which I could do conceited, or I could do bristleback. Conceited probably is a good choice. The main problem with the aspect of the Jaguar, the plain Jaguar, is I don't really know if it deserves to be on the, I don't really know if it deserves to be on the primary, or on the two-handed. If you have Ravager at 10, you have Infinite Claws. Okay. Infinite Claws. How the hell do you get Ravager at 10, though? This freaking ability is crazy. I mean, it's not exactly the fastest run, I'll tell you that much. But Torment 4 capable, yes. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna smoke the boss too. Wow, talk about boss damage. That's not bad at all. I want to try this again, but this time I want to swap out the Washe Nakpa. I'm not sure the Washe Nakpa is the correct choice. So, Washe Nakpa gives me some nice stuff. It does. But I don't know if it's really all that important. Yeah, we get Jaguar Spirit Hall. I don't know. I'd like to test it at least with a different configuration. So let me copy the runes real quick. Actually, I think I had a better idea for the rune combination too. Let me just go ahead and delete this stuff. It's making my eyes hurt. Alright, so I had an idea for a rune combination while I was in there, and it was something a little bit better than what I currently have. So what I probably want to do, and let's just put that to the side for now. I don't think the pull-in is really all that important. I don't know, but I don't think it's very important. The Thorns applies to anything that we do. So we want something else that hits the target and hurts the target that we can apply our thorns through, basically. I don't know if there is anything else, though. Hmm. Hmm. I doubt it would work with the meteorites. Okay, let's do it this way. Let's do the Tebrun with the Iron Maiden. Let's combine that together with the... I'm pretty sure that the, what was the one we were using on the weapon? The Yule Rune? I'm pretty sure the Yule Rune is the best thing that we can do there. That way we get one Iron Maiden cast every 2 Rushing Claws. Then we grab the Concussive Stomp, which is 250. And we put that together with a Zol rune. That's what we want. A Zol. That way we get 150 every single time. We get 2 Rushing Claws. So every 4 Rushing Claws, we get 1 Concussive Stomp. I think that's the way we play it. Let's try this one more time. Let's do the same tier so we can get like a baseline of whether I've lost damage or whether I've increased. Actually, I forgot to swap the aspect, didn't I? Yeah, forgot to swap the aspect. Hold on. I can't even tell what the hell's going on half the time. This character just like it almost plays itself for the most part. I held down the button too much and just completely exhausted my supply of Russian claws. I just burned all my charges instantaneously. I mean, I understand what you're saying. Can't happen with Ravager, but I also have no way to make Ravager level 10 right now. I was thinking about it myself. Like, I don't even see how that's possible. I mean, assuming, of course, since it's a focus skill, assuming that you have, what, 5 points in the skill, and then you could probably get, what, a greater affix 4 on a pair of boots. If I had a Shaco, maybe. But then a Shaco would take off the loyalty helmet, so that doesn't work. Ravager could be interesting on the... Well, I don't really know if keeping a minimum of... Fun. Kind of works really well with the toxic skin. Toxic skin just kind of bounces you all over the place. Yeah, I think the pull-in's kind of important. However, I do like being able to cast Concussive Stomp so quickly. Although, we might try the back route instead. All this moving, I don't know. I feel like the moving could be more powerful. Yeah, we're moving a lot this particular build. I don't see it being a bad thing no matter what we do. Sometimes I starve out and I do have the ferocity, and so I have to wonder if it's like maybe just like an instantaneous thing, like I just didn't have ferocity for that fraction of a second when I used my last charge. Starving out does suck, but it doesn't happen very often. Even when it does happen, like because of the Mystic Circle only being 10 seconds, it comes back so fast. And all I have to do is walk into the Mystic Circle at any point, and it refills my ferocity. The only issue is that if I starve it out, I can't use the last charge to reset the ability, and then I have to wait for the charges to come back up again, which is kind of a bummer. But, I mean, if we could grab Ravager and get enough points to make it 10, that would definitely work. What do we need for that? A greater affix Ravager boots? That's pretty much all we need. Dude, this build is intense. I need good FPS. Go try the boss with this particular build. The bosses you actually pretty much never starve out on if you're using the thing, because you're pretty much just using your Mystic Circle on top of them, and you don't really have to worry about it. Although, for some reason, I starved out there. Not really sure why, because I was standing inside the Mystic Circle, I think. But... Alright, let's see if we can do this real quick. GA or one masterworking hits.
I don't know if you tell me the truth. I think you lie. But that's okay.
Ravager 3. One masterworking would only bring it to 4, wouldn't it? I squint. I squint at thee. Oh look, +2 Ravager. It's not good enough. We need +3 Ravager. Well, no, we need +4 Ravager. That's what we need. Dang it. Is it really going to say? Okay, it's going to say +4. Bom 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 bom. How many millions of gold will we spend? Oh, how many millions of gold in the end? I don't really know. I don't really care. Millions of gold up in the air. We got billions, it's okay, my friend. Gambling away everything we got in the end. Oh, gambling away for Ravager today. And then we're gonna get everything you say. Oh, come on down, ladies, and look and see. I need a little Ravager for you and me. And we got some Ravagers everywhere. A little bit of Ravagers in your hair. +3 to Vortex, that's not for me. +3 to Vortex, you can go pee. +3 to Ravager, that's not right. I need +4 in the fight. Bee boobity badam booby. Don't gotta do things doing all day. Gonna do the Ravagers all day. Hibbity bibbity babbity boo. Dear Lord Jesus, I gotta take a poo. I don't, you know what? It's bugging me because I don't know, because the masterworking is like messing with my brain. I need to reset it anyway, so let's just go ahead and reset the masterworking. That way I can actually see the correct numbers on the panel instead of the incorrect numbers on the panel. And I swear sometimes the panel's not showing the right number when I'm doing the enchanting because the masterworking is messing with it. So, yeah. That way when I see 3, I know it's actually 3. That's 2. Come on, Ravager, I need you. Give me one of them. Ravager, I want you. Come on down again. We could use a Ravager in the place you see. But there's no Ravagers for you or me. Ravagers everywhere, spending all my gold. A good thing I'm rich, 'cause it's getting pretty old. It's gotta be 3. It can't be 2. If it's not 3, I'm gonna go sleep. Boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop. I'm messing up my button presses, guys. No, I'm messing up my button presses. Boom, dun, doom, doom. I gotta get a rhythm. Doom, 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 doom. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. Why won't you let me have what I want? I just need a Ravager, yes I do. But you don't wanna give me Ravagers, you don't, 'cause your mama's a hoe and she looks like a hoe. You gotta be so frickin' mean. Give me all the ones that I don't even need. Probably gave me a jankety spleen, 'cause you are so frickin' mean. A million gold down the drain every single time, making everything into a stupid frickin' rhyme. But that's okay, my friend, 'cause we have got the time, 'cause we're sitting here all day until we win. Pressing all the buttons, doing all the things, will not give me a Ravager for me. We got it, finally.
Greetings. How shall
Now
I
the
get
hard
my
part.
hammer? Solid bricks here.
Nope. Reset. Hey, we got the Ravager. +5 Ravager. We did it. We did it. We did it, guys. I can't believe we did it. We did it. I'm a lyrical genius. Murderer. He's a lyrical genius. Murderer. He said something like that. Murderer. They call me Hot Stepper. Murderer. A miracle Ravager. Murderer. We don't really need resolution. We can also change you to a new aspect. I don't know what we do. Bum 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 bum. Boom 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 boom. Dee 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 dee. Boom boom boom. Your potency skills consume 2 resolve and deal 45 times more damage. Meh. I think we're pretty much looking at conceded. I think that's the option. Conceded, I think, is like the best option for us. Oh yeah, I forgot. That's not an incarnate skill, right? And that's not an incarnate skill. Armored Hide is an incarnate skill. Toxic Skin is an incarnate skill. When you cast an incarnate skill, enemies around you become vulnerable for 5 seconds. Killing a vulnerable enemy echoes the damage to all enemies. You know what? That's probably insane with this build. Yeah, let's go Felters. Let's do Slayer. Why not? I haven't really used it on any builds, so that sounds fun. Then... And then... No ending!
That's not a bad pull, that.
No ending.
My hammer sings on your return.
Oh yeah, we were gonna switch, what, Backrune for the other? We're gonna swap them. So we're gonna throw in the Backrune. Bach. We're gonna check Bach and we're gonna see if that's better. Yeah, Rushing Claw seems like it could be interesting for damage bonuses. Okay, we need to put this in here. Burning. Alright, let's go back to a Torment, because we made a lot of changes, so I'm trying to get a baseline to see how good the damage is. We'll start bumping it up later, and we'll see how far we can go. I don't even know what the hell's going on half the time. I just hold down the button now. $271 million there? Where'd that come from? Vulture Slayer, probably? I definitely need some way to pull them in. 100%. That was a short first area. Yeah, you could definitely do this with a build that's not using thorns. I mean, this is a Thorns build, so like, there's definitely that. I could totally see doing a whole Russian Claw build without Thorns at this point. DR guy. I was wondering why nothing was dying. There was a DR guy. I think a pull-in with this would be really good. I don't think I have a pull-in, so I think grabbing a pull-in for this would be the best play. Some kind of pull-in. Hydration. I need a pizza, Wind Fury. Where's the pizza button? Holy Jesus. $11.3 million damage. It's not enough damage, you see. 'Cause all the other Spiritborns are broken and they hitting 417,400,000,000,000,000 and 73. This build looks really fun from another perspective, and I have like a whole idea like around this particular character. So this is a Thorns build, and yeah, Thorns builds are great. Like, I like Thorns builds. I have no problem with Thorns builds. Like, absolutely amazing. But you know what this would work really well with? The Jaguar Spirit Hall. I think this would work absolutely insane with the Jaguar Spirit Hall bonus. The Jaguar Spirit Hall bonus can be doubled. It can even be tripled. So you can end up with like a 50% multiplier on the Jaguar Spirit Hall bonus. And then you can start running like massive amounts of attack speed to get your Jaguar Spirit Hall bonus. Like, or sorry, your I'll show you what I mean. How about that? We'll do it that way. Alright, so let me go to the training dummy real quick. Yeah, my game's been crashing all season, Cash Ed. It's been pretty obnoxious, to be perfectly honest. Stay a while and listen. Stay a while and listen and listen and listen and listen. Boom, 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 boom. Give me my whisper. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Give me my whisper. Don't, don't, don't. Alright, you know what, let me go, I'll show you on Varshan. Let's go test it on Varshan real quick. It'll be interesting to see how it works on Varshan. I want you to pay special attention to how many times I strike Varshan. Like, how many times within a given period of time that I'm just, like, absolutely annihilating him. And, like, add those up, and then, like, put those into a 0.5 second duration. Like, how fast can I potentially, you know, cause that to do what I'm looking to do, right? So let's do this real quick. It's on Whisper, so I figured why not. Like, doesn't that seem to you like something that could take advantage of the Jaguar Spirit Hall bonus, like, relatively easily? Not exactly the fastest boss kill I've ever done, and oh man, I'm getting whiplash. I need to close my eyes. Close your eyes, don't pay attention to the monsters at all. Just close your eyes and spam some buttons. It's all you need to do. Just close your eyes. Oh my god, did I see what I think I saw on Varshan? There's no way I thought I saw what I thought I saw on Varshan. There's no way. Dude, I think... I think I just saw something insane. Dude, I gotta pull up the stream and look real quick, because that looked absolutely mind-bogglingly insane. I should have been looking. I should have been looking. Okay, we need to pull this up and we need to take a look at this. Okay, so toward the end there, I activated Toxic Skin, okay? I had just activated Toxic Skin. What's up, Jarsky? And look what happens toward the end after I activate Toxic Skin. Watch his HP bar. Look at this. Are you ready? 50%, 75%, 100% of his bar. I know it's not much left, but 100% of his bar is now filled with poison. Is that because Toxic Skin is applying its damage based on the movement over the boss? And so every time I'm traveling back and forth, I'm causing Toxic Skin to reapply its poisoning damage repeatedly in a massive, like, degree? Because it seems to me like that's what's happening. Like, Toxic Skin is somehow causing the poison damage to, I don't know, like, multiply by a drastic degree because I'm traveling over the target. I mean, that's like in the span of a second. We're talking about like 1 second, all of a sudden he was at full poison. Does that happen any other time during the fight before I finished? God, it looks like I'm on fast forward. Like, that looks like fast forward, but watch this. I'll put this on 2x, and then you can really see fast forward. So I don't know what caused all that damage over time all of a sudden. It was instantaneous. It was just like a split second. Like literally a split second, and all of a sudden he's got a drastic amount of poison damage just on his bar. Let's watch it on 0.25. So right here, this is where it happens. I just used Toxic Skin, and then I get a concussive stomp, another concussive stomp, another concussive stomp. Then he's staggered, and all of a sudden, as soon as he's staggered, he starts taking massive amounts of poison damage. It was the stagger that caused it. So something to do with the fact that he was staggered caused him to take a huge damage over time from me for some reason. That damage over time was so ridiculous that it filled his entire bar in a fraction of a second. And that small amount of bar is a lot of damage. I wonder, I'm so curious now, like, if I could potentially try that again, but instead of damaging him just try and stagger him and then try to repeat the same thing and see how much that actually consumes. Like, what the hell even was that? That was a stagger effect, right? So let's go to the training dummy real quick. And I don't know if I can reproduce this on the training dummy. I might be able to. Let's do a boss. That way we can stagger it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to stagger it, and then I'm going to see what happens just from that. So I only have one poison ability. It's Toxic Skin. So what we're going to do is we're going to stagger him, and then we're going to use Toxic Skin, and then Rushing Claw. Of course, we can't see it now because he's got no HP. Do I got any other bosses? Any like ones that stand still and let me wail on them? I've got some exquisite bloods. Let's go do a Zir. I was heavily considering one specific aspect, which is that one where incarnate skills or Rushing Claw elongates the duration of incarnate skills, so Toxic Skin. And I was thinking about that from that perspective, is that like you could use Rushing Claw and Toxic Skin together to get a rather large amount of poison damage by spreading the poison damage all over the battlefield, essentially. Like everywhere you go, you're like making a puddle line, you know, that like goes around with you. I don't know. I don't think anybody's faster than me at this point. This build is ridiculous. The speed of it is just ridiculous. I don't know about the damage, but the speed of it is like I'm a NASCAR basically, just like running around the map. All I need is a target, any target, doesn't matter what it is. Alright, let's play with my boy here. I'm having trouble getting like a bead on this guy. He's kind of fat. It won't lock onto him. It's interesting. I wonder why it won't lock onto him. Maybe if I get him to move out of his little area over here. Oh. Dead. Here, I did take away some of my resistances to get that Ravager thing. It's a little rough. I don't know if I can just like pop a potion and get my reses back. I don't think so. Well, he's physical damage, so it shouldn't matter. Why can't I lock onto them? It's so clunky. Like it won't let me lock onto him, I guess because he's fat? Is it because he's fat? Is he a fatso? Every time I try and lock onto him, it like pushes me away. I kinda got it there for a second, but then kinda didn't. Die, punk. He's got too many puddles. I can't stop from jumping into the puddles. I keep jumping into the puddles, and then I jump out of the puddles, and then I jump back into the puddles, and then I jump out of the puddles. And it's a lot. There's a lot of puddles. This build is so silly. I literally got out of the way of that attack and then jumped back into the way of that attack and then got out of the way of that attack and then jumped back into the way of that attack like 3 times. And I just did that over and over again until he finally used the attack, and then I was like in the wrong place when he swiped, and so I died. That was it. It's not quite as easy when the boss actually has mechanics that you need to follow. All my HP. I need that HP. Stop stealing my HP away. I need it for stuff and things. Come on, do the mechanics. No, Macau! No! I was in the corner! No! I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna get this. Okay, I don't care what you guys say. Don't talk disparagingly. Okay, I'm gonna get this. I got a bead on how to like actually use the ability. It's difficult, but it works. I basically just kind of have to like move the mouse back and forth over top of the boss to be able to get it to work, because it won't work otherwise. Like it's like there's almost like a sequence that I've got to do. I feel like I'm drawing my name. No, I wasted all my time on the minion. This is so stupid. What am I doing with my life? I can't even follow this. I need a 165 hertz monitor with 4K resolution. I have never been so exhausted playing a character in all my days. This is ridiculous. Oh my god, he's almost dead. Don't give up. Don't give up. I don't know what I just did. I don't know what I did it though. I did it. I need a drink. Holy Jesus. I was drawing like pentagrams on the screen. I'm not even joking. If you could have seen my mouse like the entire time while I was doing it, it was like I was having to go like pew 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 just to like get the rushing claw to work properly on him because it kept bouncing around him in like weird directions. Don't like it. I need to go to like a blood maiden or something and just like bounce around like a ping pong ball. It can't be fun to watch this. Like I can't even keep track of the character myself. I don't know how you guys are keeping track of the character. It probably just looks like blurs. Like blurry screen. Blurry screen mode, activate. There's a OP person here. Okay, well, Maiden's not going to be fun then. They're just going to kill everything.
You up early or up late?
Up late.
Breakfast.
I don't know what to tell you guys about this build. I don't know what to tell you. It's so weird. I mean, once you get it set up, you don't even need to press buttons. Like, you're pretty good. You can just like put one hand behind your back and just all you gotta do is left click and right click in the right order, and you're pretty much done. Left click, right click, left click, right click. This build is so fun. You're just watching my icon on the minimap spasm about. It does indeed spasm about, doesn't it? I want to see myself versus the maiden, but this guy's probably going to just come in here and murder my maiden, so I might have to switch layers. My maiden. Yeah, meanie. Meanie Bo Peenie. I'm not putting in no more doojanks. You're just gonna come steal my maid. Thieves. Can I show a video of Terrence Williams Kamala? What's up, Kevin Huss? How's it going? And thank you for the $50. $50. So pretty. I go back to town to get my whispers. Terrence Williams. What am I looking at? Bow, 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 bow. Will you stop attacking me? I will rip your soul out from your butthole. Trying to teleport away. Rude.
I love wine.
Rude. What the hell is this? No. Somebody used AI on Kamala Harris to make her look super ugly. That's hilarious. People, this is the era of AI stuff. That's what this is. It's the era of AI technology. Just, you can use AI to do whatever you want nowadays. I gotta see this in better resolution. It doesn't look very good on my phone. Let's put some more resolution on it, shall we? Dude, are you kidding me? It's awful looking. How did they do that with the freaking AI? Any D2R plans soon? As soon as Season 9 starts, we're going to be hopping back onto to D2R. I'm not sure when Season 9 is. They haven't announced the date yet, Griptar. I also have some ideas for D2R. Yeah. Man, her teeth is terrible.
Who made this? Y'all gotta stop. Y'all play too much. Who made? Whoever made this, report to my office right now. Cause I'm about to give you a raise.
Oh man.
Oh, let me get a
It's like one of those face filters from like TikTok. It's freaking hilarious. Oh man. That's fugly. That's fugly right there. That's what that is. That's Fugly. That's fugly. I don't care who he is. That's fugly. It's fugly right there. That's fugly. That's mighty fugly. Dang, Kevin, with a $200 dono. Appreciate it. I gotta put some hearts on these little things. Beep. Boop. Well, you know my thing isn't working? It's not showing the donations up here. That's not working. I don't know why. I'm gonna like... I gotta slap somebody at the office. Starting soon. No tip jar. Did it at least go in the tip jar? Like... Source. Refresh cache of current page. Burp. Dude, I saw Biden, or not Biden, yeah, Biden. Yeah, Biden. Biden accidentally called all the Trump voters garbage, which I thought was hilarious because it was just par for the course at this point for Biden making mistakes on his campaign trail. Of course, he's not doing the campaign trail anymore, is he? But and then Trump was in a dump truck. He did a dump truck. So he just did like, he's like, oh, we're garbage, all right, and then drove around in a dump truck. Man, you can't make this stuff up. Like, I feel like if you tried to write this as a story, people would be like, that's just unbelievable. Biden would never call people garbage. And then you'd be like, that's just unbelievable. Trump would never ride around in a dump truck with American flags all over it. Not a dump truck, sorry, a garbage truck with American flags all over it. Infinite Ravager. And it's so easy, too. Silly. It's just silly. I gotta pull up the dump truck picture. The dump truck. We gotta pull up the dump truck. Or not dump truck, garbage truck. Why do I keep saying dump truck? Trump in the garbage truck. He's just driving around in a Trump garbage truck. Oh, of course. Kill me while I'm AFK. With American flag on it. And a Trump flag. And he got the vest on, too. You can't make this stuff up. Like, you just can't. You can't make this stuff up. It's hilarious. My dad even called me up on the phone. He said, "Did you see Trump was in a garbage truck with Trump flags, with American flags on it, driving around because Biden called all the Trump supporters garbage?" I'm like, "Yeah, Dad, I saw it." He literally called me like, it was like 4 or 5 hours ago. Oh, I starved out somehow. How did that happen? This build's gonna give me eye problems. No! I clicked off the screen, I clicked off the screen! I don't know, I just saw on my phone something about Kamala fired somebody or asked them to step down because they said some insensitive comment. I don't know what it was. I'm not like overly interested in it, but man, there's a lot of good memes coming out of the presidential election this season. Sometimes after those fights, I just need to like stop for a second and let my eyes rest. I'm like, no, I don't want to do it anymore. I don't want to do it. Meow, 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 meow.
Thorns on the Necro a viable build?
Yeah. You can. There's ways. Oh no, crashed. It's really just about stacking as much thorns as you possibly can. Getting razor plates. It goes to your minions, so then you use things like what is it called? Needle flare and a bunch of other stuff, and you can get like tons of little explosions, and you can use like Iron Maiden too. That works well with it. Scaling as much like generic multipliers as you can. You want to avoid like more specific multipliers. Like don't go for anything that's like skill damage. You want things that are like dexterity, or not dexterity, for intelligence, or you want things that that are going to give you like generic bonuses, not specific bonuses. If it says in any way that it's for a skill, like Edge Masters is for a skill, that doesn't work. Conceded works because it's a generic one that's as long as you have a barrier. So as long as you have some kind of barrier. I mean, there's a bunch of them that work. They're just not like it's kind of like a landmine. You're kind of like navigating a landmine, you know, like a minefield. And you know, if you choose the wrong one, it's basically doing nothing for you. So you have to kind of like play with it and figure out which ones actually work and which ones don't, which is what I did. I spent a long time playing around with it, trying to figure out which ones were working and which ones weren't on the Spiritborn. But you'd have to kind of do the same thing on the Necro. I mean, it should be mostly obvious, but there might be some that you are going to have to test because it's not going to be obvious. Some of them that you would think are really obvious end up not working, which is also kind of weird.
Necro, he's only level 32. I'm trying to work his way up.
Well, try and gamble yourself a razor blade if you want to do thorns. Your thorns applies to your minions too, which is kind of like the whole way that people have been scaling it. So that way you have multiple monsters all, thorned up. And then when a monster swings their big old hammer and they do like an AoE attack and they hit like your whole group of monsters, all of them are reflecting thorns back to the target. And that's where the Thorns Necro, I think, really like takes off, is getting that crazy amounts of thorns reflected back for every target.
The T4. I played around with my druid, and then the barb. I'm working on the death blow, and then I just figured I'd start with the necromancer.
So you're all over the place.
Yeah, once I got my Spiritborn to be able to do past tier 4 in the pit, I just moved on to something else.
Yeah, you got a solid farmer that you can go clear content with. Makes sense, and now you can start working on other builds. Nothing wrong with that.
Felt like the fact that the Spiritborn is really button happy.
Button happy. I mean,
remember last season with Bash, how it was like a one button build.
I mean, there's definitely builds that you can do that are like one button builds. I mean, this build right here is a 2-button build, basically. You don't even have to really press any of the other buttons. It's pretty much just 2 buttons. I don't really know how to explain this build. Like a crack cocaine-fueled hamster inside of a ping pong ball machine. Does that ring any kind of bells?
All over the place.
It's pretty much a crack cocaine hamster inside of a ping pong ball machine. I just need like the little ping pong noises, or the little noises that the machine makes when you're playing it. I don't think I can die with this build as long as I don't stop in a horrible puddle of death or something. All I gotta do is just keep moving. Monsters can't even like get close to me half the time. Poor guys, poor monsters. What the hell even is this ability? Like, I don't even understand. It's insane. Give me some pants. I like pants. No crotch rot, please. Hold the crotch rot. Some guy yells to the back, "Hold the crotch rot!" Big man Kevin came and dropped $250 on my head. I like it when people drop $250 on my head. It's a good day. Unless they want to suck. If they want to suck, then it might not be a good day. Uh-oh, something's wrong. I done broke the server, guys. Wait, oh, there we go. Wait, oh. Oh, wait, oh, I'm dead. Oh, okay, maybe, oh, no. It wouldn't let me move there for a second, and all of a sudden it, like, spazzed out. I guess I'm lagging. Hell yeah, I'm lagging. I can see my my latency increasing. And I think the stream just started lagging too. It's okay, I'm about to run out of tape anyway. Dude, I'd love to see what this build looks like if I'm not the one doing it. I want to just like stand next to somebody who's jumping around like a ping pong ball and just see what it looks like. One thing's for sure, I need a pull-in. Like, a pull-in would be nice.
Is there an aspect that does the pull-in?
Yeah, well, there's also a rune, which I was thinking about swapping to. Like, maybe we swap to the Cry rune instead. And then... maybe we switch this to... Yule? Let's try that. I like that better. That's nice. Look at that slime trail. It's amazing. Holy lag balls. What just happened? Well, the fact that this is Torment 4 capable is really cool. Like, that alone already puts it in a really fun spot. So, it's already Torment 4 capable. If I can push it a little bit further... Oh, hello, Goblino. Where are you going, buddy? Nobody said you could leave. Nobody said you could leave. I need to go back to town and destroy some items. Got all this crap set on the ground everywhere. Oh, there's always a monster that pops up to try and hit me and keep me from going to town. You know what? Die. Die. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't have, like, popped out of nowhere and tried to kill me. Like, oh, he's trying to teleport away. Oh, okay. Slap him right in his ding-dong. Joke's on you, this is a girl character. She don't got a ding-dong. Well, maybe. I don't know. You know what? In this day and age, you can never be sure, so... I'm gonna retract my statement. Those aren't bad. the worst interdiction pants I've ever seen. Gain 1% block chance per resolve stack. I am so excited.
Fight hard, eh? Make the devils pay.
'Cause I'm so excited. Doot, 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 doot. These gloves are garbage.
You need steel work? Repairs?
Alright, I got no time left. I'll see you later, Drizzits.
Later.
Alright, guys and gals. It's been fun. It's been way too many hours, like 12 hours. I don't know why I've been streaming for 12 hours. This is insane. I also got $282.80 in donations today. I really appreciate that a lot. Thank you, Kevin, for the $250. Thank you, Speedy, for the $50 Australian dollaroos. And I also got some subs and some Prime subs. I think Devron gave me a Prime sub today. I got a sub from Counter MTG. Appreciate that. I also got another Prime sub from Maggie Laggy. I think there was that J Calls became a Ginger Gaming mentee. I really appreciate all the support today. You guys are showering me with love. Really appreciate it. And make sure, speaking of love, make sure to hit that like button, that subscribe button. It helps out the channel. And I will see you guys tomorrow. And as always, keep watching.